Nyakach ward. Yeah.
All right. Thank you very much, Kisumu. I will be coming back to you later on. We can sing. Watu wangapi wako hapo? Cameraman, please give me a pan of the room. Nione watu wangapi wako hapo. Give me a pan of the room. Nione watu wangapi. Hakuna watu. Kisumu yawa. Kisumu yawa. Ay, mko tu wawili. Wapi ile jeshi ya Kondele? Wapi ile jeshi ya Kondele? Anyway, Kisumu will be getting back to you in a short while. Do we have Laikipia online? Laikipia wameingia. As we trying to connect to Laikipia, can we get, is Buka Academy online? Buka Academy? Buka Academy in Mumias, Kakamega County. All right, we'll catch up with them later. So ladies and gentlemen, once again, welcome very much. Wherever you are watching us from, wherever you're joining us from, I'll give the band just do one song, and then I'll come back. We do the national anthem, the East African anthem, and then we shall have officially started the program. So this is Tamasha Beats, ladies and gentlemen. Sijui mtatupeleka wapi. You're allowed to dance, by the way. Okay? Wale vijana wa Alliance ambao mko hapa, I hope you can dance better than wale wako shule.
Have you seen my beautiful baby? Have you seen my tomato baby? Oh, you lay, baby, say they calling me temper. Ada, baby, no sugar, yo. Everybody the way, put a can in a wall. He said it, mama, better soup no money kilambo. Ada, na peke luya, ada, yo. Adada, yo. Everybody the ways, put a can in a wall. He said it, mama, let us put no money kilambo. Adaluya, no peke luya, adada, yo. Adana the luck, Adana gets up for everywhere. Adana the luck, Adana gets up for up and down. Hi, Adana tomato. Hi, Adada, yo. Everybody the wait. Put a can in a war. Zedi mamaka, but it's no money kilambo. Adaluya no peke luya, Adada. Adada, yo. Everybody the wait, put a can in a war. He said it, mama, let us see no money kilambo. Adaluya na peke luya, adada, yo. Adada na peke luya, iya, eja 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 ibeluya, achabuya, adaluya, ibeluya, achabuya, adaluya, ibeluya, achabuya, adaluya, ibeluya, achabuya, peke, aya. Ije na peke na peke luya iya. Ije na peke luya iya. Ije na peke see. I don't know the luck da yo. 9 months time we will come visiting. Yo.
All right. Thank you very much. How are you? Thank you very much, Tamasha Bass. Take it down. Sasa, simama. Simama. Let's look at this camera. How are you?
I'm good.
What's your name?
I'm Paulette Lumumba.
Colette Lumumba.
Paulette.
Colette. Kitu iko karibu. Umenifeel, eh? Were you here yesterday?
Yes.
Oh, so it's your day 2?
Yes.
What do you think about the Dialogue Festival so far?
Okay, for me, I'm thankful and I appreciate being one of you. Sikuwa naelewa vitu more, but for now, nimegather a lot of information. Na I think so far so good. By the time tunafika next year, 2022, takuwa na the right mindset, na takuwa na the right idea on what to do. And even time ya election, mi naweza omba watu wakuwe in peace. And watu wapendane, we are brothers and sisters and we are one.
Where do you vote yourself?
Okay, me, I vote in Dandora, Ward 2.
That-
4.
Ward?
Ward 4.
Dandora iko na ward ngapi? Anyway, I'm joking. So, karibu sana, welcome very much. Do you love music?
Yes, I do.
Which song do you want us to play for you?
Okay, for me, I think any rumba.
Rumba. Unataka rumba?
Yes,
Kwani iko nini? Saa ya rumba iko. Tufanyie huyu rumba, simameni. Kila mtu simama, amerequest rumba, sio mimi, mmesikia, sio mimi nimetisha, ni yeye ameiti, na mtu akiitisha anape. Situmpatie rumba. Na mcheze, msiniangushe. Unajua wanatuona kwa nini? Mtandao, eh? Twende kazi. Yeah! Kila mtu. Ningekuambia ushike mtu lakini kuna corona. Sawa. You can sing along. Hii ni ya wapwani. Isiade ko mana eni manyanga inyo chamzinyi Wadavida na murogu wa mwasida isiade ko mana eni manyanga inyo chamzinyi Deka kiretie la msediliwe ilago ibahane chini pinana ikuandikiaga barua. Hold it right there. We shall continue. Please, let us all rise for the national anthem. I want to recognize the presence of Ambassador Ol Ponk. Karibu sana. We're going to have the national anthem right away. If you're ready, please, let's have the national anthem and then the East African anthem. And now, ladies and gentlemen, still standing for the East African anthem.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuwajibike, tuimarike, umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. That also serves as our prayer, our opening prayer. Welcome very much, ladies and gentlemen. Have your seats. Welcome once again. This is the People Dialogue Festival 2021 Day 2. We welcome all of you. If you were not here yesterday, don't worry. We still have a lot lined up for you today. Just to recap, if you're here, if you're not here yesterday and you do not know what PDF is all about, PDF is all about dialogue, just as it says. We're going to have conversations here that are very critical and important as we go into the general election next year. The PDF is modeled after the Denmark's People's Meeting, where politicians, or rather the people meet politicians and they speak openly about their issues. They have dialogue. The dialogue, mutu wa kawaida, as we call them, watu wa mashinani, this is where they air their views, they talk, and they, you feel, when you're living here, you must feel like you were heard, okay? Whatever you said was heard, you had your piece, you had your opportunity to say whatever you wanted to say. Now, I will not take too much time. I will invite the Executive Director of CMD, Center for Multi-Party Democracy, the organizers of this event, Mr. Frank, to come and take us through the next part of the program. Karibu sana, Frank. Good to know.
Thank you, Papi. I always have a good joke with my very small brother that he's fortunately to be a German Papi, Odek Ochung, a very good MC and a very good thinker. Thank you very much, brother. Ladies and gentlemen, good morning. I hope you have had a good rest. We had some good fun yesterday morning. Do you agree? Yeah, and we're going to have some more fun today. So let's look forward to it. Thank you, the band, and everyone who made it this morning, despite being a bit tired yesterday. We will get on with the business today of dialogue, and we have several things lined up that good debates, good discussions. And we'll enjoy ourselves. I know we have also a poet in the room. My little sister will also be really sharing her gifts with us. So let's look forward to that. Thank you. We are also quite tight on time because our first speaker really is here out of a lot of commitment, and he will speak to us. But before that, we have our vice chair, who also will now be speaking. He's a man who's wearing many hats at a very young age, which is good. But we are no longer young, my brother. We say Vakoki, we are not young anymore. I think that's fine. He will speak to us and welcome our guest this morning, who will also be highlighting the very first debate that we'll be having with a number of panelists, really exciting, moderated by Janet. So before I welcome the vice chair to speak, wearing his hat as the vice chair now, I know you heard a lot about him yesterday as the SG of the party. How big it is, please ask him. He does not shy away from stating it. Will be spoken to by a familiar face and name, because Ula has been around Kenya for the last 24 years, in and out, since he was an intern way back in 1997. So he has a fair understanding of this country. So it's very exciting to listen to him, his perspectives around the globe, and what's really passionate about him. So karibu sana, Ole Masai. Kidogo tu, tulia. Thank you. Vice Chair, please give us welcome remarks, talk to us, and welcome your chief guest. Asante sana. Makofi kwa SG for that. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Franklin. Your Excellency, Ambassador Ole Tonke, who we joke around that is a Maasai because of his name and his height, is our chief guest today. And everybody who's here today, all protocols observed. Good morning. My name is Edwin Sifuna. I am talking to you this morning in my capacity as the Vice Chair of CMD. Yesterday, I was seated here in my other capacity as Secretary General of the largest party in Eastern Central Africa, ODM. I was given the task of making some brief introductory remarks this morning. First, I want to take this opportunity to once again thank each one of you for creating time to be here with us today, both virtually and those who are present here physically for the second day of the annual People's Dialogue Festival. I would also like to extend sincere gratitude to all our partners who have generously helped us make this event come together to become a success. We could not have done it without you. As a little, by way of background, the CMD is a platform for political parties, political actors and civic actors, policy makers, and even the public to engage in dialogue and cooperate in strengthening multi-party democracy, promote social justice, sustainable development, respect for human rights and fundamental freedoms, and political governance best practices. As you all may be aware by now, in 2019, CMD initiated this festival, which is a multi-party and multi-actor dialogue platform on governance issues in Kenya. The inaugural event was held on 7th to 9th March 2019 in Nairobi, while a second PDF was held on 5th to 7th March 2020. So this is our third People Dialogue Festival event, and we are happy to be able to finally host this despite the challenge of the COVID-19 pandemic that the whole world has experienced. The PDF in Kenya is premised on the understanding that democracy is more than democratic institutions and written rules. It is a culture that has to be nourished through the creation of spaces and platforms where people can get together, talk to each other, get inspired, exchange opinions, debate their ideas, and come up with actionable resolutions on issues of governance and democracy. I was saying yesterday, Ambassador, that it was my first time yesterday to share a table with the Secretary General of UDA, and this is probably the only space that can happen, and people know why. So, onto the issues. The overall objective this year is to facilitate a balanced inclusion and effective participation in national dialogue on governance and development, and promote the institutionalization of implementation of dialogue outcomes. We are leaving no one behind. That is what we have resolved, not just in the international SDGs context, but also as a nation. This is why 3 PDFs down the line, we thought it wise to try and help even the young children to stay woke on governance and democracy issues by involving them at a very early age. And yesterday, we had students from Buka Academy. There was a young man who was the president of Alliance High School, who spoke to us very well and very eloquently, and we see a future leader in him. So we have a few concerns as political parties. Of course, we are getting into the season of elections, and because this is a platform that brings together all political parties, there are certain concerns that we have as political party leaders in the run-up to the election. We are now about 11 months out, and one of the biggest concerns from the public and even from yesterday's discussion is the capacity of political parties to be able to conduct free and fair party primaries that then satisfy everybody about the outcomes and even the processes. We know that the IEBC published their elections operations plan, and they have set party primaries for about 7 days in April. This is a big concern to us, Ambassador, because as you know, 7 days to conduct party primaries across the nation is a big challenge. And because this has been an issue for a long time, the public will not forgive us, especially those of us who call ourselves big political parties and actually receive funding from the public. They are not going to excuse us if this time round we don't get it right. So we have engaged the IEBC. We have asked them to allow political parties more time to be able to conduct party primaries. We have asked for 3 months as ODM, so that especially in our strongholds, I can be able to pull all the resources, be it money, be it the personnel, and even the security apparatus to deal with one county in 1 week and then move to the other county as they resolve questions of disputes that might arise from that election. We have a political party primaries bill that is before the House, and we feel like time is running out as well as political parties, and we have encouraged our members of parliament to try and put together all legislation that relates to political parties early enough so that we are able to implement them in good time. Then on the quest to improve the electoral process in Kenya and the role of technology and elections and support to the IEBC and even support to other programs that promote inclusion of women and young people in politics, we are a bit concerned, Ambassador, and this is something that you as well have brought to our attention, that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs has put a stop to, development partners in the governance institutions supporting the institutions that are involved in elections, including the IEBC and political party programs, such as, programs that go to support gender equity. We at ODM had initiated a program to ensure that we get more women, and especially young women, to participate in politics. We have set ourselves a target. Ambassador, we are at 29 out of the 90 members of parliament in ODM are women. So we want to push this figure to about 40 in the next election. And we believe that we need the support to be able to do some of these things. These young women will not just come out of the air and then begin running for office. We need to create platforms. I have often said that if you have never had opportunity in your ward or the village to speak to 10 people, like the young man who spoke to us yesterday, it is very difficult for political party players to even identify you. If you have not spoken to a room of 100 people, it will be very difficult for you to be given the microphone on the last rally at Uhuru Park, where there's 1 million people there. You will freeze. So we need to create these spaces for young women, to encourage them, to train them. We have developed a training manual for women aspirants. And some of these things, people take them for granted. I wish, Ambassador, when I was beginning politics, there was someone to even tell me how to dress, how to stand on a podium, how to gesture. These things people take for granted, but if you take people through, you give them confidence to be able to speak. Not everyone is like the captain of Alliance, who at a very young age can be able to eloquently express themselves on the issues. So we hope that the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, and we have put in word through our various ways to make sure that the note verbal is recalled, so that we can be able to unlock the partnerships that we expect, so that we are able to achieve some of these things. Finally, one of the greatest concern is that now that we are in the election period, we have developed protocols for just about every other specter or sphere of life. We still do not have protocols for conduct of political activities, and it is really, really stifling political activity. We were hoping that by now, the government would have vaccinated a good proportion of the adult population to at least be able to allow us to conduct politics in the way that we were used to. But we are not yet there. So we continue to encourage government, first of all, to ramp up vaccination, to mop up all the vaccines that we can get from across the world. I know that your government has been very supportive towards Kenya in this respect, and other EU countries and the United States as well. We wish that by at least December, we can be able to say that we have vaccinated a good proportion of the adult population so that we're able to go back to life, political life as we used to know it. But also, the Ministry of Health and the CMD has tried this to have a conversation with the Register of Political Parties as well, so that we can actually see if we can develop protocols to conduct political activities. Ambassador, we have been recently banned from churches, which, we support. We don't want politics in churches, but the question I've been asking is, indeed, if you have set a capacity, you say this room, for as long as you're not more than 2/3 of the capacity of the room, you can conduct a meeting, then it doesn't really matter if the person standing in front of you is a politician or a priest. So even for politics, we can have the same rules and say you can have town hall meetings that then don't go beyond 2/3 of the capacity of the arena, but at least we need to find ways to go back to conduct political activities. So with those few remarks, I think these are concerns for all political parties, not just ODM. I want to thank you again for finding time, and I hope it will be as fun as yesterday. The band, Wanavokali, threw the gauntlet down yesterday. We had a very good time. It's a festival. We need to be tuchangamke kidogo. Ama namna gani? Sawa. Asante sana. Karibu Frank. I think you will be the one to, we just, okay. So I want to take this opportunity now to invite our keynote speaker today. As I said, he's a Kenyan Maasai of Danish extraction. Ambassador Ole Tonke, kindly welcome to make your remarks. Karibu sana. Can we have this sanitized, please?
Thank you so much. I think this is it's all sanitized now. First of all, I would like to really thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak today at this important festival. And thank you, Vice Chair, for reminding me of my Maasai background, coming from Denmark, but also for actually my time here in Kenya in 1997 as an intern, because that period really inspired me a lot regarding democracy in Kenya. At that time, that was election year also, just like we are having right now. Moi was running again. And there was a lot of protests at that time, and my home was the YMCA just across the University of Nairobi, and that was somehow one of the centers for all the students to gather and to discuss, have an immense lot of dialogue on democracy in Kenya, which had a difficult time back in 1997. And what they basically did was they did a lot of protests against the government at that time. So while there was a lot of dialogue among the students and the young people really trying to push this forward, there was not very much dialogue with government and the leaders of Kenya at that time. On the contrary, there was really a lot of conflict and a lot of tension between the young people of Kenya and the government of that time. Fortunately, that has changed a lot the last years. Of course, looking back at the history of elections in Kenya, very few elections have not had challenges, if I can put it that way, and also few elections have not had violence. And of course, that's from the international community. What we want is free, fair, and peaceful elections. So I was very happy also that you were mentioning that yesterday you were sitting next to your brother from the UDA party, because that is what is needed. I mean, even though you disagree on things, you need to dialogue. And I'm so happy that PDF is a platform and creates a space and an opportunity to actually do that. And then also get away from, because what I've also observed a bit here in Kenya and being here in and out for quite a number of years, there is a lot of monologue in the democracy of Kenya. There is a lot of one-way talk from the leaders to the people, kind of. And I think PDF is actually instrumental in breaking that, changing that, and creating that dialogue that is so needed in order to better understand, exchange ideas, and end the conflict of things. And I know, and I'm very aware that somehow politics is the national sports of Kenya. I mean, I've met very few Kenyans who, I mean, very quickly, if you sit down someplace for some namachoma with Pidi and a Tosca, they start talk politics. It's just somehow amazingly in the blood of Kenyans, and you are very, very passionate about it. And that's also why I think a festival like this really has potential in a country like Kenya. So I would like to congratulate the Center for Multi-Party Democracy for everything you have achieved so far up to this third festival. Of course, I know with a lot of inspiration and partnership from the Danish Liberal Party, where there's been a lot of exchange. And I know recently you went to the Danish People's Festival in an island in Bornholm, also to get inspiration of how can you actually take this festival in Kenya further in the future. And I was with, there was a gang of 25 young Kenyans who was there in May, June last year. And just listening to the vibrant discussions, ideas of how to actually take this forward was really inspiring to me. So it seems like you brought a lot of inspiration back home from Denmark. Of course, that needs to be translated into a Kenyan context, because you can just not copy what we have done one-to-one. You need to adapt it to the needs and of Kenya, basically. And in Denmark, I must admit, even though you mentioned that actually we started the People's Festival, I have to admit, even though I hate it, that it was actually Sweden who started these People's Festivals. And so they had an island where they did it. And then luckily, a grand old politician of Denmark, he said, wow, we need a thing like that in Denmark. So around 10, 15 years ago, they started the People's Festival in Denmark in a rather small setting, not too many people, but the parties in Denmark actually supported, and they came, and all party leaders were there, which immediately attracted a lot of media attention. And little by little, through a decade or so, the People's Festival in Denmark grew from a small thing for a very small crowd to, I think, as a pre-COVID, I think there were around 100,000 people attending the People's Dialogue Festival from all arrays of society. And it has become this huge event that everybody just wants to go to and be there. In the media, in the days where the festival is ongoing, the papers, television, everything is filled with stories from the Danish People's Festival. And I can't help thinking that potential is here in Kenya. I mean, you can take it this far. Of course, we need to hopefully get on the other side of COVID. We are now here in a hybrid version, and that's not really conducive to dialogue. I think we have learned a lot, and you can do a lot on the on the online systems. But I mean, looking each other face to face into the eye, it just provides a different dialogue. And I do indeed hope moving into the elections in Kenya that things can open up. And as you suggested, that parties are allowed to have meetings and to create that dialogue, which is so much needed in times of an election. Also, because if you don't have that, if you don't meet face to face, what often happens is that suspicion, misconceptions, mistrust arise, and that is fertile ground for more conflict, which we do not need in Kenya. So I do indeed hope that Kenyans, they get vaccinated, they use the testing system, because in Denmark, this has worked. We have 75% of our population vaccinated. I don't believe any man has gotten impotent through that. And we've been able to lift all restrictions in Denmark, basically. So Denmark is restriction-free now. A bit of an experiment, I admit, but so far so good. Numbers are really, really low due to the high vaccination in Denmark. So let me move on a little bit to also how things have developed in the People's Dialogues Festival in Denmark. Because in the beginning, in the first couple of years, it was all about politics and the political parties coming with their statements and discussing and disagreeing amongst each other. But little by little, we've had more and more engagement with civil society, who started putting up their own tents. Then we had media outlets setting up their tents, creating their dialogues around media's role in democracy, etc. Then we had government institutions like our health departments, etc., putting up their tents to discuss with the people where are they and how do they want to move things forward. And then we had private sector really taking the stage, because they also felt that they need to come and discuss the future society of Denmark and how can we take that forward. And that's a bit coming into the SDGs. That's a bit SDG 17 in action, which is all about that we need to work together, all sides of society, in order to find and create the solutions to move our countries forward. And I know Kenya was actually very instrumental when the SDGs was developed back in New York. And whenever I talk to Kenyan politicians about it, they all embrace it. Everybody is for it. It's a super recipe of how to actually create a sustainable society, including here in Kenya. Then a bit on that, even though everybody has to work together, they also have different roles to play in this game. Of course, first of all, everybody talks and often point fingers at the government, the state, counties in Kenya, because they are the duty bearers. They need to provide services to the people. They need to coordinate the SDGs moving forward in a country like Kenya. And there's no easier thing than to point fingers at them and say, no, you are not delivering what you should, etc., etc. That's of course a role that the civil society has and should have, because that's a bit then the second part of the puzzle. All members of society, again, civil society, media, think tanks, universities, institutions, etc. They have to check, do the government actually deliver what they're supposed to deliver? But I think more importantly, they also need to engage in a constructive dialogue with government on, if the government do not deliver, what can they do differently? What are the new ideas? What are the new policies that the government needs to adapt to in order to actually fulfill their mandate as a duty bearer? And then the private sector. In my opinion, we will never reach the SDGs in any country if the private sector do not get into the game and play ball. They are the ones producing everything that we are consuming, and oftentimes in an unsustainable manner. And we need to get them on board, and we need to have them part of the team that is delivering the SDGs. And there's been almost a revolution in Denmark the past 5 years, where in the old days we had the Millennium Development Goals, which were first and foremost only for developing countries, then transformed into the SDGs that were for the globe, everybody, Denmark, Kenya, etc. But it also spoke about private sector and the role and responsibility of private sector. And somehow in Denmark and large part of Europe, the private sector has responded immensely to this challenge. And nowadays, all Danish companies, they want to be an SDG company. They want to really take seriously their responsibility as a producer and do it in a sustainable manner. And even we have young people who say they will not join a company if they don't also take this responsibility seriously and do good for society at the same time. So the oil and gas business in Denmark, they are short of talents. They all want to go to the ones who produce wind turbines or sustainable energy, etc. A very, very interesting development. But that also means that they're completely differently engaged in this game than previously. And I've seen that starting in Kenya also, and many of the Kenyan business organizations, they have really opted in and wants to be a part of it, and with a lot of new ideas and new innovations, etc., etc. And that's a huge opportunity for Kenya, I believe. And again, can we bring this together at the next People's Dialogue Festival, which will be in March, and hopefully back again to the good old grounds of Kenya Museums, where we can meet physically again, and create some sort of an SDG village that brings together all these actors. I think that's a huge opportunity for Kenya to really get this dialogue going also. So I think I'll end on that note, thanking you all. It's great to be here, and I'm personally really looking forward to March, which I think will be also the last chance we have to have a true, honest, open dialogue before the election campaigning really kicks in. So thank you, and may you have a very, very good and solid discussion today. Thank you.
Thank you, Ambassador. I have a request from the band that they need to give you a booster.
Oh, yes.
For just 2 to 3 minutes, so that we can say bye-bye. Kindly, one MC.
Of course, we don't dance alone. You have to help the ambassador dance. Okay? So, Ambassador, Edwin Sifuna is there. will help you dance as will everybody else. Sijui tuelekea upande gani, tumpigie wimbo gani? Ya Masai. Wa Masai wa dance bwana. We'll have given you a Masai song, but we'll go where, you know, people can dance, all right? All right, we go, twende wapi? My Jabel. Nataka hiyo. Sawa, tunapata hiyo basi. Aya, let's go.
My Jabel. Ona mpeta, utakuyo nini, anakimbeleta, haya kao, yoteke nimeweza, ukisuka chini, ona katembeza.
Okay, 1, 2, shikilia. You know you have to get some space, man. Get some space. Everybody get some space. Get some space. We're gonna start from the top, all right? So, ambassadors, simamia hapa. You are there. That is your space. Do you want somebody beside you or in front of you? All right, let's go. Kila mtu. Let's go down. Take it down. Go down. Take it down again. Take it down. Everybody, take it. All right. A big round of applause to the ambassador. Tutamalizia hiyo ambassador akishatoka. So let's have some music as we plan on to the next session. Twende tucheze kitu as we go on to the next session and as we allow the ambassador to leave.
Telling you how I feel.
Let's give a big round of applause to the Tamasha Beats band. Okay. Thank you very much, Tamasha Beats. I'll be calling you back later. And right now, as is the custom, I want to call on a poet, a spoken word artist, who will give us a piece or pieces that will now star us into the next phase of this forum. I'm going to call Nekoe. Nekoe Ome is a master's degree graduate from which is the university. She can speak for herself. Anyway, she's a spoken word artist, and she's gonna give us some pieces before I call Janet Mbogwa to compose the panel and take the discussion away. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's begin. This is going to set the tone for our discussion and our dialogue as we continue. In the meantime, those who are joining us virtually in Kisumu, in Laikipia, at Alliance High School, at Buka Academy, and every other person, karibu sana. We will be getting to you later. We'll be getting your questions. We'll be getting you involved. So just listen in and watch us as we continue with this. Karibu sana, Nekoe.
Thank you very much. Yes, my name is Nekoe Ome. I'm a master's graduate from the University of the Witwatersrand in Johannesburg, where I studied cultural policy and management. And then I did my undergraduate and honors in performing arts. It is an honor to be here at the People's Dialogues Festival. The first poem I'm going to share with you is an expression of self-agency, that everybody who is here, either physically or virtually, you are a leader. You are a leader. The leaders we see before us standing in podiums were once one of us. So it is time for us to interrogate what are the ethics that govern us as a people in your individual personal life, and also as you go up the social ladder and political ladders. So to everyone, you are a leader. And now I want to understand how will it look like when we as leaders emerge, thinking in a more macrocosm type of way, not micro, thinking from your county to your province, to your country, to your continent. Thus I present this spoken word piece of Back, Black Glory. Africa. Africa, arise and prepare. Our leaders are here. You are the leaders. Our leaders will move throughout the continent, blowing away the borders. They will speak in a tongue that we will adopt as one. With each step these leaders take, you take, Mama Africa's soil will rebirth treasure boxes. Boxes filled with ancient mystic wisdom, which Mama Africa returned to her womb billions of years ago. These leaders, you the leader, will be able to unlock these boxes and call us back to the place where it all began, back to Black glory. Africa, arise and prepare. Our leaders are here. You are the leaders. Instinctively, we'll be drawn to these leaders with our once naked bodies. An attribute of global humiliation will now be clothed in light. These leaders will move like the ocean throughout the world, fishing Mama Africa's children. These leaders will walk in light, and we will follow as one, back to the place where it all began, back to Black glory. Africa, arise and prepare. Our leaders are here. You are the leaders. These leaders are merciful towards those that love us, but a fierce fire to those that cause us pain. These leaders will move like fire, melting away chains of slavery that bind us unseen and unseen. These leaders will lead us to a state of enlightenment and true emancipation. We will then ascend as one, back to the place where it all began, back to Black glory. Thank you. This second piece, I think, is integral for this festival because we speak of dialogue, but to what extent are we really free to express ourselves? So I lent my poetic voice to the journalists and activists. How many times do they have to self-censor? How many times are their lives lost? And people are scared to even, their fellow journalists are scared to talk about it, their fellow activists. So this is called the unpopular truth. I need to speak this unpopular truth. I drown myself in hopeful vision, yet I lack a voice. Like my ancestors who whipped me backs. Independence Day, we prayed. Nations were born, but freedom of expression was still gone. Oh, this rage burns me deep down to the bone. Twisting constitutions to achieve oppression. Africa's leadership, this calls for true emancipation. Freedom of speech we preach, yet it remains out of reach. Activists and journalists are lucky if they are still standing on their feet. Leadership or dictatorship, democracy or hypocrisy. Oh, I call on our African ancestry to remind us of the continent's leadership they envisioned. I drown myself in hopeful visions to forget I lack a voice. Like my ancestors who were whipped on their backs.
Wow. Quite spiritual, yeah? That's what the Dialogue Festival is all about. So as you sit on that, I will call Janet Mbogwa. Karibu sana, Janet. She will be the moderator of this next session. And yes, Karibu, take your space and let's do this. Karibu sana.
Thank you, Papi. 1 second. This is the world news struggle. Just give me a few.
No problem. Must.
Thank you so much, Papi. I appreciate it. My name is Janet Mbogwa. It's a pleasure to be here as your moderator. And I'll get a little bit into it, but first I would like to at least invite our speakers to get comfortable before I can share a little bit more and then invite them to also share in why they're here today. So allow me to do that, just to also save a little bit on time. So first up, I believe he's joining us virtually, but just to be on standby, Anderson Kiraide from the United Disabled Persons of Kenya, if we can make sure that his link is live, as I also invite to the stage Judith Odoma, CEO County Assemblies Forum. And then we have Thorn Barasa, Alliance High School. Please say your name, please make your way to the seat so that we can begin the conversation too. And as they come, let's give them a round of applause just to encourage them. It's incredible to have a young man here share in the youth, as well as Judith as well. Let's give her a round of applause as she settles in. Thank you. And then we have Ken Oluoch, who's going to be representing the Council of Governors. If we can have Ken make his way as well. Karibu sana, Ken. Thank you. Let's clap for him. We have Rena Trotner of 2030 and Beyond. Karibu sana. Let's give her a round of applause. We have Catherine Wambua at Chile Network. Let's give Catherine a round of applause. And I also believe Patrick Maingi of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance will be coming into us virtually. So I hope we have him ready on the link very soon. In moments, of course, I'll also allow the panelists to talk a little bit more about what it is they do, what are they bringing to the SDG conversation. So we'll give them that chance. But as I mentioned, first of all, thank you, Papi. Papi is a really good hype man, so I need to give you credit for that. Of course, Tamasha Beats and Wanavokali are amazing. Nikoi, thank you as well for that amazing poetry. Janet Mbogwa, my background is in media. I was a news anchor reporter for several years. And then I kind of transitioned from mainstream into, I guess, digital media. I'm now the founder of Inua Dada Foundation. And wow, thank you. Thank you. I'll say it again later, then you can also clap again. No worries, but thank you so very much. Essentially, we came about because when I was a news anchor, I interacted with a story called Periods of Shame, which was probably one of the first times in a long time that period poverty had made its way to mainstream media in Kenya, on primetime news, no less. I remember when the now CS for Lance, Farida Karone, was my boss at the time at Citizen. It was a huge fight in the newsroom. A lot of the men were like, "You're going to talk about what?" Don't worry, by the way. I'm used to things falling off. Don't mind me. I'll fix myself up later. But everyone was asking, how are you going to talk about menstrual health on live TV? I'm glad she did. It changed the lives of millions of girls, because what happens when you mainstream these kinds of conversations, when you mainstream social justice issues, people have no choice but to pay attention. And that's exactly what happened. The government paid attention. They increased the budgetary allocation for menstrual health. The menstrual health policy and strategy started being designed in 2015. It was launched in 2020. Girls and women's rights were kind of put at the forefront. And that's what happens when conversations like this become collective, when there's public discourse, when there's accountability, and when there's a call to action. So I'm really passionate as well about the Sustainable Development Goals because people's lives depend on it. So as much as we're having these conversations here, please also try and think about the role you're playing in implementing the SDGs in whichever space you're in, because people's lives quite literally depend on it. And so with those few remarks, I'd now like to open up the panel. I'm incredibly excited to have these amazing panelists with me. And I think what I'll do is, as I pose a question, the SAID person can talk a little bit more about what it is that they do and how they are a stakeholder in the sustainability and implementation of the SDGs. And so I know according to my order, we have Anderson Kiraide. I just want to make sure we have Anderson coming to us live, and Papi can always let me know if I need to move on to the next, or whether we have Anderson. I think perhaps as we wait for Anderson, somebody will give me a thumbs up when he's on. Let me move to yes. Judith. And Judith, again, thank you so much for being with us. The County Assemblies Forum, which is so critical as well. Is he on? Oh, okay. Anderson, thank you so much. We're so happy to have you with us. You can tell us a little bit more about what the United Disabled Persons of Kenya really stands for, and then move on to talk a little bit about how included do you feel, you know, with regards to conversations around the SDGs. Are persons who are differently abled also as included and mainstreamed in these conversations? Over to you, Anderson.
Thank you very much, Janet, and I hope that I'm clear. Please confirm that you can hear me.
Yes, we can hear you loud and clear. Thank you.
Thank you again. So my name is Anderson Gitonga, and I'm the Chief Executive Officer of the United Disabled Persons of Kenya. And I want to briefly discuss the aspect of the 2030 Agenda for Sustainable Development in regard to persons with disabilities. And I think this morning, and I was thinking from yesterday, we've had a lot in terms of including young people and women, but there hasn't been much in terms of involvement and the inclusion of persons with disabilities. So allow me to speak about this for briefly, maybe for the next 10 minutes, as it was indicated. So we have defined sustainable development as growth that meets the needs of the present without compromising the ability of future generations to also meet their needs. And in this definition, we see an element of care. So that as we think of improving our well-being, we should, in the same way, think of others, and especially those not yet born. This is evidence that sustainable development goals are grounded on human rights principles. I want to paraphrase a paragraph in Agenda 2030, which states as follows, and I quote, "People who are vulnerable must be empowered. Those whose needs are reflected in the agenda include all children, youth, persons with disabilities, of whom," and this refers to persons with disabilities, "of whom more than 80% live in poverty." This paragraph is particularly strong because it calls for the empowerment of vulnerable people and places persons with disabilities at the center of poverty and education throughout the entire agenda. And the 2030 agenda, as we know it, and as an organization of persons with disabilities, as key principles, and these are very relevant to our discussion today. One is the universality, the other is integration, and the third is ambition. It's important to note that ambition in this case means leave no one behind and reach the farthest behind first. It requires going the extra mile and also the last mile. And this is about addressing the economic, social, and political factors that have traditionally led to exclusion. And at this point, we can start reflecting on our democratic processes in terms of a level of meaningful involvement of persons with disabilities in, for instance, the affairs of political parties and accessibility of the various aspects of the electoral process. We see immense barriers. May they be physical, may they be social in terms of attitude, institution and communication, legal, some laws hinder persons with disabilities from effectively participating. As a result, persons with disabilities have historically been excluded from exercising many of their human rights, and including the right to participate in political and public life. And politics is about power, which in turn influences public resource allocation and therefore the greater need to be represented, particularly in the decision-making organs. Now, the predecessor of SDGs, and that is the Millennium Development Goals, drove progress in several important areas such as access to improved sources of water, increased primary school enrollment. We saw efforts to reduce child mortality, but MDGs failed to ensure that everybody would benefit, especially the marginalized groups such as persons with disabilities. May I emphasize here, and this is very important for our dialogue, that in SDGs, we have 7 references to persons with disabilities in goals and domains such as in education, employment, reducing inequalities, inclusive cities, the aspect of disaggregation of data, and it insists that this must also be based on disability, among other areas. We therefore see a language, the language used here promotes inclusion. Please note that this was negotiated by persons with disabilities and their representative organizations, popularly known as disabled persons organizations. So we see very good phrases like "for all," meaning don't isolate people, inclusive, include everybody, and then a powerful one, leaving no one behind. No one left behind to us means that no goal should be considered met unless it is met for everyone. So,
Anderson, thank you. Anderson, I would really love to come back to you because I think you've just touched on a really critical point about leaving no one behind. And we appreciate that. in the interest of time, Anderson, just to allow our other colleagues to also contribute, we will come back to you to get a little bit more information on what it means when we talk about leave no one behind and how you want to push for that to actually be realized. So Anderson, please stay with us. We do want to come back to you, but we'd also like to give everyone else a chance to speak. We also have to recognize, before I come back to the room, Maria Beneka, the County First Ladies Forum Chair, and also the First Lady of Laikipia County. Understand we have her and we'll be able to allow her to share some few remarks at some point. And our two other panelists who I understand have joined us but will speak to us from the crowd, Sylvester Makaka of CAM, and then we also have Winfred Wambua of NGEC. So all of you will be speaking to you very soon. We do have quite a large panel. I'll ask that we all try and keep our remarks succinct to allow everyone to speak. Let me come back to who we have here in the room, and I'll start with Judith. Judith from the County Assemblies Forum. Tell us a little bit more about civic education around SDGs and inclusive governance. How are we realizing that, and how is the organization doing the same? Karibu.
Thank you very much, Janet. Very happy to be here today. I think just for purpose of introduction, the County Assemblies Forum is the coordinating body for the 47 county assemblies in Kenya. And that includes the speakers, the members, and the staff who work in the 47 county assemblies. So you can imagine the kind of madness you always have to wake up to every morning. And I see Sifuna laughing here. He knows why he's laughing. So the coordinating body, I think the little input we bring into accelerating the SDGs is really to ensure that we focus on continuous capacity development for our members. Not easy. We do this through really working with the different NGOs, the private sector. We have the National Assembly that we work closely with, slightly with the political parties, but also with the Senate, because this is really almost like our twin. We are all legislators, we are all legislative arms. So when it comes to the SDG acceleration, what we know, and I liked what Sifuna talked about in the morning, when he came on board as a member of parliament, for example, nobody even taught him how to wear a suit. You can imagine an institution like parliament. It has been there for ages. They have been learning from outside, globally, what happens. And traditionally, the practice is the same, right? But we have introduced devolution and the county governments, the lower level governments. What people have failed to understand is actually when you talk about county governments, you talk about two arms of the county governments too, just like it is in the national level. The county assemblies and the county executive, and I have, of course, my colleague here from COG who will also talk about the executive side. So the contribution we bring is how do we ensure that they communicate to the members as representatives to wananchi on issues and priorities that affect them. And what, for example, my predecessors talked about is how can we make sure that we leave no one behind? It is a difficult task, but we have to keep on building the capacity to ensure that they actually really execute their mandate as representatives. But further than that, is to pick up on issues that affect them and ride on that to make sure that everybody is included. How do they go? If I can just take an example right now of COVID-19, how are they able to communicate the messaging to their wananchi who still believe that there is no COVID? How do we ensure that, for example, budgets in the county assemblies really take priorities of wananchi in setting aside funds for healthcare, setting aside funds to take care of PWDs, setting aside funds to take care of education, through bursaries and so on and so forth. Even talking about healthcare workers to address universal health coverage and so on and so forth. Different aspects, because remember, all the goals really are reflected in the 14 functions that have been deployed in the county assemblies, in the county governments. So that's what I would say for now. and I'm sure we can talk about more. Hopefully, I've taken care of the time. Too.
Yes, you have very much. Thank you for that. I think you raised a really important point about getting the investment and understanding even from the citizens, almost like localizing these conversations in a way that they can internalize it and take ownership. So thank you for raising that. I'll move to your colleague as well, to Ken Olwach, who's representing the Council of Governors. And I think in many ways, there's quite a burden there, because how are we, I guess, in a sense, devolving these issues? How are we talking about SDGs, which sometimes people are still questioning? You know, how are we getting people to understand and to take ownership of this? So tell us a little bit about that.
Thank you very much, Janet. Just for the purpose of introduction, I'm Ken Olwach from the Council of Governors, technical lead for SDGs. I must say I'm very glad to be in this forum just to discuss matters SDGs. And looking at the SDGs, we usually acknowledge the fact that successful implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals will only happen in the context of county governments. And I think Judy has elaborated that. When you look at the county functions as provided in, the fourth schedule of the Constitution, and map them against the SDGs, then you find that counties have a clear mandate on delivery of almost all the 17 goals. And to effect this, I think Kenya, really, we are very lucky that the SDGs came at a point when we had already developed the Vision 2030, and the SDGs clearly map out to the Vision 2030, looking at the pillars of Vision 2030 and the SDGs areas, they clearly map out. And from the Kenya Executive Order of number 5 of 2016, which provided the institutional framework for SDGs implementation in Kenya, the Council of Governors moved with speed to establish the SDGs unit with the sole mandate of supporting mainstreaming of SDGs in the counties. And this can only happen through planning, budgeting, and of course, implementation, then most importantly, tracking and reporting on the progress of implementation. And at the Council of Governors, SDGs is being driven through the sector committees. Of course, the council is organized more like the parliament framework. We have sector committees that are chaired by specific governors, and also other governors are members. And what we've done to ensure that we cascade the model of implementation up to the county level, all the county governments have established SDGs unit and SDGs champions, who are then supposed to support the tracking and reporting at that lower level. And most importantly is the aspect of engagement of other stakeholders. And through the framework at the county level, we are operationalizing the interagency technical committee for SDGs implementation to draw on board the private sector, the civil society, the academia, and the media, because we note that SDGs is about all of us. And even though the government is the duty bearer, it's most importantly, we need to work with the citizens who are the right holders and bring on board other stakeholders, because the financing model of SDGs, contrary to the MDGs, is local financing. So we have to really work at how do we enhance our own source revenue? How do we tap on other potential like partnership with private sector and other civil society and other development partners? So I'll stop there and maybe I'll come back later on.
Thank you. Thank you, because we definitely need to talk about the investment and the multi-stakeholder approach, because that's the only way to keep it sustainable. Before we come to a few other people here to make remarks, I'd like to also bring it to Rena. Rena Trotner is the co-founder of 2030 Beyond. And I know, Ken, you mentioned beyond the SDGs, and I think that's why it's fitting that you then talk to us a little bit more about 2030 and beyond, because I think sometimes people see this, the end, the destination, but this is really the beginning. So talk to us a little bit about that. And then we'll also learn about SDGs champions. We have some of them on the panel as well. Some of those remarks, Rina, please.
Thank you so much. And I'm very happy to be here today, invited by the SDG champions that we work together with. So I'm really feeling fortunate. And thank you for inviting me for this panel. Yes, 2030 and beyond. We are called 2030 Beyond. We're in do tank for the SDGs. We are trying to accelerate actions for the SDGs, enough talk. We have entered the decade of action called out by the United Nations. And it's so important that we work globally as well as locally, as Ken just pointed out. What we're doing in 2030 Beyond is actually 2 initiatives. A former Minister of Environment, Kirsten Brosbøl, is leading a global network for parliamentarians in order for them to really exchange ideas, best practices, and come together to become fit for purpose. How do we actually, as parliamentarians, push this agenda as well? But also, it's so important to create the civic space where everybody can feel secure, uplift their voices, discuss, and develop new ideas for actions. And for that, we have found out that in Denmark, since working with it since 2017, we have developed a very interesting format that actually can encompass actors across sectors, across divides, across generations, cultures, political parties, and really engaging people in this dialogue for action. We need to find solutions for the challenges encompassed in the 17 SDGs. So that is actually what we're doing in 2030 Beyond.
Thank you for that. And then it would be great to learn later about how we can actually accelerate this, because sometimes there's an element of laxity when we feel like things are moving and you've ticked all the boxes. How are we actually accelerating to implement the SDGs? So we'll come back to that. I'll come to Patrick and Sylvester and Winfred in a few moments. I do want to hear from Catherine and Thorn as well. Thorn, we saw, Alliance speak so passionately yesterday. Talk to us a little bit about the importance of inclusion and the youth voice, because we talk a lot about, let's include young people. And a lot of the time, there's a sense that you're not mainstream. You're included, but you're not mainstream. So tell us a little bit about who you are and the importance of including young voices in seeing the SDGs come to life.
Few of us write novels, but all of us can live them. It's about time we lived in the reality of the magnitude and significance of youth involvement. My name is Thorn Baraza from the Alliance High School, and I am here before you today, obviously delighted to represent all the youth in the country and beyond. And we're here, as I had stated just a few moments ago, to discuss a matter whose magnitude is congruent to its significance, in that we need to have the youth being involved. We have 2 things here. We have youth empowerment and we have youth inclusion. These are 2 different things. And for one to happen, the other should be there. For us to be empowered, we must be included. And for us to be included, we must be empowered. So it's really important right now that the world realizes that the youth in general, have a very, very large and significant voice in matters of policy making, decision making, and leadership in itself in the country. Because I think I speak for very many people as we feel concerned and frustrated that we've never been involved in such. We'll only come to hear of policies that have been made that are going to affect us, and no one was actually called into play, because you're like, how did this come to happen without our consultation? So it's about time we realize that the youth hold a very significant voice. And topic 3 of the People's Dialogue Festival is leaving no one behind in seizing opportunities to promote and protect our own nation's democracy. How do the youth do this? Where are the youth in doing this? This is the big question. And I'm here to raise awareness of this because we all know awareness precedes choice and choice precedes life. And this is the life we live at the moment. Arise and prepare, for the leaders are here. Thank you very much.
Wow. Future leaders among us. Thank you, Thorn. And I think when we do come back to you, it's challenging the room on how can we really mainstream young voices. As you've said, you don't feel like that really comes to life. So maybe walking us through how can we bring you to the table to essentially be part of the vision. So thank you for that. Catherine, great to see you as well. If you can tell us a little bit more about Athena Network and sort of the role as well in leading alongside the Sustainable Development Goals and the importance of this moment, this trajectory, this decade of action, especially given that we're going into a big transition as a country in a few months.
Thank you so much. So my name is Catherine Nyambura, not Wambua. I'm excited to be on this panel, one of the SDG champions and a feminist activist, gender expert, and sexual reproductive health and rights expert. The Athena Network is a global feminist network and collective of global health experts, most importantly, adolescent girls and young women from Eastern and Southern Africa. And our push and our vision is to work towards global health sustainability, and most importantly, gender equal societies. And so one of the important things to note when you speak about SDGs is that we do have SDG 5, which is a legacy of feminist activists. So we have, as part of the 17 goals, a specific goal focusing on gender equality, women and girls empowerment. And of the 17 goals, 8 of them do have explicit gender focused areas. And so it's important that we realize that implementing the SDGs is holding ourselves to account the promises made globally to women and girls in their diversity, as we mentioned. And one of the, beyond the tagline of leave no one behind, the other tagline is we need to reach the farthest behind first. It's a commitment of the SDGs. And so for us as the Athena Network, what we celebrate the SDGs for is, for example, SDG 5 did bring to the fore some of the issues that were never issues of public policy importance, like unpaid care work is one of the important issues. Both Goal 3 and Goal 5 do recognize the importance of realizing sexual and reproductive health and rights. In this country, across this continent, we know that epidemics and even this pandemic have gender dimensions. The HIV epidemic that has been ravaging this part of the world for the longest time affects adolescent girls and young women more. When the COVID-19 pandemic started, the United Secretary General himself did declare gender-based violence a shadow pandemic. I personally think of it as a parallel pandemic. So it's critical that we come forward and implement the SDGs because it's not just an issue of cherry picking. It's an issue of applying holistic approaches to development. It's issues of addressing social justice. When the Honorable Edward Sifuna was speaking about bringing young women to the fore, it's an issue of ensuring that they don't just come to vie for positions, but they are engaging in policy and politics as actors and not just beneficiaries or subjects of policy discussions. So we've seen this, and that's what we want to do. And I think finally is to mention that Kenya and many countries did put themselves forward as champions and allies. But what we increasingly see is we had a good framework. Accountability tends to drop. We know that when we have to prioritize in a 17 framework kind of context, some of the issues fall to the bottom. But what has happened is that I think it's laudable that we continue seeing women's rights organizations, girls and young women continue to engage critically and continue to put forward solutions, and we can talk about what some of those are and how we can be articulating them better in this dispensation.
Yeah, thank you, Catherine, especially that point there of talking about how this can take shape. And thank you for raising that point about if we're talking about leave no one behind, we start with the furthest, first. So thank you so much for that, Catherine. We look forward to hearing more about it. Patrick Maingi of KEPSA, if we can bring him in virtually. Patrick, before we then move to Sylvester Winfred and Honorable Beneka. Do we have Patrick to talk a little bit about the Kenya Private Sector Alliance as a really key stakeholder in bringing these issues, into different spaces? How are we getting corporate spaces involved as well? So, we don't have Patrick at the moment. Thank you so much. Once we have him, we'll come back. All right. Thank you. I think we can move to Sylvester Makaka of CAM to talk a little bit more about the involvement when it comes to acting in the implementation of the SDGs.
Thank you. My name is Sylvester Makaka from the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, and I'm also part of the SDG Pioneers. And I'm proud to be here to talk about my passion. And when you look at the manufacturing sector specifically, let me start by saying that this is where the rubber meets the road. The rubber meets the road in the sense that we are the perceived real big ticket contributors to the change we want to make. When policy is in place, when law is in place, when regulation is in place, the targets are set, we are at the bottom of it, trying to make the difference. And there are so many competing interests, especially in the private sector, and we're competing for money, we're competing for the bottom line, we're competing for everything. But one thing stands out very strongly in the private sector's mind and business champions, and that is sustainability. How do we then remain sustainable beyond the business today? How do we access money to support the business? So we look at SDGs from various angles, and one angle is SDG for business or is business for SDG? And then we ask ourselves, does it make sense to do SDG, to implement and to make us count? So getting back to leaving no one behind, we ask ourselves the big question: is it to carry everybody along, or is it to make everybody's contribution count? And I think making everybody's contribution count is much more important, because when we get down to the farthest, we are making a difference in his life and trying to pick what he is doing that is contributing to these big goals. And we are looking at across the sectors of manufacturing, across the sectors of private sector, going down to the SMEs and looking at what is it that they are doing that counts, that is not coming onto the platform, and then picking it up for reporting and verification. And I think when we look at it holistically, then we start feeling that we need to reach out to everybody so that he makes part of the story and we don't leave anybody behind. And I think from where I sit at the Kenya Association of Manufacturers, we are champions of this big agenda under the climate change, green growth, and sustainable production and consumption. And let me talk about sustainable consumption and production, because everybody can produce, but how do we sensitize the consumer to know that what he does in his house as a consumer, what he does at the salon, what he does at any level of consumption really makes a difference towards these SDG goals. And that is our campaign. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Again, raising interesting aspects of a broad spectrum of, and the convergence is here on this platform. And I think hopefully by the end of this platform and this panel, it's about how does that come together? How are we actually collaborating to ensuring that the SDGs are realized? So we'll come back to you, Sylvester. We have Winfred Wambua. Winfred Wambua, who can also share some remarks before we move to Honorable Beneka in Laikipia County, if she can stand by for that. Winfred Wambua to talk a little bit more about their role as NGEC in the implementation of the SDGs. Welcome.
Thank you, Janet. All protocols observed, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Winnie Wambua. I work with the National Gender and Equality Commission. I'm the Assistant Director of Programs and also the lead for the SDGs. I'll start by introducing the commission. The commission is a constitutional commission established by the National Gender and Equality Commission Act of 2011, pursuant to Article 59 of the Constitution of Kenya, especially Article 4 and 5, what we call the Article 59 commissions. And basically, the role and the mandate of the commission is to promote gender equality and freedom from discrimination for all persons in Kenya. And as a commission, we have a particular focus to ensure that no one is left behind of what we call special interest groups. And the special interest groups, we talk about women, we talk about the youth, we talk about the children, persons with disabilities. I think you've heard from previous speakers, they are likely to be left behind. We also talk about the minority and marginalized groups, and also other members of society, those who are ages 60 and above. These are groups that are likely to be left behind if they are not mainstreamed in development. And so as a commission, we seek to ensure that these groups are included, they are involved, and that they play an active role in development. We do this through our various functions. We do an oversight role as a commission. We advise governments and also both the private and also the private sector in terms of integration of the principles of equality and inclusion. In the SDGs, the commission plays a major role. It contributes to Goal 5 majorly, but again, we also contribute to Goal 10 on reduced inequalities. And again, we contribute across all the goals. As it has earlier been said, the SDGs cannot be implemented in isolation. So the interlinkages, so the commission brings on board that, and ensuring also compliance with the existing legal and policy frameworks in the country. Yes, I can continue later.
Okay, thank you for that, Winnie. And again, as we do another round of questions to really get to the heart of this festival and dialogue and how we can come together, just trying to see whether we can get Honorable Beneka online, as well as Patrick of the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, if we can have their contributions as we come back. So do we have the First Lady of Laikipia County, and do we have Patrick online at the moment?
I'm here.
Okay, thank you so much for being with us. It's a pleasure for you to join us virtually. And you can speak a little bit to, because we're talking about the role of different actors in the implementation of the SDGs. Please speak to that, and welcome to the platform.
Thank you, Janet, and thank you, Center for Multi-Party Democracy, for having me. Just to say that I'm joining you from Rumuruti in Laikipia County, where we are doing our best to maintain peace, which is one of the pillars of the SDGs. When we talk about the role of different actors, I'd really want to point everyone back to our own constitution, which is very, very progressive, as you all know. And if you look at the Bill of Rights, you will see that as a country, we are very aspirational, and we are actually in line with the SDGs as are provided. The role of different actors allow me to talk about the County First Ladies Association, which I chair, and our role really is to complement the work that the governors are doing in the county. If you heard from the gentleman from COG, it is clear that the governors are implementing the SDGs at the county level. So if you talk about health, if you talk about getting together the vulnerable groups, that is inclusivity. If you're talking about decision making that actually ensures that everybody is on board, education, and so we have a duty as leaders and anyone who's in a position of influence to ensure that the policies are actually aligned to the constitution, they're aligned to the, the SDGs, so that we are walking the same talk, you understand? So that if anyone today was to tell you about the 2022 elections, what are we talking about really? If we're not focusing on the SDGs, if we're not focusing on the attainable goals that we have set out for ourselves in our own Vision 2030, and that we have also set out for ourselves in the Constitution, so that any conversation that's happening in this country that is political and towards 2022 ought to factor in, are we getting help correctly at the county level? And what does that mean? Is it properly devolved to the extent that the counties do not have to be cited every time for ballooning wage bills because of the limited resources that they have? Are we focusing on preventative healthcare? Are we focusing on even vaccinating our own people? As we talk about a pandemic that we're going through currently, are we able to do that as a country and as counties? So that when we are talking about SDGs, we're not talking about a foreign concept or something that is unattainable, or that's really about what we are doing to actually add on to the conversation. So for me, Janet, we have a lot to do, especially for all, all people. If you're talking about women, if you're talking about young people, we have to look at them and how the SDGs affect them. We have to look at them and at how the policies that any government existing or proposed government that is going to come in 2022 is factoring in everybody, so that we are all walking in the same direction in terms of achieving these goals that have been set out. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that, Her Excellency, coming to us from Laikipia County, and for speaking again to inclusivity and sustainability. I understand that we don't have the Kenya Private Sector Alliance in the room, and hopefully we'll be able to hear a little bit more about the private sector's role in implementing the SDGs, because that's a very critical aspect. We're coming round to another set of questions before we're able to hopefully hear from people who are either in the chat. Okay, we're good. So we've heard a lot from our stakeholders about the who and the why. I really think a win for this platform would be the how and the what's next, because as I mentioned, this is a really fantastic group of people who, if the synergies kind of come to life, we could see the progress that we're talking about. We hear a lot about multi-stakeholder approach. Let's have people from different sectors. Here we are, really well represented from across the board. So I'll come back to Anderson as we do this final set of questions before opening it up. And Anderson, if you're still with us, you were already talking about the fact that there's an element of feeling excluded, or that this thing around leave no one behind and bringing everyone to the table doesn't necessarily always apply to persons living with disability. What then is the call to action? Because we are going into a massive transition as a country, a transition that usually is many a time filled with, unfortunately, vitriol, unfortunately, that is filled with anxiety. And we have to address that. It's uncomfortable. It's the elephant in the room. We have to address the discomfort that sometimes a transition like an election brings. And Anderson, if you can talk to us about how can we bring in persons with disability? What is your call to action in challenging stakeholders to include persons with disability as we move towards this transition in the country?
Thank you very much again, Janet. And it is true, just like it has been mentioned by previous speakers, that hard to reach has also become easy to forget. People have been marginalized for a period of time, for a long period of time, are not able, for example, to come on board because of the various barriers that have been there because of that traditional marginalization. And for persons with disabilities, what we are doing as an organization of persons with disabilities, and we do this with many other stakeholders, is to lobby among us stakeholders to be inclusive into all what they do to ensure that the barriers that prevent persons with disabilities from participating are eliminated. We particularly focus on enhancing capabilities of persons with disabilities to do self-advocacy, to speak out like we are doing now. This is dialogue, and we are already speaking. We are already presenting our intentions to the stakeholders. So what we need is at the various levels, at the international level, at the regional level, at the national level, and also at the county level, we're in an arrangement to ensure that our people articulate the various challenges they face, as well as suggesting some of the models that can work to enhance inclusion. We like SDGs very much, especially because our government doesn't understand the language of rights. We have a convention on the rights of persons with disabilities, which Kenya ratified, and which is an instrument where Kenya is that convention, but we have taken the SDG framework as a tool to push implementation of the UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disabilities. So we have a plan of action around that at the national level, which should in turn be cascaded at the various levels, at the county level especially. Thank you very much.
Thank you for that, Anderson. Before you proceed, I think there's some people who are in the room who are logging on virtually, which is what's creating some of that feedback. So a kind request to log out of the virtual session because you are in person. If you're in the room, please don't join the virtual live stream because it's giving us feedback, which is what we're hearing. Thank you, Anderson, for talking to models of inclusion, which I hope, again, we can hear from somebody on the panel about what that looks like. And Anderson saying that for persons living with disability, SDGs are something they embrace. Okay. Again, a kind request, if you're in the room, to go offline, and perhaps if you're also virtually joining us, you can just remain on mute so that we don't get feedback. This is our new normal, the hybrid events, and so we're just requesting you to keep that in mind. Again, just completing and concluding what Anderson was saying, which I think he said really well. He mentioned that he doesn't feel like the country fully implements and understands rights, and sometimes they don't proceed all the way to people who are often left behind, and trying to call for models of inclusion. So thank you for that. Judith, let's come back to you. You talked a little bit more about, I guess, just the bandwidth of trying to include all of the county assemblies to embrace the SDGs, to cascade that as well across the board. We're going into a time when dialogues like these are going to need to be really implemented. I think we're going to need to come back to dialogue and discourse throughout leading up to mid next year. Talk to us about the plans moving forward on how we can harness what the County Assemblies Forum is trying to do to implement the SDGs, and also how you intend to work alongside the stakeholders in this room for that to also come to life.
Thank you, Janet. I think just to come back, remember my initial comments, I talked about really ensuring that we localize SDGs. And we are doing this through really capacitating our county assemblies to ensure that we have all the 14 functions, for example, facilitate the executive to be able to. I'd like to proceed to do that through actually ensuring that we have legislation enacted. If you look at the number of legislations that have been enacted since 2013 to date, we have a very major gap. So what we're doing is to develop modern law to actually send out to the county assemblies to customize and enact them, to facilitate the implementation of all these 14 functions, which of course are linked to the SDGs. All of them actually are linked to the SDGs. Number two is to really ensure that we undertake civic education. We capacitate them to empower them to be able to undertake civic education. And we really try to promote what we call public participation. It's provided for in the Constitution. But we're exploring more ways in which we can build partnerships with especially different partners, stakeholders around here, to explore different ways in which we can reach the people on the ground. One of the models we have adopted is what we call the Bunge Mashinani. And this is really going big with the county assemblies. I think we have about 6 of them who have actually done that in the county assemblies. And we are trying actually to bring on board the private sector, the NGOs, development partners, different organizations, the CBOs, to work with us to be able to reach out to the people, to preach about the SDGs, but through the functions, because we speak to the functions, we have that, and of course, ensuring that the CDPs, the county development funds, in the county governments, really, we have SDGs incorporated in all this. Of course, I cannot finish this before I talk about onboarding of the new members. Yes, now, Honorable SG, allow me to say that we are already campaigning, and that's the truth. Because very little will happen now because of the fact that everybody's trying to find their space. To see to it that the transition, maybe to member of parliament, CSS, PSS, all these positions, and some of them just going back to farming, which is still a good thing. So we are trying to develop an induction program, which is very comprehensive. And what the County Assemblies Forum is doing right now is to bring on board the different partners and institutions, including the Kenya School of Government, the Center for Parliamentary Studies and Training, the Senate to work with us, and the National Assembly to work with us, to see to it that we have a very comprehensive induction program for members of county assemblies coming next year, 2022, September. And this, we're trying to see to it that we include the SDGs, so that we don't come not knowing how to wear a suit and also not knowing what SDGs actually mean, but really coming to make a contribution immediately we come on board, right? So that's what we have in plan. Big partnership, big in civic education and public participation, and exploring major ways in which we can actually entrench more, localize more, and mainstream more the SDGs at the county level.
Okay, and you're confident that these can also breed success for people understanding the SDGs?
Yes.
Okay, right, thank you for that. I'd like to come to Ken as well. And Ken, you've just heard Judith talk about a robust plan for civic education, and to have members of the County Assembly be able to internalize and then communicate some of these SDGs. How are you, as the Council of Governors, keeping focus on the SDGs, despite the fact that we're going into a pretty intense, space in the country? Judith has just talked to it. Campaigns have already started. The conversations around the elections have started. Sometimes there's the concern that the SDGs are not integral to this process. So how are you going to ensure that doesn't lose track and focus?
Thank you very much, Janet. First, I would like to say that I think as a country, we need to really look at the SDGs. If you look at the 5 P's of SDGs, talking of people, planet, peace, prosperity, and partnership, it sums up what we as a country have been struggling with since our independence. And so the conversation should really be, how do we really take SDGs to be the center stage for our transition debate or any other discussions, because they align very well with the challenges that have grappled, we've continued to grapple with as a nation. At the Council of Governors, I talked about the institutional framework that we've established, the county SDGs champions. They are basically directors of economic planning. So we are sure that they'll be there. They are civil servants, so they'll be there beyond the transition. And we are looking at them as the cog, the people to transmit SDGs beyond different regimes. But again, what is important is, as a nation, we are also moving into the next cycle of planning, the third generation CIDPs, and it also gives us an opportunity to even deepen mainstreaming of SDGs in planning. That is CIDPs for the period 2022-2027. And again, looking at the various other structures or documentation that the Council has produced, like the COVID-19 socioeconomic reengineering and recovery strategy, which evidently we know that the COVID pandemic has slowed the SDGs implementation. And recent statistics have shown that some of the gains that had been hitherto realized in goals, like, for example, poverty, has been reversed. So how do we accelerate implementation? So we are working with counties to develop what you're calling the SDGs acceleration action plans, so that we can reject the system. How do we accelerate implementation, even as we draw closer to 2030? If you look at the SDGs as well, when you come to goal number 16, it talks about institutional strengthening. Goal number 17 talks about more of means of implementation. How do we finance the SDGs? So those are also debates that we need to be alive to. How do we increase financial allocation for SDGs implementation using various mechanisms? I'm glad that the First Lady from Laikipia is here. Laikipia has pulled a fast by coming up with a bond. How can we create innovative ways of increasing finances to support SDGs implementation? At the council, we also advancing peer learning between counties through our Marifa Center platform, because we note that, of course, counties go through different challenges, and there are also innovative approaches that have been adopted by counties that other counties could learn from. Like now we have the counties coming up with statistical abstracts that really bring out the statistics of the county in detail, highlighting the vulnerabilities, disaggregated data that will help us to bring to the fore the people that are left behind. Because the only way we can plan for the vulnerable is by having their statistics. And I think this is an area that also at the council we are advancing, strengthening statistics at the county government. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you for mentioning that. So you've mentioned SDG champions, you've mentioned statistics and data as well. And you're also talking about ensuring that, again, speaking to this platform, there is that multi-stakeholder approach. And I think before we come to you, Catherine and Thorn, because I really want to hear your views on some of the ways that the Council of Governors, the County Assembly, the County Assemblies Forum, some of their recommendations, given that you're on the ground, CSO, I'd really like to hear your feedback on, is this something that you feel can work? Is there something that perhaps we're missing the point on? So I want to come back to you to just get your thoughts on that, and Thorn as well. Rena, we've talked here about transitions. We heard the keynote speaker talk about wanting to implement a spirit of dialogue and not monologue. What are some of the tools then to bring that to life? We have heard, as I've mentioned, from the Council of Governors, County Assemblies Forum, key recommendations that they're giving. What is the tool to move from monologue to dialogue and to keep the SDGs in focus, even as we transition in our elections?
Thank you for that very good question. How we have experienced it in Denmark, like 2030 Beyond is a Danish-based but globally working nonprofit, is actually to try to create these spaces. And it has been done in Denmark, both at the parliamentarian level, at high level among people in power, cross-sectoral, but just as well as building an SDG platform at the People's Meeting that the ambassador also mentioned, that is the largest now in Scandinavia. 100,000 people came by in 2019 before we were hit by COVID-19. And this SDG platform, that is also where we from 2030 Beyond, in cooperation with the CMD and the embassy here in Kenya, invited these magnificent powerhouses, 25 SDG champions from Kenya, to spend a whole month, and that's a lot to ask, in Denmark to meet up with the SDG pioneers of Denmark and be part of this people's meeting in a very small island in Denmark, but where we actually gather politicians at high level. You met actually, guess, 5 ministers, the Minister for Finance, that in Denmark is controlling the funds for the SDGs, our Minister for Foreign Affairs, for Development Cooperation, for Food. So actually, that is a method to level out hierarchies, power positions, power structures, where we meet in discussions about action for the SDGs that are very targeted. So either we discuss gender equality within the you can say the market. How is gender equality relevant when you talk about labor rights, or how do you do as an employee or an employer? That is just the case. I would very much like to come back to Anderson's point, and just as well the one of Thorn, because those platforms set up like this as a festival format can be used also to engage youth in another way. It might not be very easy as a young student or innovator to come up and discuss with high-level, very experienced politicians or CEOs. So how do you do that? How do you actually feel that you have something to bring into the conversation? And that is something we have been working on with 3 entities of young people, students. We have worked with their curriculum, open their eyes to the world. How are you actually part of the larger systems globally? But also, what can you do within your trade? For example, within young chefs, nutritional experts, what can you do to change the way we eat, the way we source? How can you learn to produce food that is very, very in a very concrete way that is locally based, for example? So they have actually worked with this, and they were very well presented. They were put in the middle of our SDG platform in Denmark, where everybody could taste their food. So that is a way to bring the young people in. And next year we are working with, I hope so, Anderson, we need to talk before I go back to Denmark. But how can we actually use this festival as a youth? And this is my last point. I know I'm taking some time, but actually to use it as a learning lab. How can we provide higher level of accessibility to marginalized groups? And it's not only, of course, people with disabilities, but it could be also digitally. It could also be, are you actually having the money to travel to the festival in question? So that is a way to engage youth, include marginalized groups, and you have to think it through in all the structures, methods, the setups around these platforms. Otherwise, we will not succeed in creating new action, innovate, use the money there in new ways, use the competitiveness. I just wanted to show this. This is actually a company that turned around completely their production 3 years ago, and now they are the ones that everybody asks to produce their stuff when they're doing something that needs to be sustainable. And they are just growing and growing, and they were first movers. So it's about also not only to think in new money, but how can you reallocate the ones that you have in order to be more sustainable.
Thank you for that. I really like the mention of the learning labs and the idea that we can kind of break down even conversations like this to different groups and make it accessible to a really large scale of people, and not it feeling like it's always very centralized. So I think that's critical. You've mentioned a lot of critical points as well, which I really hope we can capture and put out there, as even what everyone else has said, because it's about looking for solutions and not just having the conversation, but what are we doing, given as well that we're going into a critical space. We'll come to you in a moment, Winnie, Sylvester, and Her Excellency Beneka. Before I get to you, Thorn, Catherine, I really like that you mentioned something that we saw come up a lot, which is, I suppose, the use of the word shadow pandemic, right? Which is when you have a pandemic like COVID and there's people who are not included in interventions, it then gives rise to a whole other set of issues. And you talked about women and girls, you talked about reproductive health and rights, and gender equality being so critical, even as we're going into a space of elections. I'd like to get your feedback on some of what you're hearing on this platform, because your voice is so critical in being able to add value as well to just how maybe perhaps the government space is thinking, what they need to consider, what you think can work in being inclusive when it comes to gender equality, when it comes to scaling the SDGs, and thirdly, when it comes to this election that we are approaching. Your feedback on what you're hearing and your recommendations on how to be inclusive when it comes to gender equality.
Thank you so much. So just to start with some of the recommendations shared by Ken and Judith, they're really brilliant in terms of speaking about partnerships and inclusion and being inclusive as you design development. My only recommendation to that is we have come to a point where development and rights, there is a friction in there, and I don't think it should be either or. We don't have to deprioritize rights for us to have development. When we talk about women and girls, they are 50% of the population, but they are also taxpayers, right? So they are not asking for handouts, they're actually asking for rights as citizens. I think that's the other important bit that we have to keep remembering. I spoke about adolescent girls and young women, not just being beneficiaries of our public policy, but also being actors in our development. I think that's a continuum we are yet to do well in terms of bridging, because we keep speaking about people in the periphery, right? And we keep speaking about women and girls, but not in their diversity. We have women and girls living in rural areas. We have women and girls in urban settlements where I grew up. We have women and girls with disabilities. We have there's so much diversity that we don't consider. And the people who often get access are the ones who are already privileged, right? So we have to start thinking about every population from an intersectional perspective. And that's what Leave No One Behind. That's what the entire point is about. And then secondly is the issue of statistics. I'm excited we'll be having the next Kenya Demographic Health Survey. We have the census that just happened. I think what the SDGs came with, and that is important for women and the women's rights movement, is the issue of gender statistics. What doesn't get counted doesn't count. And I think it's critical for us to bring issues of who's being left behind, where are they, what aspects of development are they exactly being left behind on. I think it's critical for us to be mindful of that. And then the second last point for me is an issue that Winfred brought up. The SDGs didn't come in a vacuum. We had pre-existing commitments on gender equality, like the Maputo Protocol, which women's rights refer to as the Women Bill of Rights. Yeah, it's a continental framework Kenya has ratified, but we do not get to see traction on those kinds of commitments. At the national level, we do have our constitution, but not all of it is being implemented. The 2/3 gender rule is still a thorny issue in Parliament. So I think we do have to use the SDGs to accelerate traction on already existing commitments, not to replace that, because we know that it's a global framework, but we do have more indigenous frameworks. So let's gain traction and accelerate that. And then second last for me is the issue of financing. In June, we did have the Generation Equality Forum, a global platform on gender equality. And the rallying platform was, let's stop talking, let's start funding. I will amend it to, let's keep talking, but let's start funding as well. In the country, the gender ministry is, and the gender department, they only get 1% of the budget, right? Mm-hmm. They only get funding for recurrent expenditure. So what does it mean for us to have a commitment on GBV, to have a commitment and very strong menstrual health policy, but not have funding for it at the county level, at the national level? So I think it's critical for us to, one, have the level of political will we need, but secondly, show us the money, show us the money, show us the resources, and show us the spaces. We have shown that women and girls who are young are able to articulate their issues. Young people are able to articulate their issues. What they need is not handouts. What they need is a space and the resources to be able to contribute. And then finally is, I think public policy needs to continue unpacking issues in the current dispensation that they manifest. When you talk about gender equality in the SDGs context, now we have the COVID-19 pandemic. How do we respond to that in that particular context? How do we speak about electoral GBV in a context where most people will be saying we're going to have hybrid events, yet we know that most of the girls and young women have mobile phones, but they may not be the smart ones. So how will they be able to even unmute or access that platform to speak? And how many of them have we seen participating in terms of the digital part? So we have to start rethinking what the transformative approaches are in this COVID context. And we have to keep working with the women's rights movement, who have shown that even in the SDGs, part of what was a success was that the women's rights movement were engaged very fully, and they continued to offer themselves to do that. So I think finally is to say that I'm personally offering Athena Network and many of the other feminist activists, when there are spaces, invite them. We are good people and we do come with solutions, and we're excited to also just bring to the fore the voices who may not be heard, not because they're voiceless, but because you don't give them the microphone. So pass the mic when you have it. Thank you.
I love that. Pass the mic when you have it. Let's all take that and internalize. And again, as you hear all our speakers in this room, please think through think through what they're saying, think through the recommendations and solutions, think through what you can also bring to the table in your own capacity, how you can plug in. This is, I think, an all of us conversation. We're lucky to have people who've been on the ground and who fully understand and can articulate these issues. But let's also think through our own accountability, our own involvement. And after this, I really hope there'll be a fair bit of networking based off of what has been said on this platform and based off of what you in this audience perhaps can bring to the table as well. But that's really well said, Catherine. A lot to think about and consider, and some really tangible solutions as well. Let's come to Thorn. You've been listening, been internalizing. You began by saying that empowerment is something that's critical for young people to be part and parcel of the implementation of the SDGs to come to the table. Again, just as Catherine, I'm curious to hear your feedback on some of the recommendations you're hearing, because we do have policymakers in this space. And then the call to action, what next? Now that we're going into this election process, what needs to happen now to carry young people forward to that space and beyond? What are your thoughts on that?
What needs to happen now to carry the young people right now and beyond? Well, if you pay attention to the present, you can always improve upon it. And once you improve on the present, whatever comes later is going to be equally good. So let us work on what we have now, or rather what we do not have now, which is the space for the youth to develop. We've said this a couple of times. We need space to develop. We need space. We need a voice, or rather we need an ear to hear our voice, because we're always going to be there knocking on the doors of government officials, trying to make our voices heard. Not that we do not have the voice, as it has been said, just because the microphone hasn't been passed to us. And even if it has, it's always on mute. So just how much are we being involved? Therefore, the major challenge in youth empowerment is striking a balance between developing youth empowerment and project control. So very simple. Youth empowerment is the elephant in the room, and an elephant capable of being annihilated by the proverbial bee in the trunk. So what do we do then? We have empowerment in itself as giving the youth incentives to be able to develop their skills, exploit their talents, and elevate their potential. This is done by addressing their situations and taking steps towards solving issues. Which steps are we supposed to take? Number one, let's work on ignorance. Let us understand the role we play in sustainable development. This is a call to the youth. This is something we're going to solve on our own. We're not only trying to play a blame game here, we're also part and parcel of what is going on. So let us understand the role we play in sustainable development, because if we stand for nothing, we shall fall for anything. Education, and not just education, quality education among the SDG goals. We do have education, but do we have quality education? Therefore, let us have the involved stakeholders putting up quality educational institutions to allow youth gain education necessary to widen their scope on how the world works and effect change. Moving forward, let's look at leadership. We've all heard about the African Leadership Academy, and we're always very happy when one of our own goes to the Leadership Academy. Yay, we have another voice. Do we really have another voice? We have another African Leadership Academy alumni, but do we really have another voice? So we need more and effective fora like these to actually open our eyes and rid us of the blindfolds of helplessness, haplessness, and manipulation that blur our focus on active engagement in realizing the SDGs. Because, well, without vision, we aren't walking. Life is always a journey, and it begins with the first insignificant step. And I am not going to step where I can't see. Let's work on our mindset. Youth, everyone. As a man thinketh, so does he become. We have the youth being, if you allow me use this term, we have the youth being known as vijana wa mkono. This is what the youth are known for. If you want something done, kuna wa vijana wa mkono pale. This is what we've known the youth to be. Literally people who provide manual labor to whatever cause whoever is in authority wants to happen. We are not puppets. We are not whipping boys, and neither are we voiceless and helpless. Let me address this from a child's point of view, and this goes to the parents. Introduce not your child to fears, but rather introduce your children to what is possible. Once you tell me that I can't, I literally can't. Once you tell me that you can, I'll go ahead and make sure that I effect whatever I want. Therefore, introduce us to a world where youth are involved, a Kenya where youth are empowered, where youth have a voice, and a voice that is heard. I mean, that's all the youth are crying for right now, a voice, and a voice that can be heard. Readers of the narrative that you have to become somebody to be a somebody. You have to have a post in government or something to be able to have a voice. And in doing this, we are going to actually realize youth empowerment. And I'd like to give our honest regards to 2030 Beyond, for they've given us a roadmap on how we are going to go about engaging youth in sustainable development. And we've actually seen their projects. And this is what we need. Action, action, and action. Not just talk and government seating allowances with youth who are knocking down on the doors for the government officials. Let us see action, because we have our future. And if I'm to bring back what our school captain said yesterday, talked about my future Kenya. And the future Kenya is all inclusive and has active, knowledgeable, and well-involved citizens. We're the so-called leaders of tomorrow, with no tomorrow in sight.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
We're the so-called leaders of tomorrow with no tomorrow in sight. And even if there is, it isn't one we are willing to be part of. Because of the vices we normally see, our voices are being trampled down on. We have the raging corruption, we have the underdevelopment, we have no one to listen to us at all. Let us first create a tomorrow, people. Let us first create a tomorrow. Okay. The first responsibility of a leader is to define reality. And the last one is to say thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I was going to say, Thorn, we will come back to you to continue, but I think you've left on a really powerful point. I think the roadmap is critical for you to mention, because it's about being action-oriented and giving some form of direction. And of course, having your voices included. I can't tell you how often I hear that from young people. And so it's really about leaning in and listening, because there's massive contributions that come from them. Thank you so much, Thorn. We'll have 3 more questions for our panelists, and then we'll also be taking some comments from the room and virtually as well before we completely wind up. Do bear with us. This is a critical session that we feel we really need to hear everyone's thoughts on. So bear with us, and then we'll break for lunch soon. Let's come back to you, Sylvester, as well. And you also talked a little bit about the Kenya Association of Manufacturers and not seeing it as this kind of isolated body, but more a stakeholder that also is playing a big role in the implementation of the SDGs and is a stakeholder in accelerating the SDGs. Much like our other panelists have said here really well, they've all kind of talked about solutions, roadmaps, what they're doing. Walk us through what CAM is doing and walk us through the call to action with some of the other stakeholders here in realizing a much more rich way to implement the SDGs together.
Thank you. I think we sitting here today and very optimistic that we've reached a point where we can say Corona and COVID-19 pandemic is something we comfortably able to handle. And that puts us into the focus on whether it will go back to business as usual. And the narrative and the rallying call today, and I think this should be a rallying call to everybody, that we got to build back better. Better in the sense that for those of us who are monitoring the climate change parameters, when we are at the peak of COVID, things, the CO2 emissions, the graph started looking south. And by starting looking south, it means the human activity, manufacturing, travel, shipping had all slowed down. So what is the lesson we learned? And we're learning that lesson that if we all chose a different path towards sustainability, then we actually looking at building back better. And that is the rallying call. And manufacturing, business, private sector, and Africa is, I must say, Africa is positioning itself on the trajectory for growth and industrialization. And the big question we ask ourselves is whether we shall follow into the same footsteps that the industrialized nations took, or we want to leapfrog and do things differently. And that KM is in the forefront of championing the big tag name, greening manufacturing. Greening manufacturing means getting to be more efficient, taking responsibility for your waste, and tapping and harnessing into the renewable energy space. And I must say, at the renewable energy space, Kenya is at a position where we can proudly brag about our renewable energy generation mix. That as we get into building back better, are we getting back greener? Are we getting back more informed about cleaning and owning and reducing our waste? And I know there are so many campaigns going on and running around the producer, extended producer responsibility. There are so many campaigns around labeling for green consumption. And there are so many campaigns around responsible consumption. There are so many campaigns about management of end user waste. And these are coming into the box. And when you put them all into the SDG box, then you start seeing the big picture. So as KAM, we play an integral role in aligning industry into the future that we want to see, aligning industry into the SDG program, aligning manufacturing and consumers into the SDG program, so that the future is very visible to us today and where we want to be going forward. And that is our rallying call to manufacturing, to consumers, and to you as a responsible citizen and a responsible global citizen. Let's join hands and build back better. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Sylvester. Thank you for the focus on aligning and bringing it all home, and then the call to action about how we can build back better collectively. Because again, this is essentially what this this forum is for, is how are we harnessing each other's strengths and capacity and resources, because they're all interlinked. And I think that's something that needs to be internalized. Winfred, the National Gender Equality Commission, you know, you've talked a lot about, again, the importance of inclusion, of gender, of having that lens as we look at the SDGs. I know Catherine has spoken as well from a perspective of inclusion, from grassroots to rural areas, etc. Your thoughts based on this theme, this leave no one behind, build back better, inclusion, as we look towards this electoral process, and part of the reason why this dialogue is even happening. What do you think are the wins and where are the gaps when it comes to inclusion going ahead towards the electoral process?
Thank you, Janet. I'll start by just underscoring what the government has done so far in terms of ensuring that there is gender equality and inclusion, and saying that in terms of legal and policy framework, the country has really done a lot. Strides have been done. We have, as Catherine had said, the Constitution of Kenya. We, as a country, we have ratified different conventions, both at international and also regional level. We have CEDAW, we have Maputo Protocol. You know, Kenya is a member of the Equality the Equality Forum, which also where the president committed to ensuring gender equality and also adding all forms of GBV by 2030. And also in terms of national laws and policies, we've done very well. We have various laws and policies when you talk about the Laws of Succession Act, the Sexual Offences Act, so many also across all the special interest groups that we talked about, the youth, persons with disabilities, children, many laws that support the promotion and protection of these groups. However, there are still gaps as a country. When you look at, for example, in gender equality, we say we are still to legislate the two-thirds gender role, Article 27(8) of the Constitution of Kenya. Article 100 of the Constitution of Kenya is still yet to be legislated. It had a time frame of 5 years after the promulgation of the Constitution. We are now more than 10 years. It has not yet been legislated. And that's an article that would promote the inclusion and participation of all the groups, the youth included, persons with disabilities, and also minority and marginalized groups. Again, we also need to know that Kenya is a highly patriarchal society. Again, dealing with issues, cultural issues of patriarchy, attitudes that have permeated the society over a long period of time, so that even when you talk about youth, there are those who will think youth cannot lead, cannot be leaders, even up to today, people in position of leadership. We have women also delegated to the position, the low position in society, and basically because of our patriarchal nature of the society. Again, the political goodwill in the country. Yes, we've had pronouncements, political pronouncements in terms of supporting gender equality and inclusion in the country. But again, sometimes I think it's more of tokenism. When we look at the real action, and Catherine talked about the budget. Actually, a study that was just launched a week ago in terms of funding gender programs in the country showed that the country funds around 0.3% of the total budget. And that's not only for the State Department, the National Gender and Equality, the gender machineries, but all programs that are touching on gender or promotion and empowerment of women. Only 0.3%. For the last 3 years, from 2016, 2017 up to today, with a very minimal increase or marginal increase in that. So sometimes it's more of tokenism, because when you say we end GBV, you see there are no resources that will be able to support that. In terms of when we're talking about the elections again, we know that these groups, the women, the youth, the persons with disabilities, they face various obstacles. be it social, be it cultural, finances. Most of the women, most of the youth, even if they want to vie for positions of leadership, they don't have the resources, and also the cultural and the political landscape under which they operate. So we have faced challenges even with the political parties in terms of even when you're going to the party primaries. And sad that Honorable Sifuna has left, because they have let us down. Because yes, the law is very clear in terms of how do they ensure the participation of women, of youth, or persons with disabilities in the election. But yet, we did an analysis of their constitution and their governance structures. They leave them behind. And so most of the times, you find it is the men. So we don't give opportunities women. And you know, in Kenya, for example, there are political parties that, you know, if I have a ticket, you know for sure that person will basically win. As a commission, we've initiated discussions with the various agencies who have greatest responsibilities in election and ensuring the promotion of and the representation and participation of these groups. We have discussion with the registrar of political parties, the IEBC, the security organs, and also the political parties themselves, so that they also ensure that there is inclusion of these groups. We've also talked with IEBC, even in terms of the materials for persons with disabilities, how inclusive are they? When you talk about the ballot paper, it's a ballot paper, there's no braille paper. In terms of even the friendliness of the voting, or what are they called? The polling stations, even for persons with disabilities, for elderly. So we've started discussions with them so that we can also ensure that we provide an environment that is inclusive, that promotes inclusion of these groups. In terms of 2/3, we know that yes, it has been it's been quite an issue even in Parliament, even irrespective of the advisory from the judiciary, following also an advisory from the commission. Nothing has been done. Of course, it's a matter in court, but we are also saying, can we think? Can we come up with other strategies so that through those strategies we can ensure that we are able to achieve the 2/3 or ensure the inclusion of women and also these other groups. And one of the ways that we have
Sorry, we're running out of time, Winfred. I think we can give you a chance to just raise that last point that you were going to raise.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm just saying that is introducing electoral colleges for the youth and also persons with disabilities. And for the women also, we are trying to see during political party primaries that women also get opportunities and the tickets so that we increase the numbers of women representation in Parliament. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those recommendations. Thank you for bringing them up now, starting to build that roadmap, as you said, speaking to agencies, speaking to the IEBC, trying to incorporate a lot of inclusion at this point. We appreciate that and really hope that we can have a way to hold a lot of these agencies accountable when they say they're inclusive. How inclusive are you really being? So thank you for bringing that up. I think it's really critical. Before we go to, to the room and to get comments or questions before we come back and wind up, I'd like to bring it back to Honorable Beneka in Laikipia County. I know that once we bring her up, I know she's talked about the role of the county first ladies, and as the chair, also considering a lot of these issues leading up to the elections. If we can bring her up, Her Excellency, to just speak to what we're hearing in this room, the call to action from the different stakeholders, and the integral role as well that all of the counties play in ensuring inclusivity, in ensuring that there's peace building, in ensuring that dialogue is intentional and consistent. Speak to the power of collaborations and how you envision these collaborations taking shape with the county first ladies leading up to the elections.
Thank you, Janet. I think what you've heard from the room is very, very important. And of course, the power of collaborations, as you've asked, is even more critical. If you start at the political party level, first of all, the intention of each political party must be to include everyone in a meaningful way, and not just as to tick the boxes or for tokenism. Because what happens in most political parties is that you will meet the numbers, you will meet the threshold in terms of the representation according to your constitution or according to your bodies. But we need to see meaningful engagement and parties speaking to issues that are affecting this different category of people. For example, if you're talking about people living with disabilities, any type of disabilities, we have to talk about equality versus equity. Now, when we're talking about equity, we're talking about ensuring that universal health care is available to everybody. People living with disability already have a negative in terms of a level playing field. So we have to look at people living with disabilities as more vulnerable so that they're included in the healthcare plans at various counties. And this is where the Council for Persons Living with Disabilities and the County Facilities Association are discussing a partnership where we can enable them identify people living with disabilities that don't have access to healthcare, so that those people benefit at the county level with the available healthcare policies that are already in place. Number two, if you're talking about cancer, which is a disease that has ravaged Kenyans and especially women, by 2018, we were losing about 3,000 women a year. And the County First Ladies came into action and we partnered with the Women for Cancer, Africa Cancer Foundation, Roche, and ICI, so that we are looking at establishing clinics, which we've already done at 10 counties so far. We are moving on to the next 3 in the next 2 months, so that we see this action at the county level, where we are screening, we're identifying, we're screening, we're educating, and we're also participating in the treatment of cancer at the very basic level, and ensuring the HPV vaccine is then spread out. So when you're talking about now bringing back to politics, we want political parties that will address meaningfully access to health, access to water, access to proper living conditions. If you're talking about peace and inclusivity, the current situation that is happening in Laikipia is a very good example, where we have over 26 communities living in this county. But consistently, we have had skirmishes in and around election time. It is not plausible that the drought only ravages people towards elections. So there has to be a meaningful engagement when we're talking about those seeking power, those seeking political seats, not inciting their people to invade lands, talking about the inequity in ownership of livestock by those who are in power and invading smallholder farmers when they don't have grazing lands, or refusing to recognize ownership of land by other people, especially here in Laikipia County. So we have issues that may seem, they may seem innocuous at the moment, but they are affecting us on a daily level. If you're talking about women and children who are missing out of school because of displacement, we want a commitment from political parties that any leader who's found inciting his or her people is ineligible to vie for political office. This has to be the standard that we hold in this country if we are going to have meaningful and genuine leadership that is going to percolate through the general elections, and this starts even with the political parties. So if these people have been part of the problem of inciting people and creating lawlessness, they should not even be allowed to become members of any political parties. So it should not be votes or numbers by all costs. We must consider the real issues that are affecting people on a daily basis. Young people, when you talk about creation of jobs, those should not just be catchphrases. We have to look at innovation, which is one of the SDG pillars, and how counties are implementing this, how citizens are accessing employment through innovation that is created by government support, by the policies that are in place. So there's a lot in terms of collaboration. We have the NHIF, which is already doing a lot of work at the counties. I believe they have framed a lot of, they have actually worked with a lot of counties in terms of ensuring that people sign up to healthcare, because if you don't have healthy people, then you don't have a population that will actually elect you. So the power of collaboration is critical, but even more critical is the need to uphold the rule of law and hold everyone who is advancing a political agenda to account, so that women, children, and the vulnerable in our society are not disproportionately affected because of instability and because of poor policy and governance at the level of the counties. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for those wise words, Her Excellency, and for emphasizing on the spirit of accountability and ensuring that that's something that is taken seriously where vitriol is concerned, where inciting is concerned. That's something that's taken into consideration. Thank you very much for that. I think now alongside Papi, we are going to go to the last phase of this engagement. He's going to be calling on people from different parts of the county and the room to kind of just contribute before we then have our break. So Papi.
Yes, I see your hands. I see your hands. It's okay. We'll come back to you. Ladies and gentlemen, are you okay? I know it's a lot to unpack, but as we continue doing this, we have a virtual audience. Once again, if you're out there and you're with us, we have not forgotten about you. We are getting out to you there. Tunaenda kuuliza, tunapatia moderator maswali yenu. We will get at you in a moment. But in the meantime, please, watu wa Kisumu. I didn't touch base with watu wa Kisumu. Can you get up watu wa Kisumu? Kisumu. Laikipia? Kisumu, hao ni Kisumu. Sawa. Kisumu, can I hear your voice? Kisumu, are you ready? Are you there?
Yeah, we are here.
You are there? Cameraman, can you get me the whole room? Watu wasimame. Watu wa Kisumu simameni tafadhali. Simameni. Cameraman, nipatie watu vizuri bwana. Wewe vuta pan out. Zoom out kidogo. Nataka kuona kila mtu. Kisumu wave. Nipatie mkono Kisumu aya. So Kisumu, I want to see if you're ready. I know you have questions, but before that, do you know this song? Are you ready to dance?
Yes.
You ready? Band, are you ready? You ready?
Yeah, we are ready.
Huh?
Where's the music?
Kisumu, this one comes out to you. Enjoy. Pia nyinyi mnaweza simameni kidogo. Mumekaa sana bwana. Simameni kidogo. Kila mtu simama kidogo. This one will take 2 minutes only. Twende. Kisumu pe, Kisumu. Tena vya pa Kisumu. Kisumu pe, Kisumu. Tena vya pa Kisumu. Tena vya pa cho. Tena vya dala. Tena vya pa Kisumu. Kisumu pe, Kisumu. Tena vya pa Kisumu. Kisumu pe, Kisumu. Terra de Abakisumo. Kisumo. Terra de Abakisumo. Terra de Abakisumo. Terra de Abakisumo. Kaa chini kidogo. Kisumu biro mara, biro mayore. Kisumu biro mayore. All right, Kisumu, I know you have questions. Please, just our panelists, I've gone for a short break. I wish you came back. No, Janet will write for you the questions. Kisumu, please, I know you have a question or two. Let's go. Kisumu, over to you.
Sawa. So, you can hear me?
Very, very clearly.
Okay, so my name is Mercy Odondo. I am moderating the Kisumu session, and I am glad that we have been having some beautiful panel discussions going on the other side. And we are so glad the Kisumu team is so happy and we are listening in. So my first question, because other people also have questions here, so I'm going to let them also ask questions. So my first question goes to Rina. So I wanted to ask, in the spirit of inclusion, does Rina think that, because now we have 9 years to go for the SDGs, so SDG number 5, does Rina think that the SDGs have been exclusive enough to serve the needs of the sexual minority women? Because we all know that women needs are homogeneous, and so as the SDG been serving the needs of sexual minority women, and that is within Kenya and maybe beyond. So maybe when Rina comes back, she'll help us understand if that is possible. Again, my first participant is going to be Mr. Oduor.
Thank you so much for this opportunity to have a wonderful conversation that is inclusive of everyone, not just from Kenya, but globally. My question goes to all people involved today in this conversation. How are we willing to restore our duty, dignity, and honor as citizens to have a conducive and safe spaces for each and everyone to work and also to exist in our community? Then second one goes to the SDG. SDG has been a conversation and has worked not so well, but is still existing. Are we willing to push it to informal sectors and also to the rural areas, to capacity where we can have SDG champions from Mashinani who are willing to help in implementation of SDG? Thank you.
Asante. Thank you very much, Kisumu.
Yeah, so the third question, kindly.
The last one, thank you.
Sawa. The last one.
Thank you for the opportunity. Okay, I'm called Catherine Atieno Onyango, and I've got only 2 questions. And the first question is, anyone can answer me because I'm a concerned citizen. I'm also a concerned woman. My question goes to everyone who can answer the question. And it is, I'm asking, I would like to ask that as women and youth, you know, for a long time we've been pushed, especially during nominations. I myself, I was the nomination list, and the first one, when it was gazetted, the second one, my name disappeared somewhere between the corridors to IEBC. So my question is, how can we help like women who are, me, I'm not vulnerable because I know me, I'm capable, but I was not given that opportunity. So if the nomination are being done, why are our leaders just give the opportunity to the friends or relatives? Why can't they just channel this thing? What can be done to make this thing just be, for it to be straight and also for it to be fair, so that anyone who deserves to be given the opportunity, grab the opportunity and do and serve the country? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Kisumu.
Addresses the irregularities that happen during maybe nominations and during the elections. So I have 2 comments from 2 participants. Kindly allow me, and then we can now just get back to in Nairobi.
Okay, make them brief. Thank you.
Much for this one. Just on a quick note, mine is just to look at now we are approaching this time of elections, and over the years we've witnessed what has already been going on. But we're looking at now, moving on, what is that we need to do to restore peace and to ensure that also there's inclusivity in terms of young people being involved, and the youth, the people with disability, the vulnerable, and also the key population. So we are looking at how do we move on. We soldier on and we make these bold steps. How do we walk this journey together as because I'm a citizen and I feel that we as a community, I also represent the community and I need my needs also to be actually addressed. Thank you.
Yeah, so how do we ensure that every Kenyan vote, regardless of their orientation, and being a Kenyan who really deserves to be taking part in the civic right? So finally, the final comment.
Karibu.
Kwanza Kongole sana kwa serikali la CMD kwa kazi zenu mnafanya vizuri. Kuna jambo moja ama swali zingine ambapo inatakana sisi pia tujue na tuangalie. Je, nyinyi kama serikali la CMD tayari mmeshafanya kazi nzuri kuelimisha wananchi kuhusu mambo ya demokrasia. Nyinyi kwa upande wenu mnaonaje? Maanake wananchi kila wakati uchaguzi ikifika, mashirika kama CMD wanaendelea kufundisha wananchi, lakini baadaye wananchi bado kupigana, kuana, kufanya mambo mengi mabaya ambapo hata haelewekani. Je, nyinyi katika serikali lenu ama mafunzo zenu mmeshatimiza mafikiano ama ahadi zenu, ama bado mnaona nyinyi ndio bado mmelegea katika kazi zenu?
Yeah, so from us as
Pigeni makofi. Aluo to speak Kiswahili.
So for now, and I hope you're going to be having our next opportunity in the afternoon, God willing, if willingly. So thank you so much for listening from us. And we wish you all the best, and we hope that our questions are going to be addressed. So I am Mercy Odondo, listening from Kisumu, and back to you in studio.
Thank you very much. And we have to thank you for speaking in Oswayo. That was quite nice. Thank you very much, Kisumu. Tunapiga hatua, we're crossing milima na mabonde. We're going to Laikipia. Get me Laikipia, please. Laikipia. Honorable Chris Mark, can you hear me? Chris Mark,
I don't know.
Manipata.
Can you hear me?
Bado.
Sasa hivi.
If there's any person in that audience ambaye yuko online, log out kwanza. Kama kuna mtu yuko kwa So if there's any other device that is logged in apart from the main device.
We are ready? Papi? Papi, can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you, Chris Mark. Go ahead. How are you, and how
Hello,
is
Papi.
And your questions?
Okay. But me simski, so how will you communicate?
Chris Mark, karibu.
Thank you, Papi. We are following the conversation as it's going. And a problem with the sound. But the people are happy with the conversation. We are talking SDG. Actually, most of the people have already said they have pledged to be a champion, just like I am. And maybe they can show by the placards. That is a show that everybody is starting to own the process, and they feel that this conversation should be brought down to mashinani. I think I have 2 or 3 questions. We'll start with the Pervis here, a young lady from Laikipia.
Okay.
Thank you so much. My first question is, why is there little involvement of the youth in the SDGs, and why is it an elitist affair? My other question is, what is the goal or what is the end game of sustainable development? Thank you.
All right. Any other concern?
Thank you very much. My name is James. I'm coming from Nanyuki. My question is directed to COG, that is the Council of Governors and the County Assembly Forum. My question is, how can we get the county government to finance the SDGs? Thank you very much.
One last one, Chris, if you have one last one.
I think now we have a comment rather from also a young man in our county. Is called Marlin. I think Marlin, you can introduce yourself.
Thank you very much. My name is Marlin Degwa, youth leader in Laikipia, live from Nanyuki town. Mine is a comment on sustainable development goals. how exactly, or rather, there has been concerted efforts to push this on a global scale, but we have seen them very much so implemented in the urban centers. Can we push it as hard as we can all the way to the villages, the rural sectors, so that we can ensure that there is growth from all the way from the villages with our youth, so that we can ensure things like responsible consumption and production, especially in areas such as agriculture, which we know is more so of a rural economic activity, can get to the level that they can sustain food production in the country. Thank you so much.
Okay.
So, Papi, I think those are the questions that we had. Although there's a general concern amongst the attendees here, they had the ambassador make his presentation in the morning and remarks. They're just wondering when he'll come back home because they're saying Ole Tonke is a Maasai from Laikipia. So back to you, Papi, at the studio.
All right, before you go, Chris, before you go, Chris,
Nairobi,
Mark,
thank
please.
you.
Before you go, Chris, Mark. Simameni wote niwaone. Just stand up, everybody, stand up. Kila mtu simama. Simama kila mtu niwaone. Asante. I don't know, are you guys, ebu inueni zile placard zenyu tena? Okay, now nataka mchangamuke kidogo. Band, are you ready? Are you ready? Listen to this. This one is out to you. Nanyuki ni yenu. Twende kazi. Hey! Siwaone. Mwanake gukwira tewe done wedo otomaga mundu anywe shurie otomaga mundu anywe maralioni ete moyo mwe wa moshure onene ararira aigwane ura motiga agora moteto dele na mwana etiga komote moiki moikaranie oina Laikipia, shikilia. Wapi makofi ya Laikipia? Asante sana Laikipia. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, guys. We'll come back to you later on. Bado wanacheza. Of course, the signal is a little bit delaying. So thank you very much, Laikipia. We'll come back to you guys later. Tuende Alliance, Rakaraka, tafadhali. Alliance, once we... Lisha dance asubuhi. We're just taking 2 questions and then we move on. Alliance High School, are you ready? Let me get questions and comments. Let's go. Over to you, Alliance High School.
Thank you, Papi. Thank you, Papi, for this.
Check. All right. Asante. So si tumerudi nyumbani.
Okay. Oh, thank you, Papi, for this opportunity. Sorry for the technical challenges you're experiencing on our side. Concerning the SDGs, this is a conversation that has been going on in our school for a while. And we thank you for including us in this national debate concerning matters that affect us personally. In our center, we have 4 questions, Papi, but we promise that we'll rush through them and move as efficient as possible. On my part, my question is, during this conversation alone, we have mentioned the youth countless number of times. What we see, rather what occurs on the ground is that as the youth, we are fed with the age-old narrative that the youth are the leaders of tomorrow. The problem comes in when the leadership opportunities only arise when members of this demographic become the leaders of yesterday. So my question, Papi, to the panelists, is that in their position as leaders, because everyone, I believe, on that panel is a leader, what in your respective positions as leaders can we do as a country, as a nation, to ensure inclusivity of the youth, not just as voters, but as leaders equally vying for elective positions, not just as workforce or labor, but as entrepreneurs and investors, performing the roles of key stakeholders in our economy. On the issue of minorities' rights, Madam Winfred Wambua has detailed the role of our leaders can or should play in ensuring equality and inclusivity of the minorities, that is the women, the children, the youth, people living with disabilities, and marginalized communities. My question is, apart from the methods stated, what can these groups do in demanding for their rights and equal opportunities, and the role they can play in achieving SDG goal number 10, which is reduced inequalities? On to the next person.
Thank you for this opportunity. My name is Sarah James from Alliance High School. SDG 16 is peace, justice, and strong institutions. And my question is directed to Mr. Ken Oluoch from COG. Okay, counties are one of the institutions in our country, and the Auditor General just recently tabled a report that put Kiambu County on the spot for irregularly spending half a billion shillings. Okay, my question, are you ready to acknowledge that devolution is being used as a vehicle for the wanton pillaging of public funds? And if so, how can this be stopped? And we also have another question from one of my compatriots.
My name is Benedict Obuya from Alliance High School, and my question is directed to Catherine Nyambura. You mentioned that one of the things lagging in the gender equality is finance, and that the youth and the gender ministry is allocated 1% of the budget. How will you use the allocated funds if more will be allocated? Also, which program will be of priority to the ministry?
My name is Sam Paris from Alliance High School.
Last one.
My question is to Madam Judith Ouma from the CEO of the County Assemblies Forum. You talked about localization of the SDGs. How can we localize the SDGs to the local community when we have the marginalized societies who have some people who are illiterate and who don't have access to the internet?
Thank you. Thank you very much,
Poppy, for
Alliance.
the opportunity. My name is Emmanuel Jenga, over and out Alliance High School.
Thank you very much, Emmanuel. Thank you very much, Emmanuel, and Alliance High School. I'm going to cross over to Buka Academy. Is a primary school. Do we have them? Buka Academy. Your questions, two or three questions, haraka haraka. We move on. Buka Academy, over to you, Buka Academy.
My name is Martina Mkabane. I'm 13 years old. And first of all, I would like to appreciate Juliet Mbuga's effort in her role in the Inua Dada Foundation. We really appreciate you. My question is that, okay, personally, I think that these ideas are great. However, what efforts are you going to make so that the people living in rural areas are not going to suffer from gender-based violence and FGM? And how are you going to provide equal opportunities to women and girls? Thank you.
Any other question from Buka Academy? Thank you very much, Martina. Asante sana. I am going to take, Janet, do we take also here so that we respond, or do you want to do it? Put up their hands. I had 2, 3, okay? Asante. My co-MC, Ruth, will have a microphone which will be sanitized before you're given. So we start from that gentleman, and then we come to you. Kama mnaweza simama, you, and you. Asanteni. And then we shall have Mwalimu Ogada as well. So those 4, and then we move on. So kama mnaweza simama ndio tusinini, tufanye haraka haraka. Asante. So we'll go to him. Just one question haraka haraka. If it's a comment, teke. Asante. Wewe unajiongezea bwana. Okay. You're the last one. The gentleman in a red t-shirt. Okay, let's do.
Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Sam Nyamwange, and I am a sustainability and communications expert. I'd like to, number one, appreciate everyone who has been on the very diverse panel this morning. It just goes to show how the SDGs tap into all our brilliance, as opposed to, as being an elitist affair as is. I want to offer a reframe of a question that has been asked over and over again. in a language that I think Judith would answer best. We've talked a lot about civic education, but then what inspires the tipping point between civic education to civic engagement? Because then it's not about people knowing that the SDGs exist. It's also about people actually engaging with them and actually making a difference at the very low level, depending on whether or not they have an organization. Number two, what I've not heard from this, and this is just a generic comment, what I've not heard from this discussion this morning is the role of academia in pushing forward the SDG agenda and sustainability. Because as we said, the SDGs are not just for 2030, but they are for forever. So we need to engage in a discourse. And this is my urge to agencies such as NGEC, CAM, CAPSA, and all those, to engage academia rather, to build sustainability leaders who are able to respond to the issues in a more technical manner than opposed to just speaking and having these SDGs as an elitist idea. Thank you.
All right. Asante sana. Moving on to Mwalimu Ogada here. Asante.
Thank you so much, Papi.
Karibu.
First is to acknowledge the presence of my boys the other side. And I'm so proud of them having been following the sessions. Even from the questions they've been asking, it seems that they have really been on point. And also to acknowledge my student, Baraza over there. So my question is, as a country, actually it has been internationally applauded that we have one of the most progressive constitutions. And our constitutions, if they were to be well practiced, then we'll be able to get our country moved to even the first class countries. Now, the question is, such a forum is quite good. Are we assured of a feedback mechanism that whatever we are discussing here is going to get to our leaders out there who might have not had the opportunity to join us or to participate in this event, so that it doesn't just become like it was a festival or a ritual that was done, so that things we say, we did it and it was over, it was good, So we really wish to know what is the mechanism that the organizers are going to put in place to ensure that whatever we have discussed here is going to get to those politicians out there and that they are going to live to the spirit of what we have discussed. Because, Papi, we have had a number of prayer breakfast meetings, where leaders come together, they pray together, they shake hands, they say, now we're going to move in the same direction. But as soon as they leave the podium, the prayer breakfast podium, it's all rhetoric. We go back to the same issues. Yeah, so that's my worry, because imagine if they can use the pulpit to swear that they are going to get their divisions aside and to put our country forward. But as soon as they step out, it's a different story altogether. Is it that we're just doing the rituals as usual, or is it that this is marking a new beginning for our country? Thank you.
Asante sana Mwalimu Ogada. For those wondering, Mwalimu Ogada is a teacher at the Alliance High School. Asante sana, karibu bro.
My name is Maruti, and just a comment. I feel we need to involve more organs or more bodies like KRA into this discourse. Kenya Institute for Public Policy Research and analysis, because some of the things being spoken about here on SDG, they just cut across each other. And there's need to analyze some of these things and call these bodies to account, for example, KRA, because, for example, the energy component in this country is one of the most taxed, for instance. And we need to understand why do they overtax some of the things that are very core in our production and sustainability of production, yet we are talking about production and they're not even preaching about it, So we need to look at involving more bodies, and we also need to look at expanding, analyzing sector by sector, agriculture, manufacturing, because, for example, if an industry closes down, there's a collapse on the supply chain, there's a collapse on the, the value chain, there's loss of employment. So we need to interrogate them a lot more. So maybe as we are planning for the next session, we need to look into this and see how we can bring them on board so that eventually we can make this more meaningful and more result-oriented. Thank you.
Asante, we're moving on that, but before we move, partly, I think Mwalimu Gada, part of the answer, CMD shall give you a response, but I know we have a rapporteur who is taking everything, and I know one of the jobs that CMD does is the linkage with the politicians. So yeah, but you'll get a response. Karibu bro.
Asante sana. Hello everyone. My name is Gogewa Degwa from Kiambu County. A member of Nakenya Party and the Nakenya Youth League. And one of my questions is, I only have 2 questions, but I will make it quick.
Yes.
One of my questions is addressed to our mother, and I say our mother because that is an African way of showing respect, from the COG. I have asked these questions before.
Okay, and let's get it right first.
Yes. Anyone can answer the question.
From COG, we have a gentleman.
Yeah. Oh, it's okay. Anyone can answer the question. But the question is, I have asked this question before, even in the other platforms we have had in the museum. What is the role of the county governments and the county assemblies, and also assisted by the parliament in Kenya, in ensuring that we change laws and bylaws about land in the counties, maybe counties like Kiambu and in places like Kitale, Trans Nzoia, to ensure that we have sustainable development and ensure that food security is secured by ensuring that demarcation of land to the extent that we cannot have enough food in the country is avoided. And when I ask that, I'm asking that because in my county, Kiambu, coffee and tea will soon be a thing of the past because we have real estate and buildings that are coming up and eating into the land that was previously for coffee and tea. And even I believe in Kitale, maize and other things, which will be a failure coming in the future. What are the county assemblies doing about that? And what is the Parliament of Kenya doing about it? The other question is, as we talk about quality education, I think this is a thing people from my generation will agree with me. The generation Y will agree that we are coming from a past where we have gone through institutions of education, but really we did not understand what we were coming to face when we come out of schools. We were told that education is the key to success. We were told that we need to learn so that we can get employed. But I don't think that really, knowing what I know now, I don't think that really is the direction that we should take into the future. As we talk about education and quality education, what steps can we take as a country and as a people to ensure that students in school, like my brother in school, are aware of the reality outside school, so that they are aware that the reality is there is a high level of unemployment, so that they are not learning to come out and get employed, but rather know how to maneuver and be able to create employment so that they can help themselves and help others. I mean, skilled people. What are we doing about that? Asante sana.
Asante sana. Asante sana. And lastly,
thank you.
Yes, karibu bro.
Thank you very much. My name is Paul Mugambi. I'm a public policy scholar and diversity and inclusion expert. And latest, I'm a blend innovator from Disability Sausage Media. First, I'll make a small comment directed to Janet Mbugua. I think you are doing great work, and kindly after this, you can pass the mic to me. Then my 2 questions is to number 1, the lady from the Beyond 2030. I would like to understand one thing in terms of how do we really enable reduction of checkboxing exercise in terms of sustainability? Because one of the things is that we read a lot of reports, policies being developed, mentioning youth inclusion, and you find that it's not taking place. What can we really do to improve? And also, how can we introduce science so that it can help us to solve the problems? The second last question is to Winnie from National Gender Commission. How disabled is it disabled to get representation in terms of whether it is appointed or elective position in Kenya, especially for persons with disabilities? We see a lot of adverts, political parties, they say, we encourage persons with disabilities to apply. Once they apply, even the shortlisting, they don't even reach there. And once you know, I can give an example of the IEBC commission, which they are advertised for the position. You find at the end of the day, there is no representation of persons with disabilities. What are we really speaking? Is it that persons with disabilities applied, but they never got the opportunities because they are not belonging to the political cartel? What is the commission doing towards that so that one can be able to know that there is a time when it will come that you have a disability, but you can get to represent the rest of the people, not just persons with disabilities, but the rest of the community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Thank you for those questions. Yeah. Online, we also have an audience that is sending, hey, this is a lot. I don't know if we'll unpack everything in the shortest possible that you have. But let's have one comment from online. Yes, Ruth.
All right. The online audience has equally been very, very active. So we have an anonymous attendee saying, as we disabled people in the county assembly who represent us are one or two, but the majority are undisabled, our bills and petitions cannot be passed. What can you do to help people with disabilities? And the last comment is from Charity Chahasi, who says, we need also to involve the church or religious leaders in such forums.
All right. So Janet, we have a lot to unpack. I know Janet was writing questions. So I suggest my humble submission is that the ones that were directed to specific individuals, they run with it so that maybe in the next 20 to 30 minutes, we've responded to everything. Asanteni sana. Let's unpack all of this now.
Thank you so much, Papi. Mko na nguvu bado? Sindio? I know, we're almost there, 20 minutes. Fantastic questions from all of you, from our audience, from the counties. But as Papi has said, it's going to be quite difficult to address all of them. And we will try and think through a feedback mechanism that CMD can provide, also for those whose questions we can't get to. I think that's only fair. I think we need to start with the question of inclusion. There were some thematic areas that came up. Inclusion, persons with disability, that came up quite a bit. Mashinani and taking a lot of these conversations, that came up quite a bit. So I think to my panelists, I'll start with those two thematic areas because they seemed to come up a fair bit. Mugambi, who just spoke, and thank you for your comment, he just talked about persons with disability being included from the moment you're invited to participate to the moment that the process of selection happens, finding that that doesn't quite follow through. And so I think he spoke for himself and for many others who feel left out and excluded. So if anyone from the panel, I don't know whether he was addressing Winfred specifically because there was a question around inclusion. And then if anybody else wants to comment before we move to the Mashinani question, and then we'll speak to, I think, Catherine and Rose and Judith. Catherine and Rina and Judith will also ask some questions, and Ken. We will try our very best to do this in 20 minutes. So if we can speak to inclusion, Winfred, and whether you can speak to Mugambi's concerns about, are we a token, or are we going to be able to put our best foot forward and then actually get selected? And I know you raised it as a concern. How would you want to address persons like Mugambi and many others who are watching this right now?
Thank you, Janet, and also thank you, Mugabi. Your concerns are noted and have actually been raised. In terms of, I'll start with representation. For example, in the county assemblies where we have the special seats nomination, and we normally say actually in the county assembly in terms of compliance, it's true that county assemblies are doing very well, and also the special seats for persons with disabilities But we have realized, for example, in terms of persons with disabilities, in particular, we have challenges in terms of the nomination. So you find someone who doesn't have a disability saying that they are representing persons with disabilities. We have that challenges, and even right now as we speak, and Madam CEO, 17 county assemblies as we speak today have do not have a representation of a person with disabilities, or rather they have a person who says they represent. And I don't think that was the essence. And for us to cure that as a commission, we have raised the issue both at Senate and also at the National Assembly. And the aim is to cure it through electoral colleges, where persons with disabilities, through their organizations, because they are really organized through their DPOs, they are able to elect or select their own persons who will now sit in the county assemblies. But that has not yet been passed. So through CAF and in collaboration with JEC, we can also working together with IBC. The last meeting we had, the chairman committed to ensure that they check and ensure that the law is complied with. In terms also of employment, yes, there's a lot of tokenism. I want to bring to the attention of Mr. Mugabe and other persons, the special interest groups, that the commission, we have a complaints management system. We are able to, where there are violations of the rights of these groups, we are able to go to court on their behalf and then have their issues addressed by the court. Because sometimes it's a matter of where there are violations. So the commission has a mandate of investigation and also litigation. So it goes to court on behalf of the vulnerable group. So where there are those cases, they can draw to the attention of the commission.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you for that. I think you wanted to mention that then we'll come to you to talk, because there's also been a few questions for CAF and COG around inclusion also of youth and taking these conversations, Mashinani, but Rina, you can go.
Really would like to cooperate around and globally as well. It's of course a way of providing solutions through technologies, that is resources, of course, but it's also thinking in new ways. That is one thing, but it's also about seeing all human beings as possessing resources of value to society. No matter if you're disabled or whatever, you can be part of the productive sector. And in Denmark, we have a very good case and experience with working with the, you can see the sister organization of Mr. Anderson's organization and the private sector. Because how can you actually, everybody possesses a capacity and everybody wants to work. So how actually can we combine people with different kinds of disabilities with the private sector, and in thereby ensuring an inclusive working labor market? So I think this is something that we would like to share experience with as well, because it's such an important way of valuing every individual of society. No matter who you are and what kind of resources you have, you can be of value.
Thank you for that, Rina. So it's about the resources and about not just speaking to inclusivity, but practicing inclusivity. The question around, I think quite a few people. So in Laikipia, again, how can we get this down there, Mashinani? How can we, the feeling is that folks who are not within Nairobi or perhaps don't have access, as many do, are not feeling this translating to something that matters to them, whether it's SDGs, whether it's being able to see the implementation happen. So I think I can task Judith and Ken to speak to inclusion, because again, Emmanuel from Alliance talked about, as leaders, what can we do to ensure inclusivity of youth? That came up from Emmanuel. So I think we need to talk a little bit about inclusion. I know you talked about SDG champions. Ken, I think it was you. And somebody mentioned, what about SDG champions mashinani? So how are we taking this to everyone? So your comments on that, Ken. And then we'll ask Judith as well to comment. Yeah.
Thank you very much, Janet. That is a very good question. I would like to, first of all, thank members who've asked questions, very, very good questions. To respond to the inclusion and the taking, SDGs discussions to the grassroots. It's a particular challenge that we are currently grappling with. How do we take the conversation to the grassroots? And in this front, we've been engaging the civil society, particularly the SDGs Kenya Forum, in organizing what we are calling the county SDGs dialogues. And with the main intention of having the community groups being part of this discussion. So it's an area that the county governments and through the county SDGs champions, we are engaging with the civil society, because civil society have a strength in reaching the last mile in in many instances to augment the government framework. Of course, through the government framework, we have the sub-counties, we have the wards, and also we have the villages. But beyond the villages, we have now the households. So it's an opportunity, and we are looking at strengthening that partnership. At the Council of Governors, we are looking at rolling out what you are calling county SDGs policy dialogues with civil society as well as private sector, with the sole intention of reaching out to the last mile, as well as ensuring that all the categories of people are all an inclusive process, so that we can debunk the fact that SDGs is an elitist kind of framework. But when you look at the goals themselves, they speak to the needs of our people, the daily needs of our people. I think I could just respond to all the questions that were asked to the director. Can I go?
As briefly as you can, because I know there was also questions for Catherine Rena, and I think, so as briefly as you can, we will try and exhaust what we can.
Okay. There was a question about how can we get county governments to finance the SDGs?
Yes.
I think if you understand the financing framework for county governments, first we have the national, the equitable share. And I'm sure you've been following the debate about functions and resources following functions. And of course, that's a national conversation, increasing allocation to county governments, considering the SDGs are devolved functions as we look at them. But then there's also the aspect of on-source revenue. How can counties increase or come up with frameworks for increasing their on-source revenue? And county governments have come up with various strategies on enhancing on-source revenue. And we've seen a remarkable increase in counties in terms of improving on-source revenue. But again, there's also other opportunities like public-private partnerships. And there is already a framework in this. And we are looking at how do we enhance or build on this, engaging private sector to finance or to support some of the initiatives that address the SDGs through an agreed framework. Also, not forgetting the development partners that have really come handy also in supporting county government in implementation of the SDGs through various sectors. So it's a whole list of frameworks and opportunities and that county governments are pursuing to enhance allocation towards financing of SDGs. There was a question about accountability mechanism. Of course, we know county governments are about 8 years or so, and progressively strengthening institution is one of the key areas that we've been looking at. Various frameworks and structures have been developed to enhance accountability at the county government. The Council of Governors developed what you're calling the County Performance Management Framework in 2017, and we are now rolling it. We are supporting counties to operationalize it. Then we have the performance contracting in county governments, which has mainstreamed SDGs. We have mainstreamed SDGs in performance contracting. And of course, the issues of county integrated monitoring and evaluation system to support tracking and reporting, as well as the various public participation models and frameworks that we have in the counties. So we can say the structures are there. Then now, how do we now operationalize or now actualize these various structures that are in place? I think that is now the discussion that we need to have, and we have seen progress towards this front.
Okay.
I think also.
I think that's fine. I think you also need to say how people can monitor or track or follow or reach out to the Council of Governors. You can think on that because we're talking about the public being able to find out and to learn, and CMD will do the best we can. But how accessible, again, are a lot of these agencies and organizations so that people feel like they can reach out? Judith, I think similar questions were raised for the County Assemblies Forum. If you can briefly touch on your own version of how the inclusivity can take shape, how it can get all the way down to mashinani, and again, how people can reach out and feel like they can hold people accountable.
Thank you, Janet. I think just to add to the issue of inclusivity, just to inform the person who asked the question, we have tried to, in the County Assemblies Forum, we have the chapters, and we are trying to bring on board the women legislators, especially because most of them have been actually nominees, those ones who went to the County Assembly through nominations. And they are the ones who represent the special interest groups. So we have a caucus for women, we have a caucus for the persons with disabilities, we have a caucus for youth, where actually we have Mheshimiwa from Laikipia, who is the Secretary General for that particular caucus chapter. And we have been trying to educate them to build their capacity to see to it that they actually go down to the grassroots to bring up petitions, even to bring up petitions in the county assembly on areas of need of these marginalized groups. I know we haven't done so much because of time, because of resources and all that, but the women, some of them have really tried to go down. By the way, you talk about women, youth, and the PWDs. Even among us, those ones who are just not facing any of that kind of challenge, also we have marginalized groups. You can go, for example, to Narok. You'll even find women who are, normal, but really, really marginalized, so deeply into the villages. What can the women do? Can they bring up motions? Can they actually bring up bills to legislate, to enact legislation that can address such needs? So we are using those chapters. On the issue of, there's a question on engagement, civic engagement versus civic education.
Education, yes.
Yes, and I think you will agree with me that we still have a long way to go in ensuring that Mwananchi understands what devolution is. You'll agree with me. We know devolution has got roads. We know now I can deliver in Wajir in a very good hospital. You can have a surgery or whatever. But we still have a lot to be done when it comes to understanding exactly even what a legislator does, what it means to have a county executive, and who is the implementer, who is the legislator. We still have that kind of gap, and we have thought it is good that we continuously keep educating people. Why? Because you can only engage when you understand what it is that you want. And that also now leads to having adequate and actually effective public participation. How can you participate if you do not understand? That's why we still have gatekeepers. I'm a crony, I knew the governor, I campaigned for him. Therefore, when it comes to public participation in the county hall or social hall or whatever, or a school, I am always there. So you take the register, the members were there. But these are really not Mwananchi. So we want to break that down and see to it that we go down to the Mwananchi. What is my priority as a local villager, mama in the village? What is whatever as a Maasai elder right in the Manyata? or a lady who does not even understand. We still have, to date, women who still give birth behind the manyatas. It is true. So do we need to still continue saying we understand best, or do we still need to continue capacitating the people? And I think it's important that we undertake the civic education. And finally, I think to add on what Ken talked about, on financing the SDGs. This came from Laikipia. Mheshimiwa Chris Mark, you were there. What I've always told my members is you are representatives of the people. When you come to the county assembly, you are coming in with your cup from the world you're coming from, meaning you're not talking self, but talking for the people that you represent. When, for example, I'm just giving an example of one issue, healthcare, for example. How much do you think your ward, for example, needs to improve the infrastructure, to improve the human resources for health in your county, to make sure that we have enough drugs, things like those. And ensure that when the executive brings the budget on the floor of the House for debate, that you cannot just pass that budget, because the Constitution has mandated you to ensure that you actually approve the budgets, but with the priorities of the people in that particular budget. Are you representing your people? Do you listen to that before you look at the budget? That you have the priorities of the people laid down there, and therefore allocate a percentage that is actually enough and adequate to be able to facilitate the executive to implement. So that's the work of the members of the county assembly. So that's the addition I wanted to make to Ken. We have all the CIDPs, all that, but when the budget comes, please scrutinize and say, no, this year for health, we wanted this amount, 30% for health, 20% for agriculture, 10% for education. It is the members of county assembly who actually approve that particular budget. And at the end of the day, remember, you also are supposed to be the people who oversight the executive.
Yes.
So at the end of the year, then, when I come back to you as Mwananchi, ask me what it is I did for you. Okay, I'm not an MC, I'm not a politician now.
Yes.
But ask, because social accountability is still missing. And I'm going back again to the issue of civic education, and for you as a member, Mwananchi, to take part, engage effectively, go to that room when we are undertaking public participation, ask the right questions and get yourself to the table of discussion.
Civic education, engagement, and accountability. Exactly. I think a lot of people feel like the accountability bit of it and the reachability and the access is where there's a bit of a gap. So maybe we'll take some time later to try and talk about when you're saying accountability, where is this being directed? Okay, yeah, so we'll do that. Thank you, Judith. Catherine, finance, how would you use more funds if allocated, and to what programs? That was a question, I think, from Alliance as well.
Yeah, thank you. I think the current 0.3%, as Winfred pointed out, is mostly going to recurrent expenditure. And even then, you find beyond being underfunded, these ministries are also very understaffed, right? So you find that the person who's working on the GBV program is the same person who's supposed to implement the social protection program, women, peace and security. And so I think the first important point is, if we take gender equality, women and girls empowerment seriously, that you have a ministry for it, we should have enough staffing for it, right? It shouldn't be the one where the minister keeps changing and is disposable all the time when there's cabinet reshuffling. That's a different discussion altogether. I think for me, if there was more resourcing, then it means we will have more resources for programming, right? We do have amazing legislations and policies, but the biggest issue, as we keep saying, is implementation. That's because there's no budget for it. So if we have GBV programs and response, we don't have them staffed, we don't have them resourced. And even if they're resourced, it's not locally resourced. So it means that if the program at the ministry is being funded by a donor, once the donor funding is ended, that program has wrapped up and there's no local ownership, right? Or it means that depending on the priorities of the donor, they will pick which counties that will be implemented. So not all 47 counties end up having the same level of access in terms of program and in terms of resources. But in terms of urgency, I think we do have to do a lot for GBV response and programs. We do have a lot to do specifically on even ending FGM, child early forced marriages. And I will also invest quite a bit on research, right? We do have gender equality, women empowerment program and issues evolving across the country, but also not all counties have the same issues, right? So if we had enough resources, we will be able to understand how do we adapt even the programming to all the 47 ones. So I don't want to repeat the topical focus, but I think we will start with fixing the structure of how we have the institutions and how we staff them and how we design our programs and implement our policies. Of course, leading towards future focus in terms of even just resourcing the folks in the communities who sometimes are doing the work, right? In some of the countries, the folks who are doing the work in the countries, they are supposed to be able to access some of the resources by the government. So I think we can think for that in the future, but for now, there's a lot to fix in terms of the structures. And I'm so glad that the gentleman raised that question.
Yeah, that was a good question. And I think you've also touched on harmful practices, which I believe somebody from Booker Academy had asked. I think it was Martina. As I said, we may not be able to get through all the questions. I'm suggesting that I'll take note of these and see if we can get answers that we can then communicate sometime towards the end of the day. There was a question from Mary Odondo in Kisumu about, in the spirit of inclusion, do you think SDGs have been inclusive enough to serve the needs of sexual minority women? I know she asked Rena for that. You can answer briefly, and then Rena can answer. I think it was actually she specifically asked Rena, but you can speak to that. And very briefly, you've raised it. There was a commitment made by the government of Kenya to address gender-based violence, I think 2.3 billion shillings worth. I call it the elephant in the room because we know, unfortunately, whether it's vitriol, whether it's physical violence, is unfortunately very socially normalized. And it is unfortunately, it rears its ugly head again in transitions like during the elections. I truly hope that by the end of today, we can hear some accountability in terms of how there's going to be the setup of a survivors fund, how safe houses and all are going to come up, because you can't have democracy if you have violence. So I think you touched on the something like the GBV commitment that was made. It might have been you or Winfred. I just want it to be something that we can speak about at some point today. But if we can just address, have we been inclusive enough to serve needs of sexual minority women? If we can hear either from Winfred or Rena, and then finally, we'll probably just get one more thought from Thorn before we break for lunch. So we have another 7 minutes on the clock. Again, Mary asked, in the spirit of inclusion, do you think SDGs have been inclusive enough to serve needs of sexual minority women? If anyone can answer that. If not now, we can do it later. Yeah? Okay, you want to? Oh, she has the mic. Okay, go ahead, Winfred.
I will also run through some other questions that were asked, if you permit. Just
okay, very briefly.
In terms of the inclusivity of SDGs, I would say yes, within the existing legal and policy framework that we have in Kenya. And then there was a question in terms of how do we ensure that our SIDs or the youth, the persons with disabilities and women included, and especially now as we go to the election period. For me, and this calls for more collaboration, coordination, and also that multi-sectoral approach. We need to empower our communities through maybe public education or civic education. I know it was mentioned, so that also because once if they don't know their rights, it's very hard for them to be able to exercise their responsibilities. So empowerment, public education forums or civic education. And then something that is key, challenge being the funding, facilitating training for aspirants, and especially for the youth, women, and persons with disabilities, so that they are able to prepare adequately for the elections and even for the party primaries. Most of the times they lack this, even in terms of communication. How do they communicate? I think it was Sifuna Mheshimiwa who said, if you cannot address a crowd of 50 persons, how will you address a crowd of 1 million persons, for example? And so you find sometimes these groups are not adequately prepared, and therefore we lose out on that. Then the other thing is also looking at the political parties, governance, and ensuring that they comply with the set rules and guidelines. And then I think Catherine has mentioned addressing violence against women and special interest groups during election. Again, you cannot have democracy with violence or GBV. And for me, looking at strengthening community mechanisms, because it lies at the community so that they are able to address the negative masculinities or gender and social norms at that level.
Okay.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. I think I'm going to have to hold off there for now because we are running short of time. Allow me to see if I can escalate some of these questions. And if you will all be joining us in the room for the second session, we'll try and find towards the very end if we can collect answers. I'll also task CMD with being able to broadcast some of these questions or have feedback mechanism. There's a very big issue that's coming up here, the disconnect between accessing leaders and policymakers. That's coming up a lot. And by the way, it's come up in so many forums I've been in over the last few years. So there's definitely a disconnect because here we can hear incredible solutions that are being talked about, especially if we're hearing from Council of Governors or County Assembly Forum. And yet a lot of the members of the public don't see that connection. And so there's a little bit of a gap there that I think if we begin to bridge it, if we can address it boldly and unapologetically, then we can begin to find the synergies coming together. We're hearing, again, really great solutions that I think have come from this panel today, how to allocate funding, what's happening with regards to civic education and civic engagement, how young people can have a roadmap, how 2030 Beyond has all these models that we can actually pick from. So then how that translates into action, I think, is a very big challenge. And so let's be aggressive. Let's not hold back on holding leaders accountable at all. And hopefully, again, at the other session later, we can have a very clear, we can talk about clearly a platform for feedback. Because I think people say, okay, so where exactly am I sending this? You say that I can access my member of county assembly. They're never in the office. I can never get a hold of them. So let's try to address the access to leaders so that we can tap in to the opportunities that are being talked about here. So allow me to leave it at that and to do what I can to escalate some of the questions that were not answered. We hear you. We wish we could address them right now. We do have another session after lunch. And so in the interest of time, allow me to hand it back over if there's any announcements to be made for lunch before we can then break and then reconvene. Over to you. Thank you.
All right. Thank you very much, Janet. Please, let's give them a really hearty hand clap.
I should have also thanked, in my mind, I was seeing them again, but thank you very much. Please let's applaud our panelists. I think they've been incredibly insightful, honorable, Beneka, who we don't have with us in person, as well as, of course, Anderson and everyone who was here today. Thank you all so much for being with us, and we hope we can see you again in the afternoon. Sorry about that.
No problem, no problem. Allow me to just make some quick announcements. We are going for lunch, and we will be back for another very engaging and very educative forum from around 1:50. So please be back by 1:50 so that we can get some good tunes from the band to just settle us in. But also we have another exciting forum where we will be having an open mic. So if you have any comments, any questions, anything you want to, put some of the leaders to task, anything that has been bothering you, we are here to dialogue. So we will have an open mic where we can just get that started and we can really take our dialogue forum to the next level. That will be coming up in the afternoon after the panel discussion. So for those who were here yesterday and those who were not here yesterday, we are having lunch downstairs and we will be back by 1:50. All right? 1:50, 1:50, just to be. Okay, so because of time, I am told we should be back by 1:15, 30 minutes. That's enough. Silence, I take silence as a response. So 30 minutes. So we'll be back by 1:15. 1:15. So lunch is downstairs. We will be collecting our meal vouchers outside on the desk on your left. You'll get your meal voucher and then head on downstairs. So we can go, and we'll see you in the afternoon. Bon appetit.
Who profiteers when the shell drops? Another victim of the gun, the shooters on a run from the slave system. Ni gadget ama ni product, technology ya Holocaust ilirenda wengi criminal, wengine wao orphans. Unaweza ibeba bila cartridge, juu hata ukiitoa threat anaweza panic, situation itan bloody like a paramedics gloves. Ni alter ego ya death, ni archetype ya power. Ukitembea nayo una spread your energy, na kukemea nayo na reverse psychology. Na unajua huwezi resist your desires. Na mimi ni industrialist, nitafungua shop, unaweza hire purchase kama
Unajua spoken word huwa haipigwi makofi. Tuna appreciate hivi. Huyu ni msanii na ametupeleka tuengeneze hii. Haya, ametuleta sasa kwa ile conversation tulikuwa tukwe nayo. Tulisema after break mambo ya chama ndio tutaongea tena baadaye kidogo, lakini kuna kitu ina happen na hatuwezi ignore. Conflict yenye ina happen Laikipia West na pia part ya North, juu nafikiri ni neighbors pale. So tuko na mmoja wetu mwenye ametoka hizo sides na alituambia akikuja hajui kama atarudi huko, juu aliacha watu wengine huko kwa kichaka, na hajui kama atawapata leo jioni, juu wao huko kwa mission za kukeep peace. So nataka akam atueleze vile situation iko kwa ground, juu sisi wengine tunaonea tu kwa TV tu, tunasoma kwa gazeti. Atuambie the real situation in the ground, na atuambie cause ama probable cause ya hizi conflict huko, alafu tujiulize maswali kama vijana, what is our contribution towards the peace especially in Laikipia, na pia kuzuia noma places zingine. Juu tunaweza sema leo ni Olmoran wanapigana, kesho tutaanza vita za vikundi, Liki na Dhengish wanapigana, ama ukute pia Gathenge na neighbors huko Tigethi pia wanapigana, kuzuia sasa noma kama hizo. Na party yetu ya kupromote peace na justice yenye tuliona ni SDG number ilikuwa SDG number ngapi? Ule mtu ako na placard 16 ni Freddy ako naye. So Kambro, utueleze situation kwa ground iko aje.
So mimi nashukuru Mungu kwa kunipa kibali kutana na nyinyi siku leo. Kwa majina nilo na pia mimi natazamia kuinuka juu ya mambo ya kawaida. Pale social ukiangalia kuna sehemu ya Olmoran. Kuna sehemu ya Olmoran iko ndani ya social.
lakini hali ambayo iko pale, tatizo kubwa ni ardhi ambayo wenyewe wako upande huu na ardhi inakaa huko bila wenyewe. Sasa unapata wale watu ambao wana mifugo wanapata nafasi ya kulisha mifugo yao. Sasa yule jamaa kwa sababu amekaa huko zaidi ya miaka 25, unapata sasa hataki kutoka. Kwa hivyo hiyo ndio tatizo moja, ardhi ambayo watu wamemiliki stakabadhi zao upande huu. Unapata mtu ako na title lakini shamba iko Olmoran. Sasa Pokot anakalia ile shamba, amekaa 30 years. Amezaa watoto wake wote huko. So ikifika wakati ambapo wewe unasema hapa ni kwa tungeomba ni kwamba kwa wale watu wote ambao wako na mashamba Olmoran, ni vyema wauzie wale watu wako huko, ndio wenyewe wao kwa mashamba, ndio hao mabandi sio wasipate nafasi. Kwa sababu ukiangalia hiyo ardhi ambayo inatumika leo, ambaye hao bandi wako wenyewe wanaweza kuwa Nyeri, wanaweza kuwa Nyandarua, wengine wanaweza kuwa Nairobi, wako na title, lakini sasa iko imekuwa free. Jambo lingine ni enda na bunduki utatishia jamii fulani na watasonga na utachukua ile kitu unataka. Kwa hivyo huko inahitaji kujengwa mashule ndio tufanye civic education to reduce illiteracy. Kwa sababu sasa unauliza mambo ya bunduki. Ikiwa basi kwenu ulipozaliwa ukapata baba yako na gari, utakosaje kujua hiyo gari? Si baba yako atakubeba hata hapa kwa steering hata kabla miguu haijafika huko ana operate miguu na wewe usikilia hapa. Kwa hivyo hayo ndo mambo yanaendelea social na kona ambazo na ukiangalia tena wale watu ambao wanatoka nje, jambo hili alifanywa na wale watu ambao wako Laikipia. Ukipata watu wa Baringo, watu wa Samburu County, watu wa Isiolo ambao wameboda Laikipia, ndio unapata ng'ombe zao zikikuja zinaleta hii furugu yote. Na si mara moja tumesema ya kwamba ikiwa basi ng'ombe zitakuja Laikipia, zinapaswa kuwa na stakabadhi ambazo zinasema kwamba hii ng'ombe ni ya huyu mzee. Ndio hii zile ng'ombe zikifanya tatizo, kuna mzee ambaye ataanza rapo kwa ile jambo. Lakini sasa imekuwa ikipuuzwa kwa sababu Laikipia ni kama haina mlango. Ng'ombe tu zinakuja free. Saizi juzi ng'ombe zimesukumwa kidogo tu kwa Olmoran, imesonga upande wa Marura. Sasa unaangalia ile uchafu ilikuwa Olmoran, ndio hiyo imeextend imekuja Marura. Sasa mambo ya kuweka ng'ombe kwa nyanya wenyewe. Na wale watu wanapoharibu Laikipia wanarudi kwao. Wakirudi kwao kumetulia. So hayo ndio matatizo ambayo yanaendelea Laikipia, ni kwa sababu serikali ya Laikipia haijatengeneza sheria za kulinda boundaries. Kwa sababu kama ni kwako mimi ninakuja, sinapaswa kukuripotia kwamba ninakuja. Naona niuliza unakuja na akina nani ndio upate kutengeneza hiyo budget. Lakini sasa Laikipia hawajatengeneza sheria ambazo zitalinda boundaries, ambazo zitafanya jirani waheshimu kuja kwao. Jambo lingine ni kwamba saa hizi ng'ombe za Samburu County zinakuja Laikipia, ng'ombe za Baringo zinakuja Laikipia, ng'ombe za Isiolo zinakuja Laikipia, ng'ombe mpaka za Marsabit zinakuja Laikipia. Baada ya kutengeneza uchumi ya Laikipia ni kuharibu uchumi ya Laikipia na kurudi zikiwa zimenona, zinaenda kutengeneza uchumi za hizo counties. Na hata ukiangalia wale ambao wanaathirika ni wale watu ambao kwao kumelishwa, watu wamenonea ndani na wanabaki na vifo. So tunapoongea mambo ya vijana wa Laikipia, tunaongea vijana ambao tunamainaziwa kila siku. Kwa sababu ikiwa basi wewe umekataa kuweka ng'ombe, umeweka nyanya. Kwa hivyo hata kama umeondokea ng'ombe, utafuzu kwa hiyo nyanya. Kama hata umeondokea nyanya, utafuzu kwa hiyo mahindi. So hakuna kitu ambacho tunaweza sema ni nini kinasababisha. Ni Laikipia ndio hawajatengeneza sheria ambazo zitafanya majirani yao waheshimu kwao. Kuna siku niliongea kwa mkutano na nikasema wakati ng'ombe za Wamasai ziliingia Tanzania, Magufuli alifagia zote. Kwani alipelekwa wapi? Si alisema kwa nini mnakuja, na hiyo story ikaisha. Lakini ukiangalia sasa Laikipia, unapata viongozi ambao si wa Laikipia, watu wao wamekuja wameharibu Laikipia. Laikipia inapoharibika, hawa viongozi wanakuja wanaongea kusema kwamba watu wao wanadhulumiwa. Wewe ni kiongozi kutoka Samburu County, lakini uharibifu imeletwa na watu wako, lakini sasa unakuja kuongea kwa niaba ya wale watu. Sasa hapa hata ukiangalia kama kienda kiongea, viongozi wa habari ya Samburu County wakiongea, ni nini inawahusu? Na sisi ndio tunapaswa kuongea kwa sababu sisi ndio tunaumia. So kwa wale ambao ni viongozi wa Laikipia, hasa wale watu ambao Mungu amewapatia kibali wa county assembly, tunapaswa kujua kwamba tunachunga Laikipia ama tunapoteza Laikipia. Kwa sababu ukiangalia Olmoran, unapigwa hapa unasonga, unachomewa hapa unasonga. So na nyuki hata si mbali, hawa jamaa watafika tu, sababu si mwenzako akinyolewa unatia chako maji. Na ukiangalia zile mbuzi ambazo zinachinjwa hapa ni mbuzi kutoka Laikipia North. Saa hii uchumi si ndio hiyo? So kile kitu ambacho tunapaswa kuongea, tunapoongea hata mambo ya dijitali, tunapoangalia mambo ya kuempower vijana, hauta empower vijana ya county ambayo county haina amani. Saizi hii ni idadi ndogo, lakini unapata saizi idadi ya vijana kama 500 hawalali usingizi. Kwa confirm kwamba ikichomeka upande hii mna kuondosha watu waondoke. So tunaposema tutengeneze Laikipia ambayo ina sura gani ambayo ina majeraha? So hakuna kitu tunasema tunatengeneza. Jambo la maana, ikiwa basi vijana tumeamua kwamba kwa kuinuka juu ya mambo ya kawaida, ni vyema tufikie hata wale ambao wako huko ground. Sababu tunapoongea hapa sasa tunaongea mambo ya Laikipia East. Lakini Laikipia West na Laikipia North kunawaka. Sio, ni mawe mbili ya jiko, ya tatu ni ya nani? So tukiongea mambo hiyo, tunapaswa kuangalia hiyo jambo. Jambo lingine ni heshima. Ni heshima kwa mfugaji na mkulima. Ikiwa basi hata umeletwa na kiangazi kutoka mahali unatoka, unapaswa ukikuja unasema mahali fulani, kwa wewe kuona hiyo shamba yako mzee, nimeona nyasi. Wacha nikupatie mbuzi moja, hii ng'ombe yangu ikule hiyo nyasi, lakini hakuna. Mimi nakuja na mkuki. So nikikuja na mkuki, ukikaa mbaya na kupiga hiyo mkuki alafu ndio uondoke, ng'ombe yangu ipate nyasi. Sasa unapata mtu anaambiwa kwani utakula nyasi? Lakini nani alijinyima akanunua shamba? Na ikiwa basi sisi wengine ni wafugaji, tulitoka kaunti ambazo tulitoka tukakuja Laikipia. Na tukaadapt ile maisha ilikuwa pale. Tukakubaliana na ile hali. Tukaanza kuwa wafanyikazi wa mikono wa Kikuyu. Tukaanza kupitia hapo, unapatia Mkikuyu pesa, anakusongea kwa hiyo shamba, yeye anaenda kwa shamba ingine kubwa kwa sababu hao wana urithi. Sisi hatuna urithi kwa sababu ng'ombe zetu zilipakiliwa na kokoto huko. Mbona hata hao ambao wanakuja wasikuje na hiyo heshima, wavumilie, waelekezwe? Jambo lingine ni ukabila. Kwamba mnyonge kupata ni mwenye nguvu kupenda. Ukiangalia saizi jamaa anakuongelesha mchana, anakuongelesha na kifua kwa sababu anajua ako na power ya bunduki. Wewe zile zilao iko kwako ni panga na kisu na jembe. Na hizo vitu zote ni za shamba, si ati ni defense. So jamaa akikuja na M16 na hizo bunduki zimetoka hii direction tu, kina Marsabit hizo hakuja na M16. Askari hakuja hata na AK, hakuja hata na J3. Haitapigana ile bunduki. Lakini hizi bunduki zilipokuja Laikipia zilipitia wapi? Wale ambao washikadau wetu ambao wanasemekana ni intelligence, security nini, hiyo department zote walikuwa wapi? Ndio wakati sasa kuna maana ndio tunaanza kusema wako na bunduki kubwa, kwani CID wanalipiwa nini kama si upelelezi? So unapata sasa ule mtu ambaye ana bunduki atapinua ya watu. Sababu anakuja tu anapiga, Sasa wewe mtoto ya 13 years unampigia hata baba yako pamoja na wewe na mama yako na nyanya yako, wote mnamuita baba. Baba utubakisha roho. Sasa mnatii. Sasa huko inafika mahali wazee wanasema mama, ukisema umsaidie watoto, anasema sasa kwani mimi ndio nilikwambia uzae? Sasa kila mtu ni mguu niponye. So hilo ndio jambo ambalo linaleta tatizo la Laikipia. Jambo lingine ni watu kutojua haki yao. Wale watu wajue haki. Vita ni jambo la kawaida. Vitina ni jambo la kawaida, utetezi ni jambo la kawaida, hawachukuani na ile uzito. Kwamba huyu akinielekezea kidole, nitabaki niulize ni kwa nini? Ama akiniambia tutapatana na wewe. So, tunapaswa tunapoongea mambo ya kaunti, tunapaswa pia kuwafikia wale jamii. Kwa sababu si jamii ndio zinafanya mambo, lakini kuna baadhi yao ambayo si wazuri. Tunapaswa kuwafikia wale jamii na kuwafundisha haki yao, na kuwafundisha maisha, na kuwafundisha kwamba usawa wa binadamu, na kuwafundisha kwamba vile liko leo sivyo litakuwa kesho. Kwa sababu wale wengine ni kutii sheria ndio wanatii. Lakini ukiangalia pale askari wakikuwa hapa, wakikuja upande huu wakisema tumesafisha, dakika hiyo nyingine kuna pangwa. Ukiangalia tena kuna mahali kunaitwa Laikipia Ranching ambaye ni Laikipia Conservancy. Hawa jamaa wametumia hapo kama majificho yao. Sasa wanakuja huko ndani, wanakaa ndani,
1, 2. Yeah. River flowing with blood. Tell me your loving is true. I would walk 1,000 miles for
She. I say here, Baba. Woo! Heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao takete wia, heraninakao mama takete pacha mama, heraninakao takete wia, heraninakao heraninakao mama, takete wia mama, heraninakao takete pacha. Heraninakao taketewi, heraninakao mama, taketewi ya mama, heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao taketewi ya. Aseye baba, Morini Yarabanu. Atoti baba heraninakao mama, takete ya mama, heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao heraninakao mama, takete wia mama, heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao takete wia. Oknangeyo mama ni anabedi ekodi, oknangeyo bebi ni anasungi enepinye, okdinangeyo bende ni ininyuol na watoto. Kunangeyo mama ni penzi lako moto moto, rafiki zangu konda ni papi umewahi dosho, masera wote jogo ye na choro lurembo wako, meno yako baby chalo chio yangamia. Kunangeyo mama ni anaketi ye chunya, heraninakao takete wia mama, heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao takete wia, heraninakao mama, takete wia mama, heraninakao takete pacha, heraninakao takete wia. Bali baby, nyadodongo chunya sandore, Okuneni sana mami, because you watch mapenzi ndani ya chunyi. Upendo wangu umesamba, usipegi wasasi, wakubali umetosha. Niwinjie donda ngutongolo nyoyo, enyargikere, ingweto kanye baby, karipondo kanye mami. Dogi e pacho, sheri dogi mi ambaka. Asungie wa yosepa, ye ido kanitulie. Takete pacho, erani nakao. Takete wia mama, erani nakao. Takete pacho, erani nakao. Takete wia, erani nakao. Erani nakao, erani nakao. Erani nakao mama. Takete wia mama, erani nakao, takete pacha, oh erani, erani nakao, erani nakao. Erani nakao mama, takete wia mama. Erani nakao, takete pacha. Erani nakao, takete wia. Erani nakao, takete pacha. Erani nakao mama, takete wia mama. Erani nakao, takete pacha. Erani nakao, takete wia. Iniyakanda, mama na iniyakanda, nyar mama, iniyakanda baby na, iniyakanda sweetie na, iniyakanda nyar dimara, mama na iniyakanda, amutukunya, ateri baby na, aheri mama. Mama na iniyakanda, nyar jodongo, enyaka ocha, aheri mama. Nyar mama na iniyakanda, ateri kurwa, atomi mama na, iniyakanda nyar mama, iniyakanda, iniyakanda nyar mama. Iniyakanda, nyar mama na iniyakanda. Mama,
asembo kokise. Ebo, bado, mama, asembo kokise. Paulina minanyalanya semenya kodongo kinatin kinda kama yanda lale pinymoro awora sembo kokise kamunge oramba awora sembo kokise awora sembo kokise Yahera makare masero nyiri bila pesa. Yahera makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yahera makare masero nyiri bila uongo. Yahera makare masero nyiri bila corruption duniani. Marcelina niko na gari hapo nje. Marcelina twende nyumbani kwetu Asembo. Marcelina twende holiday kule London, ninaishi kule Dubai, kesho naenda Paris. Marcelina. Imemo wachonya mama tonangi kwodoia. Heremo wachonya mama tonangi sando chunya. Heremo wachonya mama tonangi kwodoia. Imemo wachonya mama tonangi sando chunya. Oh mama nyatika chimaria. Oh mama tonangi sando chunya. Mama asembo kokise. Mama asembo kokise. Paulina minanyanganya semenya kodongo. Kina pinti na doko kama yanda lale pinymoro. Awoda sembo kokise kamunge oramba. Awoda sembo kokise. Awoda sembo kokise. bila pesa, yawoi makare masero nyiri bila gari, yawoi makare masero nyiri bila uongo, yawoi makare masero nyiri bila corruption. Marcelina niko na gari hapo nje, Marcelina niko na holiday kule London, Marcelina twende lunch pale Hilton, ninaishi kule Dubai, kesho naenda Paris. Lopete bulolo oyo kibana na yo na mashabiki Jacques le maestro nasema sina makosa we bana, ayo sina makosa we bana, ayo sina makosa we bana, ayo sina makosa we bana. Afro akirinyaga sagana kabisa, usiniweke pembeni mama, ingawa wako wengi wazuri mami, lakini nimekuchagua wewe, tabia yako sawa na haga yako, nimeridhika kuwa na wewe, unipeleke mama, tukaone wazazi wako mama, na TZ pia tufike mami, tukawaone baba na mama, mengine mengi sisemi mama, uamuzi mimi nakuachia wewe, mwisho na kuombea salama Afro, mpaka siku tutapona. Ladies and gentlemen, as you walk in, you'll be listening to the melodious tunes of Tamasha Beats. Karibuni sana, sana. Welcome very much. I recognize the presence of Dr. Mukisa Kitui. Karibu sana, Mheshimiwa. Karibu sana. You can stand and dance at any point you feel like. You're allowed. Watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba, akaua mama, sasa chanukeni. Watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba, akaua mama, sasa chanu. Oh, watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba, akaua mama, sasa chanukeni. Oh, watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba, akaua mama, sasa chanukeni. Slow. Watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Simba huyu sio wa mbuga, simba huyu binadamu. Jitu simba mla watu na watoto. Unyama shatoka wanyama, shaingia binadamu. Wananchi tujichunge, tuchanukeni sote. Hongo na rushwa pia simba, sera mbaya pia simba. Umasikini hatimaye maisha poke yafuatia. Hizi simba vyanzo vyao viongozi wananchi, rushwa wote kupokea kisha kulaumiana. Watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Uongozi mbaya pia simba wadunisha wananchi. Wanasiasa wachochezi, hawa simba wala watu. Utawala wao kama simba, haja ya wapate shida zote kode watakula. Makombo pia wale wao, simba wa mbuga afadhali atakula yeye nyama. Mizoga yote pale pale amwachie naye fisi. Undugu kweli kufaana, wahenga walishanena. Uongozi pe utumishi kisha kulaumiana. Toto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa chanuke. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa chanuke. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Simba wa mbuga, yeye afadhali, yeye atakula, achie fisi mizoga. Simba wa mbuga, yeye afadhali, yeye atakula, achie fisi. Simba oh, simba simba, yeye afadhali, yeye atakula, achie fisi mizoga. Simba simba, yeye afadhali, yeye atakula, achie fisi. Simba oh, simba simba, simba baba, yeye atakula, achie wasimba. Watoto wangu mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Oh, watoto wangu we, mimi mama yenu, sina nguvu tena ya kuua simba. Simba ni mkali, aliua baba akaua mama, sasa torokeni. Yabo hopa. dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Oh, dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Uende Mombasa urudi Nairobi, dunia ina mambo. Dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Uende Kisumu na Nyeri, dunia ina mambo. Dunia, dunia ina mambo. Wanaingia Westgate Rescue, wakitoka furushi wamejaza tele. Dunia, dunia, dunia ina mambo. Mishahara yao minono, bado wanaongeza marudufu wao. Dunia, dunia ina mambo. Wanakula pesa za incubators, watoto wanakufa Kenyatta Hospital. Dunia ina mambo. Uhuru taongeza marudufu wao. Come on. One, two, three, come on, top. Wapi makofi ya Tamasha Beats Band.
Thank you.
Wapi makofi yangu. All right, ladies and gentlemen, if everybody can get me clearly? You can get me clearly? I am going to call Frank, the ED, to take over the program. Mimi nikipanguza jasho.
Thank you, Papi. Makofi kwa Papi tafadhali. Good after lunch. Thank you for keeping Kenyan time. All right? And Kenyan time is where you arrive 2 hours later, and then you ask, kwani mulilala hapa? All right? But you see, some management theorists quip that culture is more stable than the law. So when you get used to doing things, like running, but you're doing well today. So, ladies and gentlemen, we have to get to the next session. I cannot pretend even for a minute that I can be able to adequately introduce our next keynote speaker, because it is him who can only introduce the way he knows best. But also, if you are a good Kenyan, he needs no introduction. So where do you belong? Do you need him to introduce himself to you, or you are a good Kenyan that this good Kenyan does not need any introduction to you because you mean well? He has about 40 minutes with us. Yeah? Not more than 40 minutes with us. And in those 40 minutes, he will speak part of it, and part of it will have a plenary session. Oh, and we have another good lady. Karibu, my mother, Mother Karua. Makofi kwa mama. Thank you very much. So it's going to say a fiery afternoon. Very interesting. Asante sana. So this is a, you remember that thing ilikuwa inaitwa, what was that advert with there's some bad githeri and then with the aramat. So Mother Karua, thank you for making us an aramat food just immediately after Dr. Kitui. Asante sana. Sasa tutakuwa na debate na aramat, si ndio? Good. I don't want to waste a lot of time. But let me say a few things about Dr. Mrisa Kitui. Some of us who grew up in our teen when we didn't have internet had radio. And this is where I was introduced to someone called Dr. Mukisa Kitui on Crossfire. When radio was radio to listen to, all right? I told you my story. No, not you guys. I was speaking to another audience the other day, and I talked about my upbringing. And I made my maiden trip to Nairobi at 19 years. That is way back in 2001. And I landed onto these sophisticated Nairobians, you know, and we were trying to adapt. And that is the time the regime change was happening. So we had an opportunity to go to the rallies and listen to good politics. We had an opportunity to tune to radio and listen to facts. Honorable Dr. Mukisa Kitui has served as a member of parliament. He's been a minister. He's a diplomat. He's an academia. He's a leader, because Alliance warned us yesterday, and they are listening, and some of them are there, Dr. Kitui, that there's a difference between a politician and a leader. All right? Let me introduce you, Honorable Kitui, to speak to an audience that I leave you to discern yourself. Asante, karibu sana. Thank you.
Do I start afresh? Wassalamu alaikum. Yes, thank you very much, my colleague and friend, Martha Karua, for reinforcing the invitation that I should come and talk to this audience. And thank you very much for being my audience. Ladies and gentlemen, the next few moments, I'll do what I didn't know what I was going to do, because I wasn't quite clear about what audience I had until I had a cup of coffee with you half an hour ago. And I'll use a lot of words, mostly to try to sound clever. But the main thing I'll be trying to say is the following: that the main merchandise of democracy is hope. And the most comprehensive menu of hope globally is Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals. And that therefore, part of the challenge of making democracy relevant for a country like Kenya is talking to the challenge of declining hope. How do we fight rising hopelessness? How do we understand the conditions that are causing this hopelessness? That's one part of it. The second is going to be a challenge that I have to younger Kenyans. I go around the country quite a bit now, trying to build grassroots networks for credible presidential campaign. And the main thing I hear is persons complaining about their leaders not doing things for them. As a young man, I was expelled from university because I fought the introduction of Section 2A in 1979. As a young adult, I resigned full-time employment to become executive director of the Forum for Restoration of Democracy, and successfully participated in the end of that Section 2A, which was introduced 12 years earlier with my expulsion from university. We were not looking to an older generation to fix things for us. We had the ego, maybe, the self-drive, but the belief that we could play a role in shaping the country we wanted, that we could be the solution to the nation we wanted. Where this phenomenon has come from, that younger persons, instead of modeling challenging solutions to national problems, being part of the conversation about what Kenya we want, are sitting back to complain about what older men are defining for them. Let me go back to democracy and hope. When Agenda 2030, the Sustainable Development Goals, was rolled out in 2015, the world was going through a rare moment of unanimity that all of us matter, that we could have a series of discussions and agree on an agenda globally, which we could all own. And that agenda was founded on two things. One, that we believed that all of us are only safe when everybody else is safe. And that therefore fighting poverty, gender injustice, inequalities, religious discrimination and bigotry in any part of the world was part of a collective commitment that we banish some of this extreme harshness before the year 2030. Since then, a number of things have happened globally. The first was a rising new Cold War between China, which has very much disrupted the spirit of solidarity, also disrupting global production networks, and therefore disrupting economic opportunities in many countries. But most importantly, diminishing the chance of us speaking collectively with one voice about what is socially good for the world. A second thing that has happened is the COVID pandemic. Already before COVID came along, the world was not satisfying the ambitions of the Sustainable Development Goals. The pledges of resources was declining. Investment, particularly in greenfield projects, which will be the engine of creating new employment and hope and inclusion in the developing world, was in steady decline. In some countries like Kenya, competitiveness was declining dramatically. That when I was minister about 15 years ago, Kenya was the largest exporter of manufactured goods in East Africa. Today, you find the Kenyan companies that were exporting to Tanzania and Uganda have relocated production into Tanzania and Uganda to export to Kenya. Today, if you go to Lungalunga, you count how many trucks are importing maize from Tanzania. If you go to Kitale, every evening you see how many pickups are bringing in pineapples from Uganda. The decline of Kenya, even as a primary food producer and as a primary manufacturing competitor within the East African community, has been a major basis of eroding hope as an economic good. Where are we today? We're in a situation where pre-existing conditions, pre-existing sicknesses in Kenya included corruption, an abandonment of piloting with a compass. To me, that is this economic and social council. The killing of the economic and social council means that we continued piloting without a map, without a compass. We are going without a clear destination. But importantly, declining economic competitiveness of made in Kenya was setting conditions which are making it very difficult to even dream of realizing Agenda 2030. But there's another thing that was declining. I mentioned SDGs were a product of inclusive consultation and participation. But what we are seeing is a decline of collective participation in charting where we want to go as a country. Collective participation in defining how much ambition do we have to realize the promise of 2015, of confronting inequality, of regional inclusivity, of a clear defining, can you prove your relevance on the basis of moving towards what we have agreed as our goal. The second thing, and this to me is particularly important in a forum discussing dialogue and democracy. I did mention that democracy, the main merchandise of democracy is hope. Historically, democracy only prospers when people have a belief that next year the economic conditions will be better than last year. We studied the history of the collapse of the Weimar Republic in Germany at the start of the Second World War, at the end of the boom of the late 20s. Parents were seeing their children unlikely to live with the prosperity they had. People could look at government and not see any hope that life is going to get better. And therefore, they were easily tempted by nationalist, populist politics, that national socialism is better than democracy. You can take power through democratic means and destroy democracy because we promise you better than what democracy has delivered. And if you look at the 1930s, more than 50% of all democracies in Europe collapsed. When globalization started migrating jobs out of the West, US and Europe, in the past 5 to 10 years, we started seeing the rise of ultranationalism, the promise of mythical make America great again. The myth that we can have racial and national solutions to problems that are intrinsically internationalist. You are in a situation where more than 50% of young persons living education institutions are likely to live a poorer life than their parents. If you transfer poverty to the next generation, the promise of democracy is very difficult to justify. Why should I pay more taxes? Why should I obey the law? Why should I allow to follow what the state wants if my conditions are worse than my father's conditions? That is an existential problem to the democratic process. And the solution to it is not a mounting cynicism. The solution to it is not pointing fingers category of persons, but to say, how can we re-engage citizen participation in defining where we want to go, in setting out the menu of what leadership we want before we start looking at candidates. One of our challenges is we choose among available choices, not on the basis of self-interest, but what is offered. To my mind, sustainable model of democratic engagement is society has certain parameters of what is acceptable conduct. What is it we want as a people? Then we look at the choices that are available to us. Which choice comes closest to realizing my aspirations? Which choice comes closest to triggering my fulfillment that this is a government I can identify with? If you do not have such collective engagement as a people, and you do not address the questions of the moment, charlatans will run away with it. We'll start talking about ethnic promises. Charlatans will run away with it. We'll start talking, making promises of things that are impossible to do. For example, you can never make MEP in Kenya competitive again without slaying the monster of corruption. The corrupt will always like to promise like they're good, but they want you to stop talking about corruption as an issue. And it is inclusive stakeholder engagement that can keep the banner of the war against corruption on the front banner of the democratic competition. That's younger persons who have the energies, but who will pay the ultimate price eventually because the cost is kicked down the road. Your generation, younger persons, will carry the burdens of the mistakes of today and the transitional politics we're going through. You have to be the one to say, what is in this for us that can redeem the possibilities of hope? That tomorrow I realize myself. That tomorrow the innate potential that God gave you can be realized by opportunities being opened for you. That there are models of political leaders that you'll admire and you want to talk to your children that I hope we can produce such leaders again. This to me is part of the challenge of multi-stakeholder engagement. And it has never been more relevant in Kenya than it is today. At a time when the content of political discourse is substantially divorced from the reality and the needs and imperatives of change that we have as a country. You will be forgiven for wondering if you are in a country where many small and medium enterprises have disappeared since the COVID started. A country where for the first time, we are seeing urban to rural migration by poor people without having lost a member of family. Traditionally, the bread earner from the rural area was working in Nairobi, dies, and then you can see the bus taking the beds and furniture to Nyarugunga. And today you see, in the absence of any death in the family, persons voting with their feet to de-urbanize. What does it mean? I ran away from poverty to come to look for opportunity in town. The condition I ran away from at home is relatively better than the condition I am in today. That's a cloud that we have to confront. That is a cloud of hopelessness. And that goes contrary to the promise of democracy. Means of implementation of Agenda 2030, of the Sustainable Development Goals, to me, is a key enabler of whether we are going to succeed or not. And those means include a collective political class commitment to this as a collective memorandum. I was supposed to speak for a few moments and for some discussion, but I want to move towards closure by saying one or two things. One of the most interesting literature that I've read over the past 2 years is a sense of the politics of the 21st century, about millennials and Generation Z and how they're different from older people. The social media generation have learned the phenomenon of liking and unliking, of following and unfollowing. It can be frustrating to people who take support for granted, but it's a weapon that you can mobilize for a democratic process very strongly. How do I mean? You choose among political options often on the basis of informed self-interest. Martha Karua stands for something I believe in strongly, but I also talk to Martha. There's something else I believe in which you have not spoken about. Can you embrace this as part of your political platform? And she says, yes, our party is rolling out as a canvas on which you can write your dreams. So long as they're consistent with my dreams, we'll work together and carry this canvas with you. Then you say, I will join you and carry that canvas with you so long as my dream remains clearly written on that canvas. The moment you stop talking about what I stand for, I will unlike you. And I think you want to start introducing this in political dialogue. Don't choose between older men defining for you what they think Kenya should be. Most of them are informed by the Kenya they dreamed about in the past, which has nothing to do with the reality of the young Kenyans today. Write onto it a millennial agenda. Write into it your aspirations for social responsibility. Write into it your hopes that politics matters in growing your talent and celebrating your inborn competences, in respecting your dignity. And let it be born on that canvas and hold our feet to the fire. Tell us, if you continue carrying this on that canvas, I'll walk with you. I will go on this journey. The moment you abandon this inclusive agenda, which includes my aspirations, I will unlike you. To me, that's expanding in a practical way, multi-stakeholder engagement and ownership of the political process at this critical moment in our country, but also one of the few rays of hope that we can give democracy a good name again in Kenya. Thank you very much for your attention.
Hello? Hello? Someone told us yesterday that we may not get much from an ignorant voter. Right? Because an ignorant voter will vote ignorantly for the wrong reasons. The question is, will you arrive at the right leadership? Hello? Dr. Mukisa Kitui, what we try to do at the People Dialogue Festival is to try to improve civic competence and the quality of our voters, so that the decisions that they make are better decisions. Why am I saying this? Because you have told us the only way we can manage democracy sustainably if we do not transfer some weaknesses like poverty from generation to generation. If we can aspire hope at every opportunity that we have. I want you to ponder about that. Just so quickly, as I introduce the Honorable Martha Karua, another leader that needs no introduction. And if you need introduction about Martha Karua, then we need to talk about Pale Nyuma ya Tent. Are we together? Then after that, we will have a quick fire plenary where I will go to Alliance for questions, Book Academy for a question to each of you. We also activated in Kisumu and Laikipia. The Master of Ceremony will do that very fast. Honorable Martha Karua, because of time, Please welcome and just fire us up. Thank you.
Good afternoon. I don't know what I'm required to say after the eloquence of my friend, Dr. Mugisa Kitui, but I'll just, as he was winding up, I thought of just one thing. He clearly laid out that there's a lot of fixing we need to do in our country, and that the responsibility lies with each one of us. And I would want to say particularly with the youth. We spent our youth trying to fix it, and it's continued into our time as senior citizens. But in every country of the world, in all countries where there have been revolutions, youth have been the engine of that revolution. So what do we need to fix? To me, the one most important thing is leadership. With the right leadership, then we can fix the things that are wrong. Today, those aspiring to be presidential, to be president, the 5th president, will tell you about the economy. They'll tell you about many things. You can't put the economy right without putting governance right. So it's all about leadership. You cannot fight corruption without fixing the leadership. Why is it that a leader can tell us 2 billion, the president actually can tell us 2 billion is being stolen in a day, and appear as helpless as you and me? And he has the law enforcement machinery under him. Why is it that people can brazenly steal money meant for COVID when COVID is ravaging Kenyans and get away with it? At a time, the government has abandoned Kenyans to their fate. Why do I say so? If testing and treatment in government facilities is not offered to the people without charge, how on earth can we fight a pandemic in a country where a majority are living below the poverty line? It's just common sense. In a country where we are not even able to vaccinate, we are talking about 30% being vaccinated by the end of this year, hopefully. How then can we fight the pandemic if there will be no testing, no treatment? Even certain places, we are not offering water for hygiene. I thought COVID was an opportunity to improve the service delivery for water and sanitation, because those are the primary deterrents to the pandemic. We need to fix leadership. And leadership, it's you and me with our votes. Our politics are highly monetized. People have lost hope, as Dr. Mugisa Kitui said. So people, the talk in the street is, after all, nothing changes. Wacha tumalizane na ile atanipatia sasa, sababu hakuna kitu itabadilika. Something does change and can change. We pushed when it was single party, and the result was open, democratic space opened, and we got multi-party. Though we didn't get a change of government, we pushed for another 10 years, and we got a change of regime in 2002, when the National Rainbow Coalition came in. A lot of good things happened. Setbacks, yes, but the good that happened that time, I do believe, is what is still propelling us to this date. We have lost hope, but we can remind ourselves, this is home. We have nowhere else to go. One or two people can go elsewhere, but they don't carry their families with them. They leave their hearts behind. So let us stay because this is home, and let us back take control of our home. And therefore, the youth must be torchbearers to talk to fellow youth, that money does not mean anything during elections. It is the ideals people stand for. It is their track record, because it's easy to mimic. Everybody can say they'll fight corruption, even when they are the most corrupt. Everybody can say they'll fix the economy, even when they have contributed to bringing the economy down. Everybody can say they'll respect human rights, when they have sat and watched when people's rights are violated, not by others, but by law enforcement agencies and those in government. I just want to say, we have a lot on our hands, and this transcends party lines. This is the fight of your life. Corruption eats away your education, your health, and your job. Because money in a bank to make a few people billionaires will not create jobs. Money invested creates jobs. This is a fight of our lives. Let's embrace it. Let's work together to safeguard the hard-won democracy, to ensure that our human rights are protected, and our human rights, our economic rights. When our money is siphoned, our human right to health, to other critical services like water and sanitation, housing, our right to social support when you are destitute, which is what Article 43 gives us, is taken away. So just the same way you fight invaders through your space to your house, let us fight to save our democracy, our country. I want to laud CMD for continuing with this dialogue festival, for being innovative, have it in person and online, because they could have said, because of COVID, we will put it off, but we don't know how long the new normal is going to be with us. So congratulations to CMD and to you all for staying true to the People's Dialogue Festival. I thank you.
Thank you very much, the Honorable Martha Karua, Honorable Mukisa Kitui. We're going to do this very fast. As you've said, the audience is both physical right here and virtual. We are activated in several places. We're activated today we're activated in Kisumu. We're activated in Laikipia County at the Alliance High School and at Buka Academy in Mumias. So I'm going to go direct to, let's start with Alliance. Let's start with Alliance. Can I have Alliance? Are they ready? Let me have Alliance. All right, that's
yes,
Alliance
we are ready.
High
We are
School.
ready.
Alliance High School, if you have, I hope you guys are fine. If you have a
Yes, we
question for the Honorable Dr. Mukisa Kitui or Honorable Martha Karua, it's your time. Over to you, Alliance.
Thank you for the opportunity, Papi. Telvin Gishuki from the Alliance High School. Telvin Gishuki from the Alliance High School. I'm Telvin Gishuki from the Alliance High School. I'd like to target the Honorable Martha Karua with this question. She has just talked about fixing the nation, especially for the youth. But my question is, with the current situation that the COVID-19 has wrought upon the employment sector, bringing upon us a sharp spike in the numbers of unemployment cases, how are we, or how is the government or the leaders now, how can they assist us in fixing this gap that has been brought by the COVID-19, since we are aware that some of the employment opportunities out there have been completely terminated by the use of machines or by the realization of the need of a smaller workforce. So referring to the 8th SDG goal, which is decent work and economic growth, how are you planning to provide a suitable environment for our employment in future concerning, via the effects of the COVID-19 in the country? Thank you.
Thank you, Alliance. The second one, Karibu sana,
My
tell
name-
us your name and then shoot your question, comment, Okosan. Karibu.
Thank you. My name is Joshua Rebo. From the time President Kenyatta came into government, the country has faced numerous challenges, and this has been exacerbated by the COVID-19. Now, my question is, what makes these other leaders, the likes of Honorable Martha Karua and Mr. Kitui, what do they think they could have done better to make this country a better place to live in from the time Kenyatta came into government in 2013? Let's say they were given the mandate to be president. And then again, don't you think President Kenyatta has done his best, considering the fact that he's had to work with very incompetent leaders, right from the cabinet secretaries going down? Don't you think he has tried? But these other leaders have literally failed him, very much so. And you people need to realize that there is a Kikuyu saying that a cow's milk production is only remembered after the cow goes. So you will remember President Kenyatta. It's not been all bad, but the downside is better than the upside. I believe Kenyatta has done his best. Thank you.
All right, the last one I was told there were three. You have another last one? Let's have that one. Tell us your name and then shoot your question or comment.
Okay, my name is Amon Kiprotich. My question is targeted towards Miss Martha Karua. I'm a big fan, by the way. Anyway, the question is, what can we do to prevent malicious politicians and ill-driven politicians from capitalizing on the zeal of youth and their ambition to change? Because it was earlier cited that the driving force for revolution. So if we were to have change or revolution, like you said, in our country, how sure are we can stop people from directing it towards their own personal gain? Thank you.
Thank you very much, Alliance. Hi-
Before we leave, Papi.
Yes, Telvin.
Before we leave, I'd like to tell Mother Karua that we at Alliance High School are very proud of the work she's doing in ensuring that women are being given a say in the society and even her exploits in other fields. Thank you.
Thank you, Telvin. Thank you very much. We move very, very fast to Buka Academy, if I have them online. Buka Academy in Mumias, if I have them online. Remember, we have the Honorable Dr. Mukisa Kitui and the Honorable Martha Karua. Buka Academy, if you have a question to Martha, the Honorable Martha Karua and Dr. Mukisa Kitui. Buka Academy. All right, they seem to be having technical challenges. Let us move into Kisumu. Kisumu, do we have them? All right, Kisumu, we have Dr. Mukisa Kitui and Martha Karua. What is your question? Over to you, Kisumu. Karibu sana.
So Kisumu, we are here.
Yes, we
But
can get you loud and clear. What is your question?
Yeah, for now we don't have question, but we are still going to be part of the discussion going on. Okay, so yeah, there's one question here. Just a minute.
All
There's
right.
there's a question.
I'm Joseph Odwar from Kisumu, and I'm part of Usika Forum and also an organization known as Leaders for Leaders Champion. And my question is to our leaders who advocated for the second liberation. Do we still get interest to have the third liberation, or liberation is something which is outshined in our society? Because there are a lot of problems that we are facing that we need to liberate ourselves from: mental, spiritual, emotional, and physical. And also to our liberators who are still in our spaces. Why are they disowning us by living the liberation and being the oppressors? Thank you.
All right.
Yeah, thank you so much. That is our question from Kisumu. So let us take it.
Thank you. Thank you. Do you have Laikipia? Let's keep that one. We'll take it later. Do you have Laikipia?
All right, thank you. Papi, can you hear me?
Let's have one question from Laikipia, Teke, and then here I'll take two, and then we allow Daktari and Mama to respond.
All right, thank you very much. Yes, Laikipia does have a question, and we are grateful to our two speakers, Honorable Mukisa Kitui and the Honorable Martha Karua. And rightfully so, yes, we do have a question to one of them, I think to Martha Karua, and sitting next to me here is a young political aspirant, also a youth representative from Laikipia. Shoot your question, Mr. KK.
Jambo, and thank you. First of all, the panelists and Mother Karua, thank you for that presentation. My question is a bit general and out of the box, and Mother Karua, and we've seen that one of the indicators of a system of governance that works is how the economy of that country is growing or creating jobs. I'm giving that background to give the following example. We've seen communism work in China. We've seen monarchy work in other countries. We have a democracy. I'm not saying that we go back, but don't you think it's time we
All right, we have a gist of what you're asking. We can't get you. We can't get your audio. We can't get you from Laikipia. So let's move here. Nitachukua swali kwa a lady and a gentleman, if you allow me. Let me take a question from. Wacha tupatie these young leaders nafasi. Please ask your question. Let me have the mic and then allow me to take a question from a lady.
Can you get me?
Who has a question? We have. Let's
Okay, okay.
take it from that lady. Okay. So those two, and then we allow Dr. Mukisa and Honorable Martha to respond. So we start with you. Tell us your name and then shoot your question or comment. Make it brief, please.
Okay, thank you very much. I'd spoken initially. My name is Thorn Barasa. I have a question to Honorable Mukisa Kitui. Well, we understand the driving force of revolution, as you've stated, the leaders of tomorrow. Or a tomorrow we are not sure about. So my first question is, just how sure are we going to be that if and when we are to come into power, we're going to have the democratic space that we desire to thrive? Number two, you had stated that the youth are not stepping up to be involved in decision making and are sitting back and blaming all the men for decisions they make on their behalf. Are you insinuating that the youth are passive? And how is it that you demand our voices be heard? And in your own opinion, how are we supposed to act?
Thank you, Barasa. The lady, we have that one, and then I'll call. I don't know who will come first, Daktari or Honorable Martha. Yes, tell us your name, and it's on. We will just. Is it on? Yes, it is. All the time.
And all the time.
That is cool.
I want to go directly to the point.
Your name,
My
please.
name is Faith Duku. I'm an ambassador, and I'm really grateful to be here today. And I'm really humbled to be next to our future leader, Martha Karua. And, at this juncture, we are at a certain point, a moment in our country that we the youth feel like we are too desperate. We are I as a leader, I feel that I'm desperate for good leadership in this country. And because Martha Karua has really touched my heart this afternoon, I'm really asking, what are we want to use to recruit us, because we are ready for this revolution? They should give us direction right now and tell us, this is where we want to go. And we are going to that direction.
All right, thank you. Daktari, mumesikia hiyo. That is direct. So I will call the Honorable Martha Karua, if you may, please.
Hiyo ndio itakuja mwisho. Selvin Gishu, you asked about unemployment. How can we fix the economy? Like I said, leadership. For me, what is key is leadership. We have everything right, including, if you want to know, the Jubilee Manifesto sounds right. The manifesto of every other party sounds right. But we are short on action, and it's about leadership. So with the right leadership, we can fix the economy. And that's what Kibaki did. There was no other magic. Good governance, especially the past term, he came in and leaders were devoted to giving service to the people. Those of us appointed ministers very largely concentrated on giving service to the people, doing what is right. The second term, things changed, but a lot was achieved. So it's all about leadership. We had the same professionals that were there during the Moi era. We still have the same professionals who were there during the Kibaki era, but something is not adding up. Leadership from the top to the lowest level. But when we want countrywide change, the top leadership matters. So I'm asking you, next year, don't gamble with your lives. We need to fix this country so that you can have jobs, so that your education can be guaranteed, so that you can have health and all those other things, so that your human rights are protected. You are not shot to death for merely walking outside during or after curfew, during curfew hours. And I want to say, when I talk of revolution, I should have emphasized ballot revolution. Revolution through the ballot, not any other means. I believe in the rule of law, so I'm talking of revolution during the ballot. Joshua, you asked how the youth can redirect their energies, or what we can do about the economy. I think the first thing is to seal the leakages, ensure that those who dip their hands in the cookie jar, those who steal, who violate the law, must face the music. If ministers or highly placed people, permanent secretaries, very highly placed people, go to jail for abusing office and misusing public money, it will not become fashionable to steal. Now, I hear people discussing even in the village, weighing who is a better thief than the other. That better this one, they steal and bring to us. And it prompted me to say in one of the talk shows, there is no better thief. A thief is a thief. Never think that a thief will be a Robin Hood who will steal and bring to you. They'll steal for themselves. And by the way, you vote a thief in, they'll even steal from you. You see, anybody, even a thief who steals votes, after they see it, because their foundation is stealing, they'll still steal something from you. So let us look for leaders of integrity, right from the ward level to the presidency. Do not gamble with your future. We had better chances of getting jobs when we finished, either in public or private sector. Now with an economy that is not doing as well as it should, you have very few chances of getting a job. We are educating our children because now I'm at that age where the youth are my children. And then they stay years without jobs. They do menial jobs. I'm not disparaging menial jobs, but you were trained to do a certain thing, and the country should be benefiting from your expertise. What else? Rule of law is also one of the ingredients of good governance. Where the law applies equally to the high and to the mighty, then the result will be good governance, will be a country that upholds the rights of the people. I write and I can't read my own writing. Where I do not fulfill the questions, please, my age mate and friend, Dr. Mukisa Kitui, please pick up where I can't. I don't have glasses, so my handwriting is difficult, but I still passed, even with it. But I'm urging the youth to write better than I'm writing. Amon asks, what can we do to prevent malicious politicians from turning around and subverting our wishes as voters? That's the way I summarized it. A politician is a human being like you. Nobody is born a politician. We socialize and we become. I trained as a lawyer, and the law works very well with politics because I was taught to represent, and I'm representing. But the way you can distinguish a good politician or a good leader and a bad politician, look at their track record. Even before I was elected, I used to tell the people that I was advocating for their rights under the banner of the Law Society without necessarily earning anything from the public. I've now been out of a public seat for 10 years, but you hear me frequently because for me, it's a calling, it's within me. I will not stand by when things are going wrong. I will speak out. There are many people like that. Look for people in the villages. You will see those who are public spirited and help. Those who like to organize. Look for people who will not grab what belongs to you. So please let us be able to distinguish. It is your vote that can keep Kenya away from any malicious leader or politician. And then we must hold leaders to account. Most people will not speak truth to power, even when presented with the occasion. Otherwise, MPs would be told by their constituents straight to their face that they are not performing. Leaders would be told to their face. Let us take up courage and let us challenge our leaders when they fall short, right in their presence. And let's stop saying a big thank you when a leader helps to distribute public property. When it is CDF, it is not the leader's personal money. When the president gives us money that we vote as budget, it is not his generosity. It is our own generosity. All he's doing is helping to distribute. And any other leader at whatever level. So when we take ownership of our resources, of our spaces, we'll be able to tell leaders that you are not doing the work I gave you to do. You are not using my resources properly, because there's no way leaders can shower themselves with all the resources, leaving the public to go hungry, to go without medicine during a pandemic, to be without classrooms for their children, and many other things. That is why you don't have jobs. If we had all the classrooms we needed, we would need so many of you helping to build. We would need so many teachers. We would need so many doctors to provide, and nurses to provide services to the people. We would have many, many more jobs, even when there are machines. So finally, I'll go very quickly now. Do we need the third liberation? Joseph is asking. Public work and the work for change never ends, because the change this generation wants may not be the change the next generation wants. We fought for multipartyism. Although today there is a semblance of fighting for it, because when people are saying, come to one party, we are insisting we need to remain in as many parties as we can. So we still, but it's a different form of fight, because the law already allows us to have multipartyism. So it is a different space, a different fight. Please let every generation take up what is their duty. We are about to exit. I'm fighting to ensure that you, my children, and my grandchildren have a better life, an enabling environment, and the chances that I had when I left job, which today you don't have. The chances of being treated in a public facility, which I had and which you now don't have. Good public transport, which existed during my time, but which does not exist during your time. We have democracy or growth in China, which cannot be described as a democracy. But remember, in China, there was a revolution, Tiananmen Square. That was a revolution. And although the system of government may not have changed, they learned a thing or two about opening space, and they did open up a little. In UK, it's a constitutional monarchy. So the monarchy is more of a ceremonial head. Decisions are made by elected leaders under the prime minister. I still believe that there is no method better than democracy. Imagine a situation where you cannot stand up and speak your mind, and where when you criticize a leader, you are put in, where we cannot complain even when we are dying of hunger. Democracy is not perfect, but I still think it is the best that we have. But as you are asking, I'll let Mukisa deal with that because my handwriting is not helping me. It's something about change, but I can't quite read it. Faith Duku, you said the youth are desperate for leadership and you want direction. The direction is go for people who have a proven track record. We were also asked what we could have done better. I am proud of part of the time we were in leadership, and I and Mukisa were in government. Kibaki's first term, a lot of good came out of it. We obviously had missteps because after the failed referendum, we failed in the duty of bringing the country together. The result was a disputed election, murder, mayhem, and all unimaginable crimes. They follow us up to today. We must learn lessons. We must never let the country go there. But I want to end by saying, even when a leader from your ethnic group is president, if the leadership is not good, you will suffer along with other Kenyans. There is no price of unga for the people of Central or Mount Kenya, where the president comes from, better than the rest of the country. The poor sleep hungry, just like the poor in any other area. And I will have to say this to the annoyance of some, that in Baringo, where Moi came from and was president for 24 years, and in Gatondo, where President Uhuru has been and is now clocking 10 years, and where his father was for 16 years, that's total of 26. If you want to touch poverty in Kenya, go to those two places. Kebake's is different because by the time he became president, the place had improved just like the rest. The president cannot carry money in a sack and distribute to the households around him. So if your policies are not good, people will suffer. Even your own relatives will suffer. Let us elect persons who can be of help to the whole nation. Thank you.
Unlike Martha, I can read my handwriting. So questions I don't answer is because she has answered them very well. To Gishuki's first question, how can we fix the problems of unemployment? Number one, I shift the definition of the challenge of unemployment as creating sustainable employment, not giving credit to people to start small business. I think this country has blown out of proportion the notion that you fix unemployment by giving people some credit to start some micro business. The mortality rate in those kind of businesses is very high, and it's not the most efficient way of using resources to deal with unemployment. Number two, the amount of money we are spending on corruption could be a very substantial tool for dealing with creating sustainable employment. Know that every penny paid in corruption is an added cost to the products that we produce as a country, and it contributes to non-competitiveness of made in Kenya. Three, diversify the economy. I've been arguing for some time now that just like the Kenya government has been giving money to pay back for bad debts in the sugar sector, in coffee sector, in tourism, in tea producers, the Kenya government can de-risk, can subsidize the risk of credit organizations giving loans to young men and women in the digital space in their startup businesses. This is one of the main drivers of the new economy, and we should give it as much protection as possible instead of letting banks ask, what's your credit rating? What's your banking history? When all you have is an idea in your head and a laptop on your lap. We have to start seeing that this is the direction many countries are going today, and try to walk that talk. Number four, the creative industry is a phenomenal potential for good in our country. There's a lot of talented actors, musicians, sculptors, painters. We treat it as the dumping ground for people who cannot get other jobs. When a structured program, for example, ensuring protection of intellectual property rights, making access to talent development for those areas with creative genius, can be the basis of a new driver of new employment. Most importantly, dealing with unemployment is getting people to gain hope and trust in themselves, and helping people to unlearn skills they learned which are irrelevant in the marketplace and learn what the market is looking for today. What will make us do things better is a commitment and invitation to all people competing for power that pledge like I am ready to pledge and Mother Karua is ready to pledge today, that put the searchlight on me. If you found any skirmish of corruption, any trait of corruption in my past, hold me to account and let me be cleansed or cleared before I run for president of Kenya. Let's demand of every person that it is time we said we cannot elect a thief to lead us. And let us create a constituency of voters who are consuming the war against corruption as part of national good. Then lots of other things we can do. I like the young man who was praising President Kenyatta as good, but is surrounded by incompetence. Actually, President Kenyatta is good in a number of ways, and I've known President Kenyatta for many years. He took over as trade minister from me, and I know he actually, by and large, means well as a human being. But I also say this, if you're president, you have the hiring and the firing power. You are responsible for the incompetent persons who serve under you. We can't forgive you because of incompetence by people that you appointed, because you have the ability to fire those incompetents and replace them with competent people. So I hope that we have seen how incompetence can lead down even a well-intentioned leader. Let's look for direction, while ethnic consideration is not as important as personal competence as an hold of public office. About the second liberation, we were part of a struggle that said Kenya deserved better than the dictatorship and even primitive thinking that dominated the political culture of the 80s and the early 90s. But that struggle was not just the repeal of Section 2A. To unlock the potential of Kenyans is to banish mainstream corruption from public life, to reduce ethnic reward as a way of keeping patronage in public leadership, to punish crime regardless of the ethnic or racial or gender origins of the criminal, and to make people proud again to be Kenyans. Some of the value changes, some of the appreciation and diversity of our country is unfinished business. So instead of talking about a third liberation, every generation should complete a journey that we started but has been derailed because we thought it was all about allowing for registration of different political parties. Communism, monarchy, democracy, To my mind, democracy, as Mother said, is not a perfect political system, but it's better than all the other bad systems. To me, the big challenge is how can we build the foundations of a developmental state where the instruments of state are dedicated to unlocking the potential of a competitive economy, of building enterprise Kenya, of reviving the dream of Kenya as an emerging economy, not competing with Burundi and Somalia, but Thailand and Malaysia. How can we be sure that democracy will survive until you are adults? It's a very good question. There is no guarantee. But if normal service continues, it's almost a guarantee that democracy will not survive well. So where we are, be ready to be mobilized to be part of the solutions that you crave. Be ready to fight all those tendencies and practices that are undermining the promise of democracy. Be ready to say we choose leaders who we believe are custodians of the democracy we aspire to, and who create space for us to grow into this space and inherit a working economy. Some of the things we'll have to deal with. As a nation, we must curb the appetite for expensive loans. We're building infrastructure that we do not have the capacity to sustain. 10 years ago, 36 cents out of every shilling was servicing debt. Today, 76 cents in every shilling is for servicing debt. We can't afford that direction. And I was seeing in the Business Daily that the government is looking at the possibility of building an expressway to Mombasa. I want to request the president and his government, you have borrowed enough. You have started enough. Please leave it to the next president to think about priority infrastructure. After building SGR, which was struggling to service, there is no urgent need for an expressway right now to Mombasa. We can't afford it as a country. You can't borrow more and keep servicing debt by increasing how much you have to pay for petroleum resources. Here's a painting about a 34% increase in the price of petroleum in less than 1 year. It's the fact that you keep quiet doesn't mean that we're happy about it. And I think it's part of the responsibility of leadership that we at least are a bit, we show some fidelity to the pain of the citizens about the ballooning public debt and ballooning appetite for more and more investment in debt-funded projects and more taxation to cover ambitious government recurrent expenditures. Give us direction. Mother Karua and I are part of an initiative. Some of you have seen about it recently. Watu tunasema tunatafutana wazalendo ambao wanajiamini kwamba tuna jukumu na fursa ya kurekebisha karabati siasa za Kenya, kuonyesha mwelekeo dhahiri kwamba vita dhidi ya ufisadi ni jukumu letu, and build a foundation for a better country. We'll continue looking around, expanding the ranks of those seeking public office who share with us a sense of urgency about sorting out things very substantively, fighting corruption, putting Enterprise Kenya at the center of our activity, focusing youth as the main, the raison d'etre, the main justification of looking for political leadership, and say, with your assistance, we can build a majority that talks the real issues and offers the real solutions, and see if we can form a government that brings hope back to this country. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Kitui and Mother Karua. Regiment, track record. All right. Now, at PDF as well, we have a track record of people, we have a track record of dialogue, and then we have a track record of festival. Just 2 minutes each. We shall not waste time. Mr. MC, as we say bye-bye.
All right. Dr. Mukisa, tunataka kukusindikisha na wimbo. Simama tafadhali, na mama Martha Karua pia asimame, na kila mtu asimame. This one goes out to everybody. I don't know if you guys are ready, but if a part of the festival is performance, so kaeni ni rada, mtazoea. It's a festival because of performances. Otherwise, hey!
shita shituma. Haya, wakienda kazo shita shituma mwadhiwa noto washemanene onide oroturo kumagyo shone ono wabari waku ima kila mtu amokera mokeresho osha umoni ndiye wakwa haleluya amen. Karibuni, wapi makofi? Okay, going on, moving forward, we're going to have a panel led by Janet Mbogo. You can have our seats. But before that, I want to call upon the poet, Nekoe Ome, who's going to give us a performance as we constitute the panel and as Janet gets ready to do the thing.
Today, I've been privileged to listen to a young scholar called Thorne, who said that introduce not a child to fear, but introduce them to what is possible. And I want to say thank you for that. This next piece coincidentally goes with what he spoke of in that particular quote. It's called Revolution's Prayer. Let's go, Jack. Mchana usiku nangoja, nangoja, yo, 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 yo. Mchana usiku mie nangoja, nangoja, yo, 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 yo. When will our children sit at the table? When will our children sit at the table willing, strong, and able? When will our children sit at the table willing, strong, and able, standing for Pan-Africanism, Pan-Africanism? When will our children sit at the table representing our mama land? Land, brave in their native tongue, royalty draped in tribal wear, acknowledging their ancestry, standing tall in our heritage, rooted in African philosophies, guided by our mysteries. When they speak, the world will be silent, and when they walk, the world will stop and pave the way. Please pave the way. Please pave the way, political leaders. Pave the way. And as we spoke today, pass on the microphone, and as our young sage Thorne said, introduce not a child to fears, but introduce them to what is possible. Usiku mchana, yo yo, yo yo, yelele ma, lo 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 lo.
All right, all right, all right. So I'm going to call Janet Mbogwa to come up. We have a panel. Most of them are virtual, but of course we have somebody who's also online. The microphones are just going to be sanitized, and then we get going. So this one will be a very quick panel for the interest of time. So Janet is going to conduct it. We'll take questions both virtually and from the plenary here, alafu we move on swiftly. Karibu sana Janet Mbogwa.
Asante sana. I think we really ought to give another big round of applause to Mr. Papi because his energy is very dope. Asante. As he mentioned, I will try and see that we can make this engaging and swift because I think we've heard a lot of powerful statements that have just been made and were made earlier, but this next section is equally important. Allow me to begin by inviting our panelists who is physically here as we then speak to those who are virtually joining us. So joining me on stage is Florence Yevuo, Country Director, SDGs Kenya Forum. Karibu, Florence, and it's very good to see you. Let's give her a round of applause as she joins me right next to me on stage. And then the participants who will be joining us virtually, we have Honorable Gideon Ochanda, Chairman for the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business. Do we have Honorable Gideon virtually to just kind of wave as we signal him in? Okay. There we have it. There we have it. Thank you so much for joining us, sir. We'll come to you in just a few moments. So please stand by. Thank you very much. And then we have Ms. Kirsten Brosbol, founder 2030 Beyond. There we have it. Thank you, Kirsten. You can just wave to make sure that you can hear us clearly. Thank you for that. We'll come to you in just a few moments. And finally, we tried to get a hold of him earlier. That's Patrick Maingi from KEPSA. Do we have him now? I understand we now have Patrick Maingi of KEPSA. Oh, fantastic. Thank you very much. I can see that you can all hear us very well. And so I'll delve into a round of questions. And when I do come to each of you, you also have a chance to speak a little bit to the power of your platform to implementing the SDGs. As Papi mentioned, and for those who may not have been here earlier, I'm Janet Mbogwa, I'm your moderator today. It's been an enriching session. Florence, I think it's one of those sessions where it was very solutions oriented. Oh, you're looking for a microphone? I think this could be, I think that's the one. And I know that the Council of Governors had actually mentioned you in terms of an organization that is helping cascade the SDGs right down to the women, men, children, far out there in Kenya, the ones who are hard to reach, because there's been a very big concern all around about we're not heard, we're not seen, we're not engaged enough. So as you tell us a little bit more about the SDGs Forum Kenya, speak to that. And then again, as mentioned to our guests virtually, we'll come to you where you can speak a little bit about what your platform is doing in a bid to localize the and accelerate the implementation of the SDGs. Florence.
Thank you very much, Janet. And I want to start by saying all the panelists online, my very good friends, so they've denied me the chance to be with them on this panel, but Janet also. For those who do not know, my names are Florence Yevuo, but what I meant by what you do not know is that Janet Mbogwa is a big champion of the Sustainable Development Goals. I think she deserves a round of applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
Yeah, I say this because for us, coming from this sector or coming from the SDG champions, we've been really looking for, like media personalities, politicians, people with influence who are able to speak and are able to just showcase how, multi-stakeholder partnerships can be done for us to achieve SDGs. And so maybe just to introduce the forum, because I've been asked to do that. For us, the Sustainable Development Goals Kenya Forum is a civil society-led coalition. So with us, we have SDG champions across the 17 goals. We have civil society organizations. And when I say this, I'm talking about community-based organizations, national and international organizations that are working and based here in Kenya. And so we have a growing membership of over 450 currently. And so this is a voluntary space whereby wherever you are in the counties, in the 47 counties, you're welcome to come together with these civil society organizations. And for us as a secretariat, our role is to, one, coordinate, offer a coordinated approach. Secondly, to open up space for partnerships within the different sectors. I'll be speaking about that later. And also to ensure that our voices, our collective voices can be heard, because of course, sustainable development goals, sustainable development for all, leaving no one behind, has to be done from a collective voice. So maybe I'll stop there for the introductions, and I know I'll get an opportunity to speak later. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Thank you very much for that. I know we'll come to you in just a few moments. I think we can now move to Honorable Gideon Ochanda, who again is of course joining us virtually, the chairman of the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus on SDGs and Business. And Honorable Ochanda, as you tell us a little bit more, okay, I think he's settling down, as you tell us a little bit more about your platform and the importance that it plays in accelerating the implementation of SDGs in Kenya. Tell us a little bit about, first of all, the Kenya Parliamentary Caucus and how you commit to accelerating the implementation of SDGs. Over to you. I don't think
Yes, I'm clear.
There you go. We can hear you now. Thank you.
Thanks a lot, Janet. Once again, I felt a little bit jealous when I saw many things that were happening there physically, and I was away. But I think it's been good. The feedback has been very interesting. My name has been mentioned is Dr. Ochanda Gideon. I sit in the National Assembly representing Bondo constituency. But besides that, I chair a caucus of members of parliament, that's both the National Assembly and the Senate, who are in one way or the other committed to the issues of SDGs. People who are passionate about either certain goals, passionate about the general goals, and that's exactly, it is the passion that has brought members together. That is both the National Assembly and the Senate. So the main direction is we've been trying to conscientize a lot more of our members and a lot more of members of parliament towards understanding, towards comprehending what SDGs are all about and where SDGs is taking us to. I think from outset, it's important to note that when we are talking about the issues of enhancing local ownership of SDGs, or the issues of political commitments of SDGs, the most fundamental thing is how are people, how are the players conscious about what we are dealing with? How are members conscious about SDGs? How are they conscious about specific goals that we have under SDGs? And that's exactly what we've been trying to do. But a lot more times we isolate items that are for purpose of championing. And we have members who champion certain goals, either through the processes of legislation, the bills development, and in the process, as a caucus, we come in to support, or as a caucus, we also sponsor in terms of how we move about certain legislations. So the membership, like we've said, is those who are passionate and are interested. And from time to time, we support the whole issue of the policy, arrangements, the whole issue of legislation. And beside that, individual members champion this also in where they are also members, whether they are in departmental committees or in for purpose of what happens in the house. So as at now, Janet, what's happening is that the elements that we isolate, the segments of the society that we isolate for purposes of like right now, we are talking about the issues of mental health. We've been talking about issues of exclusion in terms of communities that have been left behind. We try to isolate segments of the society that are likely to be left behind when we are dealing with the issues of SDGs. So there are various challenges, of course, in terms of trying to do this. I listened to Martha Karua, and what she was primarily mentioning is that we are basically going behind. There are things that she was saying that were happening very well, issue of public health, issues of water, and some of this. She was saying that no. When they were growing up, some of these things.
Okay, I think He's temporarily frozen. And I think what we can do is come back just so that we can move on to the next speaker. I know you.
These are some of the challenges that we try to isolate and address, both as a caucus or as an individual members on our own. There's the whole issue of political commitments. And I think this is the biggest problem that we have. We have not properly professionalized the state. I think that's one thing that is there. Our state has not been very professionalized. We run things and elections make it run in a manner that there is no clear, sustainable strategy in terms of either policy or in terms of commitment. Of course, as a nation, our leadership has been committed, and I've mentioned this, and I've ratified all manner of treaties and protocols. But how do we move towards this? I think this has been the biggest problem. When we are talking about water for all by 2015, when we're dealing with the issues of MDGs, are we there? So there are some of these things that are not happening because of non-sustainable way of how political leadership look at things. They are more focused on a 5 elective period. And then that is it. Right now, everybody's focused on 2022. And this is the main challenge that we're going to be facing as a nation, that by 2030, when we are supposed to be adding up to 90 or 80% in terms of achievement, chances are that the non-sustainable way of how we've been looking at things may not take us anywhere, because we are still going to be faced with the 2 elections in between, meaning that there's going to be kind of gaps. There are going to be kind of different new ways of doing things. And sometimes it's not going to be very easy to achieve some of these things. And that's exactly why we're talking about the issue of political commitments.
Okay,
Yes,
thank you for
Jen?
that. When we come back for the second round of questions, it'll be really interesting to hear from you, based on the fact that you do have key concerns. How then do we push for that, for the public interest and from the interest as well from the members that you were mentioning, to ensure that the SDGs are implemented? Before we come to Patrick, who I hope you can speak to the sustainability and funding and resourcing of the SDGs, let's go to Kirsten to talk a little bit about 2030 beyond. We heard a little bit this morning. It was quite insightful with regards to the models and the tools that have been used to implement democracy further afield. Bringing it back, I'm not sure how much of the conversation you were able to hear, but there was still quite a bit of feedback regarding lack of inclusion, regarding lack of accessibility to the powers that be, and a general feeling that this is a forum that will happen and will move on, and the people who really matter wouldn't be able to have their voices heard and brought forward to the ballot. Can you comment to that? And can you comment to specific tools and models that may not have been mentioned that we can use to increase public discourse, public participation, and public engagement when it comes to dialogue and democracy?
Okay, thank you for that. And it's such a pleasure to be able to join you this afternoon. Unfortunately, I did not follow the conversation this morning, but I know that my co-founder Rina was there and took part in that debate. Perhaps what I can share is that I'm a former member of parliament in Denmark. I served for 14 years in the Danish parliament, and I was also the Minister for Environment for a while in Denmark. And the basis for founding 2030 Beyond was really my experience as a parliamentarian, both working with civil society and multi-stakeholder platforms, how we try to engage as parliamentarians in Denmark with a broader multi-stakeholder environment in order to, as Mr. Ochanda just mentioned, in order to, first of all, raise awareness about the 2030 agenda and also inspire people to, and different stakeholders to act and to join in partnerships across sectors and across political divides, which I also think is key. Also, having listened to our two previous speakers today, the political leaders, I think it's very clear that there is a need for across party as well as across sector engagement for the SDGs, instead of sort of pushing the polarization further, which is an issue in many countries and many democracies all over the world. So our basis of founding 2030 Beyond was really an experience in Denmark first of all, establishing the all-party parliamentary group, which I chaired in my last term in Parliament. And from that, also building what we call the 2030 panel in Denmark, a broad multi-stakeholder forum, where we, together with them, initiated a number of projects. One was the SDG platform and at the Danish People's Dialogue Festival, which I believe you've heard about, that we now run. Another one is a big project that we launched together with Statistics Denmark, focusing on giving both politicians and other stakeholders the data and the monitoring system, a set of indicators that would make it possible for us to monitor progress towards the SDGs and the 2030 agenda. And the point here is really, and also speaking to the topic of this panel, that with the 2030 agenda, for the first time, we have a universal agenda, which means that all countries all over the world are now basically developing countries, because we all have issues with more of the SDGs, and it's not only an agenda that speaks to the developing world, but also to countries of the global north. Speaking for my own country, Denmark, we have very big issues when it comes to our climate footprint, our resource footprint, which are the main issues that we have to deal with, and thus have to monitor our own progress towards those of the SDGs that we are lacking behind. So again, I think what is key here is that we as parliamentarians, as representatives of the people in our democracies, we are able to establish those fora where we can really interact with other stakeholders and where we can interact across party lines, and make sure that we have those platforms for dialogue with our constituents and with it could be academia, it could be educational institutions, which we are also now trying to bring into our work, working with students, working with different schools, making sure that students learn about how they can take action on sustainability and how they, through their professions, in the future can be part of the solution, and also give their input to innovative policies and framework conditions that are necessary to promote action for the SDGs. So, but happy to speak more also about the work that we do with parliamentarians on a global level, which is the other leg of what we do in 2030 Beyond. We run a parliamentary network, Parliamentarians for the Global Goals, which now has members from more than 47 different countries. So we try to inspire parliamentarians all over the world on how they can take action also and set up structures in their parliaments to make sure that they both take legislative action, models for SDG budgeting and structures in parliaments, but also how they can engage with their constituents and other stakeholders.
All right. Thank you, Kirsten. Thank you for speaking from the perspective of a former member of parliament. I think that's insightful and helpful to kind of take those learnings and try and find ways to reflect and then create a platform where you kind of bring together other parliamentarians to try and assess and establish democracy and inclusion. Before we come back to you, Florence, we have Patrick. Patrick Mangi is with the Kenya Private Sector Alliance, and I think in a lot of forums, it's always interesting and it's curious to know how can we really get the private sector at the heart and center of disseminating the SDGs, getting corporates involved, because corporate power is massive power. And I think if we had the strength and bandwidth of corporates in Kenya and private sectors, and the Private Sector Alliance, for example, I feel like that could really push and scale ownership of the SDGs because of the different points of interaction that KEPSA has across the country. So the first question is, how are the Kenya Private Sector Alliance kind of translating the SDGs and then disseminating that across corporate Kenya so that then we're able to have even more ownership from a wider demographic of the country. And then we'll try and see if we can speak to resourcing as well as we wind up. So Patrick, over to you.
Thank you very much, Janet. I hope you can get me clear. I'm logging in from Mombasa. We're attending some meeting. My name is Patrick Maingi. I'm the Public-Private Dialogue Specialist at the Kenya Private Sector Alliance. And it's good to have you, plus my other panelists, Flo, my good friend, and Christine, our partner in Denmark, and of course, the Honorable Ochanda. The Kenya Private Sector Alliance, or KEPSA, is like the apex body of the private sector in Kenya. We bring together all the business associations, corporates, companies, SMEs, startups, under one umbrella to speak with one voice while we engage in the government and other stakeholders on cross-cutting issues that affect the private sector. And while we do that, we want to ensure that we can do linkages and we can do mentoring, accessing to markets, developing value chains across the entire country so that we can achieve our SDGs. And when we look at the SDGs, Janet, is that the private sector is a significant contributor towards the realization of these SDGs. We may not speak about it, may not be written out there, but when you look at the private sector and corporates and businesses, they are driving this economy because it's a business-driven economy. The 2030 agenda for the UN acknowledged that there is a diverse role for the private sector to implement SDGs. And the UN has called on businesses to apply creativity and innovation in solving the sustainable development challenges. And because of this, in Kenya, we have taken up this matter and our businesses are actively engaging to ensure that we have sustainable development. In Kenya, KEPSA and the government has been working very well. We have established what we call public-private dialogue platforms, starting, from the presidential roundtables with judiciary or parliament, both houses, and then meeting with other stakeholders so that we can ensure that the business agenda is always on top of the policy agenda. We co-chair the National International Committee with the National Treasury on SDGs. And that just brings us to the point where we have our reporting mechanisms where we all specific and individual companies are called upon to do what we call national voluntary reporting on the private sector. In the last meeting, the high level political forum, the private sector was represented and we did our national report in that. When you look at the SDGs, for example, we reported very highly on SDG 12 on sustainable consumption and production. We're trying to achieve sustainability in this country, where 86% of the private sector in Kenya said they do a bit of sustainable consumption and production. When you look at SDG 8 on decent work and economic growth, about 85% of companies in Kenya are trying to achieve decent work and economic growth. And especially on our customized programs that provide employment for the youth, women, and persons with disability. And also closely linked to that is SDG 5 on gender equality, where we see about 75% of our companies in Kenya are doing something to do with the gender equality. Of course, we are doing poorly, but maybe because we do not report on things like SDG 2 on hunger, which again could be embedded on that. In the country, we have a lot of initiatives that we are doing. KEPSA and its partners and members are part of the National Climate Change Action Plan, and we are trying to achieve green economy within our endeavors as we do that. We want to ensure that SDGs are embedded in our business strategies, in our business agenda, in everything that we do as a private sector. We are ensuring that SDGs are mainstreamed. And that's why on the development of the national policy on climate finance, KEPSA played a lead role to ensure that we are part of that endeavor on achieving SDGs. There's a platform called Partnering for Green Growth and Global Goals, P4G. It is domiciled at the National Treasury and Planning, but KEPSA is a coach and playing a great role, especially on the new plastics economy, where we want to ensure that we have less and less pollution from our endeavors as business entities. There is a platform called the Climate Business Information Network of Kenya. Hello?
If you can hear me. Yes, I know you want to speak to the different platforms you have. I want to come back and center us around how we can further strengthen the synergies between KEPSA and a lot of the other agencies that are represented here today. So allow me to move back to Florence, who's with me on the panel, and we'll have a final round of questions again before we open it up to the room and to those who are watching virtually as well.
Thank you.
You know, Florence, I think after everything we've heard today, it's important to know what everyone is doing.
Yeah.
I think it's even more important for everyone to know how they can plug in, be heard, how they can access the SDGs, how there can be a strengthened unity in how all the stakeholders are coming together to make sure women are heard, people in marginalized communities are heard, persons with disabilities, youth. There's been a lot of conversations around youth. Our two political leaders, I feel, have captured a lot of what people would want to say, and they answered questions as well. So I want us to get to the heart of that, Florence, because we can talk a lot about the different programs running. How are we talking about how it's actually cascading, and how can people in this room plug in? How can people in this room feel what it is that the SDG Forum is doing, what it is that KEPSA is doing, so that we can all participate in the same way?
Thank you, Janet. And yes, maybe I'll just take it from there. I'd want to start by saying that this is very, very important, the issues of, just promoting dialogue. And I think the first 2 days, yesterday and today, we've had that opportunity. And you had from the different colleagues, private sector, parliamentarians, civil society, Council of Governors, and so forth. And I'm sure most of you as the audience may be wondering, what's this kind of approach, and how is it relevant to us? And so for me, it's first and foremost to say that the Sustainable Development Goals, unlike the MDGs, the Millennium Development Goals that were there before, one of the weaknesses that was highlighted was the lack of a coordinated approach, whereby multi-stakeholder partners come together and understand their different roles. And within the SDGs, I know one of the principles that is very well known is the leave no one behind principle, but also there's another principle called common but differentiated responsibility. And this is where the multi-stakeholder sits in, whereby we are saying that even as development partners, as civil society organizations, as Mwananchi, as the media, academia, all these questions, the students who are here with us, brilliant minds, we all have a role to play in the Sustainable Development Goals. And one, we need to first understand, how do we do this? And how do we plug in? Then from there, we could have citizen power. I know this is what Martha Karua was talking about. I know this is what Honorable Mukisa Kitui was telling us, because I think for me, and having the privilege to have interacted with many, many continents, like Latin America, where there is a lot of citizen power, where people come to the streets and say, enough is enough, we cannot take this anymore, and the government listen, and the next day there's change within that particular city or country. And so some things I feel, in my opinion, are still lagging behind in Kenya. And one is the creation of awareness. And I know many times we say, we're always creating awareness, Janet, there's too much awareness, wananchi, wanajua, hii maneno ya, maendeleo, we keep saying that sometimes people or leaders belittle the issues of do not know in terms of development, in terms of the local CIDPs, the integrated plans, the annual development plans that are within the particular counties, what is being passed by our county assemblies, how do we need to involve ourselves? And so within awareness, there's the role of the media, Janet, and your champions, and we need to have these vernacular stations. We have to have more and more, constructive conversations, because when you look at our media, and maybe I know most of you have complained, there's a lot of political, just conversations that many times, in my opinion, are not very productive. How do we ensure that we could have conversations about who's lagging behind, who's been left behind, who did not access a meal. For me, it would be my dream to see one day that we can really actually track those that are left behind and what really is happening to our students who cannot sit for exams, who cannot access school fees, healthcare services, water and sanitation. These are the basic things that Kenya needs to drive itself into. Apart from awareness, there's the issue of public participation, and I would really speak to that, saying how do we not just say participate, how do we support citizens to understand the whole process and to be actively engaged and to come up with models of following up even after participating in public participation? How do you follow up to ensure that whatever you brought to the table has been implemented? I know a county like Makueni has been doing that, but many more, of course, need to do that or to learn or to empower their citizens. So for me, I know there's a big opportunity there for us to come together as citizens to understand what are the processes, but also development partners. How do we support public participation? Also, there's the issue of data and evidence, because a lot of times public participation is hindered by evidence where citizens maybe would want to say we lack this or there's something missing in our locality. But that evidence, that having statistics that speak to exactly the matter that you're facing, if it's on issues of teenage pregnancies, if it's on issues of access to water and sanitation, how then do we ensure that citizens can be very well equipped? Then for us, then we can say we are having dialogues. After that, because I have to run through all these things very quickly, I don't talk about financing. Financing is at the heart of the matter, because if we do not have the right financing, if we do not have the right models, and I think that's where the private sector comes in, development partners, we need to come up with partnerships that go beyond our day-to-day, what we are used to. We need to see the local mwananchi, the local businesses supporting development, supporting climate action. We need to see just very creative ways and innovations that the young people are coming up with. How then do we support these innovations? That's just the local ownership. And Janet, I don't know if I have a minute to speak about political commitments. I could also quickly speak about that, because we're asked to speak about local ownership and political commitments. On political commitments, I believe, and I know the politicians really spoke about this. I'll not want to go their direction, but the things I would say is one, for the SDGs to be successfully achieved, we are talking about the whole of government approach and the whole of society approach, whereby it's not about just the government, it's not about the decisions that are made at county level or at national level, but there is also an opportunity for us to involve the different sectors, and this involvement, like the multi-stakeholder, the committee that I think my colleague Mainge talked about, where we also sit in there making decisions on SDGs at Kenya level. But how can some of these important stakeholder committees be financed? How can we ensure that even at such levels, the government within their budgets, they could allocate domestic financing for some of these very critical partnerships to advance SDGs? The second thing is that we need to anchor some of these policies and processes to go beyond political cycles and changes, whereby many times you see goodwill coming from, for example, as Martha Karua said, she talked about Moi Kibaki and some of the things he did, and some of this really fell out or are not, we keep saying these things in the past. Why not have these things, very strongly anchored into our day-to-day happenings, so that we do not miss out, even when politicians go away. So there's that, and also the issues of ensuring that our common voices can be heard. We can get action towards what we say as Mwananchi. Many times we are lamenting, but our voices at county level, our voices as citizens, there's a lot of political harassment. There's a lot of things that are happening to Mwananchi, and we need to find ways as citizens to have our voices heard and to ensure that conversations, dialogues can actually be a win-win kind of situation. Thank you, Janet.
Yeah, thank you for that. Conversations, I like how you mentioned citizen power in the beginning. I feel like collectively, that's what a lot of people feel is lacking. I mean, we're in this room and we're fortunate to be in this room to be able to access this conversation firsthand, but a lot of people across the country don't have access to these platforms, don't have access to leaders, don't have access to information. And that's where the gap needs to shift. The gap needs to shift from on stage to on ground, which again, we've heard from the beginning. So thank you for speaking to that. We'll take I'll do my final round of questions to the three other panelists, and then Papi will stand by if he's around to take one or two questions from the room and online as we draw to a close. But speaking of funding and financing, and I think I can move to Patrick here before going back to Honorable Ochanda and then to Kirsten. But speaking of funding, that has come up a lot, and you've mentioned it as well, and financing. If we can get Patrick, I think we're still trying to locate him. But I really wanted to.
I'm here.
Oh, there you go. I can see you. You know, somebody mentioned that a lot of these movements are funded either by international donors. The agenda almost becomes an international community and CSO agenda, whereas, as I mentioned earlier, KEPSA has a lot of weight, unless we're just assuming wrongly, to bring in people who can sustain financially. So briefly, Patrick, can we dig into KEPSA's power and financial power to put money behind the implementation of SDGs, to add money so that when the funding cycle finishes, we're not trying to figure out what happens next. We know that locally, we have people who want to put their money behind the SDGs. If you can speak briefly to that, Patrick.
Thank you, Janet. Let me say that we still see people putting money as we speak now. I may not speak for the specific companies and I don't want to mention them, but there are people doing SDG work. And there is an opportunity to go beyond what you are doing. So yes, the short answer is yes, there's a lot of commitment from the private sector. We as KEPSA commit our resources and our engagements to ensure that we continue financing and seeing how we can do as part of our business model. So I affirm, and I know it speaks as an institution, our collective commitment to implement SDGs, both as those business associations and also specific individual corporates that are going out there reaching various SDGs. There are many who have already committed funds, and of course, we can still do that through the KEPSA platforms. Thank you. I would be able to answer more if there's need.
Okay, it was important to hear that, I think, because again, the misconception remains is that a lot of the times people who are trying to drive the sustainable development goals find that they are running out of resources and therefore running out of ways to sustain them and to access them. So if there's a way we can tap into what KEPSA is doing, we would love to do that and get that feedback from you. Thank you, Patrick. Don't go far in case there's a question for you from the room. Honorable Ochanda, coming back to you, and you've heard what your colleagues have said with regards to citizen action, citizen power, access from the citizens to understand and localize the SDGs and to take ownership. I know you talked about those who are interested from the caucus are the ones who you're working with. But how can we hold people accountable between now and all the way to 2030 and beyond? How do we ensure that locally Kenyans truly feel the weight and power and importance of the SDGs so that we don't, as we've mentioned, wait for this cycle to end and then we don't talk about it again? How would you want to speak to everyone embracing it and how we can hold policymakers accountable?
Yes, Janet, I think I initially mentioned that when you're talking about ownership, and particularly local ownership, it either starts from the individual, the person himself or herself, the community, the local authorities, or what we could call local government, for this case, county government, the national government, and all those put together is what I mean by local. But where we are at the moment and where I think we need to be moving towards is to what extent are these different segments talking to one another? To what extent is the individual, the private person in the community or the community itself engaging with the county governments, for example? Or to what extent is the national government coordinating some of these things that we are talking about? We are talking about, for example, the issue of the goal on hunger. Everybody should be able to access food, let's say by 2030. What's happening? What is the national government or generally all these players doing towards coordinating how to make sure that we have food? It's so basic. And as we are talking now, Janet, there are parts of this country that are facing drought. There are parts of this country that have excess water, And for the last 4 or 5 years, the lakes have been swelling. And in this country, we are importing food. So what is it? How can we synchronize all these things to make sure that at least all the players that are in this game understand what each one of us is doing and move towards one clear goal of having food? So this is the biggest challenge that we have. Now, the local, or what we call the decentralized units, the county government, for example, we have been in a permanent transition for the last 10, 12 years since the new constitution was brought around. And if you look at it very keenly, a lot more of what we are discussing, a lot more of what we are talking about under SDGs are a lot of functions that have been transferred to county governments. And we have transferred functions to county governments minus resources. The national government still holds back a huge chunk of resources for functions that have been devolved. Now, how then do we reach to communities? If the county governments are the ones who can reach the communities quickly, and they're the ones who are not getting the resources that are required, how then does an individual within the community engage? So these are some of the things that if we don't look at them very clearly, we are going to have all these problems through and through. We must get away how to sustain them. The government has one of the poorest ways of how to reach out to its citizens, particularly this country. What is the method? What does our government have in store for purpose of communicating itself to the public? There's none. There's nothing. Yeah, completely nothing. Yeah, what is the government communicating a policy? How does an individual person in the village get to know what a government policy on food production, for example, is? There's no communication. And in the end, because of what has been happening, people don't trust that government. So there's a whole issue of mistrust coming from below. There is a big problem of how the top communicates downwards. So all these things, we must get away how to harmonize them. Because if we don't, we'll be talking about SDGs like we are talking about SDGs now. The government, the political commitments are done at the national, at international levels, but nobody knows, nobody's very conscious about these things at lower levels. Lower level. County governments, like I've mentioned, are now like the core, the center in terms of implementing issues to the SDG, but are they aware? Many don't know. So these are some of the things that we really have. Look at our legislation. We have legislations running to almost 700 different pieces of legislation. Some were done in those ages. Some have been inherited over a long period of time. But are they able to address the current situation we are in today? So these are some of the things that as a caucus we are trying to look at, particularly in Parliament. Are we able? And this is exactly why we are calling on virtually every other stakeholder, every other player, so that we keep isolating where there are gaps, particularly in legislation, so that we make sure that they are addressed. Parliament does resourcing of activities of government. It's Parliament that does the budget. The Parliament writes the budget, but the budget is done in a very traditional manner, very traditional. All the ways of how things are done, all the votes still remain constant. So new things, you say that you want to do housing, yeah, for example, for people to live in better houses. But how do we get to translate that in terms of resourcing? Yeah,
Yes,
the commitment.
And
Yes.
communication. I hear you. Thank you. And I think maybe as you air your frustrations with regards to the fact that it's not reaching to everyone that it should, I think then it's to find out ways to reach out to the stakeholders in this room and beyond. As you mentioned, are we talking to each other? Maybe it's time to really start being bold, aggressive, and unapologetic about talking to each other. Otherwise, we'll just be having panel discussions that don't result in any action. So thank you for raising that point, Honorable Ochanda. I can sense, obviously, that there's frustration in terms of things are being done the same old way, but it's not really reaching the people it's supposed to. So I'd also want to urge you to push for a multi-sectoral conversation face-to-face with your colleagues to try and actualize a lot of what you're saying. Let's finally move to Kirsten again before I hand over to Papi to open up the floor. We have heard some of the frustrations, valid frustrations, that maybe you can speak to a little bit, Kirsten, which is this whole thing of civic engagement and education, information not really reaching everyone, stakeholders not actually talking to one another, even though everyone calls it a multi-stakeholder approach, then you realize they're still not really engaging each other. And then most importantly, Kirsten, is the citizen ownership. Florence talked about going to countries where citizens feel that they have the power, and that can really translate to the SDGs. It's a fair bit to bring together, Kirsten, but if you can speak on all these pain points and how we can move past them to kind of a threshold where we're actually seeing more people engaged.
So I guess I can speak a little bit about how we approach this from the Danish Parliament, and knowing that it's not like one size fits all, and there are different challenges regarding, you know, the setting that you're in. But we actually went from a situation in 2017, before we founded this all-party group and the multi-stakeholder platform, where when we did surveys asking people about their awareness of the SDGs, we were at around 17% of people who said that they knew about the SDGs and they were familiar with the agenda, to a situation in 2020 where 74% of Danes said that they were aware about the agenda. So somehow, I'm not taking all the credit, of course, of this, but I think that the different initiatives that we launched and the fact that many of both the civil society organizations, but also the private sector organizations and individual private companies actually started working with the SDGs as a framework around the conversation about the transformation that we wanted to see in our societies. And the fact that we saw schools, and not least all the public schools, or more or less all the public schools, have started programs training students in SDGs. This is not a job that is done. We are still struggling, and in 2030 Beyond, we work particularly with those schools that perhaps are not always at the center of our focus. So we try to reach out to vocational training schools and schools for students who are somehow a little bit on the side of the educational system, to see if we can also onboard them in being part of this vision, and of course part of the concrete actions that we can take. And I'm so happy that Dr. Chanda mentions the food systems, because this is actually one of the topics that we've seen as some sort of a key to engaging some of these students. We had, and I don't know if my colleague Rina mentioned this morning, but we've had a group of chef students engaging in our festival this summer, competing against each other in this competition regarding sustainable food. And it was such an interesting experience to see how these students, who didn't know about the agenda before, but through their profession and through working with the food very, very concretely, started being very aware of the sustainability agenda. And I think these are some of the tools that we can use to engage groups that are not usually part of this conversation. And I think that is really key. And when Dr. Chanda mentions that we need, when it comes to, for instance, food systems, to engage the different stakeholders, because it is obvious that we cannot solve this very complex issue of transforming our food systems if we don't engage both the local farmers and the individual farmers who are struggling both with climate change and the issues around the environmental systems that are challenging, but also how they can, what to produce and where are the markets that they can access, and linking that to the tourism industry and the big hotel chains that we want to basically start buying those local produce instead of importing, as Mr. Chanda said, from other regions of the world. And actually, Right now, there's a project in Kenya that is trying to mobilize hotel chains and restaurants around buying more of the local produce and producing local Kenyan cuisine around that. And I think that's an extraordinary, interesting movement that is worth following. But we also there need the political level, and that's maybe where I will finish, but to say that if we want these big transformations to happen, we need to look at the systemic level and what sort of regulation and framework conditions do we need to establish in order for the private sector and our civil society organizations to be able to deliver on that. And I think there is that's where the conversation between the political level, the private sector, civil society, and our young innovative students, for instance, comes in. And you know, to set up some structures where that dialogue can happen is key. In Denmark, the government has introduced what they call climate partnerships, 13 partnerships around different issues regarding climate, where they invite individual private companies and think tanks and others to participate in actually formulating some of those policies that will give them the framework conditions that are needed for the private sector also to start working towards the transformation. And I think that's one example of how this can be more or less institutionalized, but I think we need to think about how we can bring in those stakeholders in thinking about concrete solutions and what regulatory frameworks are needed for the transformation to happen.
All right. Thank you for that, Kirsten. I think it sums it up well. If everybody has an understanding from the get-go, there can be ownership, because the subject matters that Kenyans feel ownership of, or Kenyans have an understanding of. And it also comes to how loud people are. The reason why we know so much about our politicians and their, you know, what it is that they're trying to speak to is because of how loud they are, you know. And I think if we push for the same level of loudness and noise with regards to SDGs, we'll see a result. If we think of creative ways as well, we need to think through media, influencers, creatives. There's platforms that exist to bring everyone together, but I think we're overlooking them a lot. And I think we keep overlooking them, and then we keep coming back every year saying, oh, we're not, you know, nobody's embracing the message. There needs to be a multi-stakeholder approach. There needs to be ownership from everyone and creative ways to do it. I think before I hand this back over to Papi, if there's any question from the room for any of our panelists, I believe there's room for 2 questions or comments. Before then, we kind of open it up later once I say thank you to my panelists. But if there's anyone right now, you can stand, say your name, your question. I think we'll open it up to 2 people before we close the panel. So, okay, that's fine. 1 is sufficient for now. So just your name and your question or comment and who it might be directed to.
Thank you very much. My name is Vincent Ogaya from Kenya Climate Innovation Center. And my comment and question is directed to Dr. Ochanda. And this is on the role of the private sector in accelerating the achievement of the SDGs. When you look at it, the private sector plays a huge role, particularly on job creation, coming up with various innovations that drive efficiency in the use of resources, transitioning the economy towards a greener economy, issues around technology transfer, issues around job creation and the impact within the communities. But then our regulatory system is such that, you know, the sector is overregulated. My friend Maingi, who is in the panel, will agree, and also my friend from CAM, that despite the many innovations that we have as a country, we are not even able to borrow from what is happening elsewhere within Africa, like what is happening in Senegal, what is happening in Tunisia, and how the SMEs and the startup ecosystem can be incentivized so that, you know, we kind of acknowledge the role of the private sector, which is to offer real practical solutions within our economy in a way that takes care of everyone, from job creation and transitioning the economy to a more greener and cleaner economy going forward. Because then it also opens up markets, you know, export markets. Right now we have like conditions. Those who are in the agribusiness sector, for example, you have to meet certain conditions for you to be able to sell maybe in the EU market. But then how are our systems here supportive of that? And the question then goes to Dr. Ochanda. As a caucus, are these issues, have they come to you, caucus, and what are you doing to ensure that you address them in a seamless manner? Thank you.
Okay, I think we can, there wouldn't be, it's fine. One question is fine. So we open it up to Dr. Ochanda to reply. Dr. Ochanda, if you could reply briefly, I hope you heard the question so that we can wind up this session and hand it back. So Dr. Ochanda, if you heard the question.
Yes.
You can answer.
I had the question. Yes. Now, I think, Janet, what the gentleman is asking is very, very important. First of all, the role of private sector, particularly in this country, cannot be gainsaid. Even on employment alone, when we have a public service of less than 700,000 employees, the private sector has more than 4 million people who are listed as employed by the private. So it cannot be gainsaid. The role of the private sector is critical. Now, there's a question on this growth of private sector in relation to regulation. I think that's where the question was. There's a feeling that they are overregulated. Number one, the purpose of regulation is that there must be some order. I think that's the most important thing that one has to recognize, that there must be some order, that order in doing things. You can't come in and get out, you can't do that, and that is necessary. But the problem is overdoing it, over bureaucratizing it, where now you can't move. I think that's where the problem in this country. The bureaucracy around practice, particularly in terms of the private sector. In the region now, we are rated fairly low. If you look at us against, for example, Rwanda, the cost of doing business has been made cheaper and easy in Rwanda than it is in this country. And I think that's exactly where the premise where it's coming in from, that we are feeling we are overregulated. Number one, regulation is necessary, yes, but overdoing is the problem. And we do the regulation in a manner that is competitive. I think that's the most critical thing to look at. We don't need to regulate to an extent that we are not competitive. We are not alone in this world anymore. So the whole issue in terms of what we are trying to do is, can we make business cheaper? Can we run our businesses in a cheaper manner? I think that's the main concern that we have as at now. And the government has been trying a few things up in place. I don't want to say that they're doing nothing. They've tried. But the only problem is that there are still nuances around it. There's still quite a bit of bureaucracy around some of these things that is making it very difficult to operate businesses, private businesses. And it is true. And it's something that must be addressed. The government has to address it. See, for example, it has been very difficult, for example, to register a company. Over a period of time, it was.
I think you've raised a good point, Honorable Chanda, and I know we are completely out of time. I know that I can thank my panelists. Thank you so much. We hope that we can get a lot more time to get feedback. I know we said that earlier as well, but we do need to wind things up pretty soon. So thank you to Kirsten and to Patrick, of course, and Honorable Ochanda, and to Florence, who wants to take the floor for one more minute as we completely wind up and hand it over.
Thank you, Papi. So mine is just to say that maybe as we conclude, it's important for us to take a systematic approach towards issues of poverty, gender, and human rights. And I think that's where the citizen power lies in. ensuring that as we ask for accountability, as we push for what we want to see, as we, come together. I always see Kenyans, like when the medical bill, people really coming and contributing. The same could be for what the change we want to see. The same could be for, the kind of messages we want to pass across. So mine is just to call for solidarity in terms of us having citizen power, coming together and ensuring that our voices collectively, matter. So thank you very much.
Thank you so much. And again, as I wind it back to Papi, it's again to not look at these platforms as just another conversation. I feel like when I guess in my own way was participating in forums like this from a long time ago, the more invested you are, the more you speak up. Even when we hear Booker Academy and Alliance, that's a good start. It centers somewhere in your subconscious. And as Florence is challenging everyone, we each have a role to play. And it sounds cliche and it sounds like it's oversaid, but I think we'll keep coming back and talking to each other as long as we don't believe that we don't have a role to play. We've had a lot of solutions given today, a lot of platforms, and perhaps we can task CMD to really disseminate a lot of what came out of this conversation as a central point where people can get information on how am I going to plug into what private sector is doing? How am I going to plug into what SDG Forum is doing, what feminist movements are doing, what youth leaders are doing? But as long as we don't feel like we have the citizen power that even Martha Karua has challenged everyone in the room, and Florence is doing the same, then I think we'll keep coming back here every year to do a dialogue and talking about the same things. I know I get very frustrated, so I like action. So let's just try and be action-oriented. And as she said, citizen power, we have it. They say sometimes when you're so loud, it silences the bullies. So let's not be loud anymore. Papi, I'm almost campaigning.
You should. Wangapi wako tayari kumpatia kura ya senator wa Nairobi? We need a
where
senator.
are the hands? I want to lead you, all of you, all of that. I don't know.
Wangapi wako karibu? Hebu nione kwa mkono. Janet, I'm trying to teach you these things.
I know.
You have to say, hebu nionyeshe kwa mkono.
Kwa mkono. Guys are like, no. I will warm up to you. I'll warm up to you. You wait. Next year. Don't worry.
All right.
But
Thank you very
everyone.
much. Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to Janet Mbogwa. Janet has done an amazing job. This is what we're going to do right now. Thank you very much, Janet. Thank you very much, the panelists for day 2. There are very many views and opinions that we want to put across. One thing about dialogue is that you necessarily, sometimes, you might not really get the response that you want at that particular point. But it is important that you say your piece. For those who are married, for those who are in a relationship, sometimes you just want somebody, you want your partner, hata sitaki ujibu, I just want to talk. Okay? Sawa. So saa zingine hata utaki ama kupatia solution, you just want to talk, tell them your piece, they tell you your piece. If you find a point of convergence, well and good. If you don't, everybody has said their piece and everybody goes in peace. Did you feel that rhyme? Did you? Clap for me. So we're going to have an open mic session. This open mic session, normally what we do, we just take the microphones around in an orderly fashion. Of course, with entertainment coming through. We just have you, it's an informal kind of way. You can stand, dance as we air our views. So before I invite Tamasha Beats to come on, I want to invite the Secretary General of NAC Kenya. He's called Orwa. If the microphone is going to be the first person to just atuchoche, atutie moto, so that we just air our views, because sometimes just talking is part of the thing that we need. I know kuna watu wengi walikuwa wanafuta kuuliza maswali. Our virtual audience, I am not sure we will come back to you. You can stay with us. You can listen in. Enjoy the next part. We will see if we can come to you, but let's have this open session. Tuanze na mziki. Wamesema. You can stand up, you can dance.
Hey,
kupenda malaika, nami nifanyeje? Kiza na mwenzio, nashindwa na mali sinawe, ingekuwa malaika, nashindwa na mali sinawe, ingekuwa.
Bring it down. Oh, yeah. Time for you to tell us something. Let's go. So this is an informal session. I want to pick the next 4 speakers. Who else has something to say concerning what we've been talking about? Who else has something to say? Yes, stand up. You can stand up because there's music and there's dancing. Who else? So you're next after Orua Michael. Who is next this side? Who is ready? Who has something to say? All right, let's have Orua Michael speak and then we shall continue. Twende, Orua.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you. My name is Orua. I have the pleasure of being Secretary General NAC Kenya. And for those who had asked for what you could do, one of the first bold steps, including wale waheshimiwa watarajiwa, and I'm not mentioning names right now.
Don't.
My lawyer is in jail, so I'm very vulnerable if I'm sued for mentioning names. First, I think I want to just thank CMD, to which I'm also secretary of the board, for really an inclusive, representative, diverse festival. It's ironical that this.
Let's give CMD a round of applause, man. Wala wote hawajapiga makofi hamkuji hapa next year.
Our very milk card. So I really think it's ironical that this is the decision to proceed and not wait for COVID has delivered one of the most beautiful festivals, because a lot of things have happened when we thought, let's just do something for the sake of it. But I really think even the physical ones that we've always held at Museum Hill would hardly compare to this. I mean, some people might disagree, but I really think I've thought about it and I think this has really been beautiful. Diversity across gender, representation, professional, age, ethnicity, stakeholders, national, international, regional, thematic issues. And I really think it's been an enriching experience to everybody. I followed most of the conversations yesterday online, virtually, and I could see the same kind of vibrancy. As I, this is we said it's a very informal session. Feel free to stand on top of the seats without your shoes on if that inspires you. Jump, look around the room. Actually, look around the room. Just look around the room and see something or somebody you like and make a mental note of that person.
Janet, ni mimi niko.
Please. This is an executive order, please. Okay, great. Everybody has looked around the room and you've seen something you like, or somebody you like.
Oh.
It could be the shape of the nose. Now look around the room again, the second assignment, and look for somebody you don't like for no apparent reason. I know.
You're not a good man.
This is the first time you are going to have an excuse to not have any reason. Just let your prejudice
out. I think the Alliance.
Are you looking at me like it can't be me?
They don't like you.
I know Alliance is a good school. I'm sure you know the parent to Alliance High School. Do you know the parent to Alliance High School? How it was birthed? Oh, they have demiked him.
Let me mic him.
Yeah, we know our history well, and yeah.
As a historian, that gives me immense joy, just to make that statement that you know your history well.
So if I'm to pose the question back to you,
please don't start with an Alliance.
You are interrupting a very intellectually charged conversation. Where did you come from? They say, how will we know where we are going if we do not know where we are coming from? The power of history, the power of lessons. This podium has been full of lessons. We look back and we say, look where we've come from. Look what has worked in the past. Look at what hasn't worked in the past. As we forge a possible future, we learn from those. So,
well, Alliance High School is an educational institution started back in the year 1926. by an alliance of 5 churches. We had the PCEA, we had SEK, we had AIC, we had Methodist, and the Quakers, who later on backslid. But we had the alliance of 5 churches under the pragmatic leadership of our first principal, Mr. Edward Carey Francis, the late. So yeah.
What's your hand?
Let's
What's your
clap for
hand?
him. As children who have become very important and educated tend to forget about the prominence of their parents in their heydays, he has quite strategically stopped at the point where he would have said Carey Francis came from the great Maseno School. That Maseno School sent a missionary to go fight ignorance in this part of the world to open Alliance High School. Let's clap for Maseno School. And I'm not talking. I'm not even saying why I'm insisting that we must clap for Maseno School. In fact, if you want to be good enough, you can even add the article there. The Maseno School. But that's a story for another day. Now, back to the conversation we've had today. So I think my take home, a very diverse, enriching conversation. 2 days, wonderful to CMD Kenya. My take home, there are many take homes definitely. But one is, and I'm going to encourage each one of us, if you have somewhere to write, somewhere to nakili in your head or some on your phone, what is that one thing, whether you are here today or today and yesterday, that is a take home for you? That is a take home for you. Just one. And why is that important? Though we have probably reached hundreds of people, thousands, hundreds of thousands with these 2 days, and probably millions because of the power of the internet, there is still more we can do to send messages that have come out of here to people who did not have the pleasure to be here. So when I say one thing, it is one thing you are going to tell either your best friend, your most reliable enemy, your spouse, your brother, your teacher, your classmate who was not here. When they ask you, by the way, where have you been these 2 days? Or by the way, what was that thing you are logged into? What is that one takeaway? For me, it is one. There are many, but I would share one. From what my party leader mentioned, without leadership, without integrity, nothing stands. By extension, everything stands and falls on leadership. And we determine the leadership that we want because we make the marking scheme. If we send to the leaders the signal that blue is what works, they will deliver blue. They will come dressed in blue. Imagine if we decided red is what works. So it becomes something that starts with us. Nothing stands without integrity, and everything stands and falls in leadership. I think that for me is the most important lesson. So as we go out, as we interact with others, think about what has been important for you in these 2 days of reflection. Selflessly, what is it that I can tell someone? And what has inspired me to be a better citizen? The inclusion of younger people in high school is really powerful because the spirit of active citizenship does not start when you are able to vote. It does not start when you want to run for office. Good citizenship is and must be an intrinsic value from the moment we are able to comprehend the world around us. That leadership is not about people who want to run for office. I must therefore end by challenging all of us. How many of us here belong to any political party? You are not sympathetic to a political party. You are actually a member number 1 XZ. By a show of hands. Look around you and see the hands. And yet this room has some of the most politically conscious, vibrant, interested persons. We do not begin to transform our politics if we are bystanders and we say, I identify with ODM. Are you a member of ODM? So that if things are not working, you can even go to court as member number 1, 2, 3 and speak authoritatively and say, I am a member. Or you are a member of ODM because Ginene. So my challenge to all of us is that we have to actually start believing in this. Because if we left public affairs to politicians only, as people who run for office, we leave this country to the winds, the four winds of the world. The final bit is that we must consider being members of political parties, especially if we don't want to run for political office. Because parties as institutions need to be built. Those who run must get an army behind them that supports them, that develop party positions. If you are an environmentalist, what is NARC Kenya position on climate change? Or when people are voting against or for something in parliament, what forms a NARC Kenya position in parliament? So when we say our members of parliament should object to this bill, on what basis? Can you be a member who just serves in committees that help a party without running for office? I think that is where we must go. So thank you very much, everybody, for your days, for your audience, and please continue enjoying the open mic and the whatever remains of the program. Thank you very much.
Asante sana. Give it up to hey, let's go. Ini yako bwana. Wewe, ini yako. Cheza. Hello. Hey. Hello. Asante sana. Yes, give us your peace of mind. Karibu sana. What stood out? What do you want to say? What do you want to tell us from what we've had from yesterday's engagement? Yes.
So good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
Once again, my name is Thorn Barasa from the Alliance High School, and I'm more than delighted to have been part of this very, very engaging and educative forum for the last 2 days. Yesterday, I was in school for the virtual session, as my colleagues are. By the way, a big shout out to you guys. And we had lots of motions being raised, lots of questions being asked, lots of solutions being arrived at. And this is what we aim to see going forward, because, well, it's about time we stood up for what we believe in, and it's about time that our voices were heard. And as today, I was majorly talking about the youth. And well, if you've read The Alchemist, there's this book called The Alchemist by Paulo Coelho. By the way, stories are meant to be told, life is meant to be lived. Some books are meant to be read and passed on to others. The Alchemist is one of those books. So the Paulo Coelho says, men dream of coming back home than of leaving. Men dream more of coming back home than of leaving. The youth dream more of being empowered than hearing about empowerment. That is me becoming an alchemist. And it's at this point in time that I'm really, really happy that most of our opinions have been raised, and we've been able to have our voices heard, or so we hope. We've been able to have our voices heard, and whatever solutions we've come at during the 2 days are going to be effected going forward. Well, to me, as my predecessor just spoken just before I started speaking, he's talked a lot about leadership, and I'm here to tell everyone, please lead without title. You don't need a title to lead. You don't need to be called someone or somebody to be able to stand up for what is right. Because, well, to me, my philosophy of leadership isn't merely being someone or holding a title. Leadership is an attitude. It's a state of mind. It's a way of operating. And as a leader myself, I don't see problems. I see possibilities. I see possibilities. I always aim at looking at the possibility. Yes, it's a problem, but what can I do? What have I learned? What is missing? What should be done? Do not see problems, see possibilities. And my parting shot, I'll want to tell everyone, the fears you run away from will run towards you. The fears you don't own will own you. But behind every fear wall lives a precious treasure. And if you think you're too small to have an impact, try going to bed with a mosquito in the room. Thank you very much.
Wapi makofi? Wapi makofi? Wewe lazima udansi bwana. Wewe umepiga picha sana, ngoja. Wewe umepiga picha sana nani? Nora, simama pia wewe. Umepiga picha sana. Alliance, wherever you are, these are your people. These are, ile the teacher. Mwalimu baada ya kuja hapa. This is Alliance, ladies and gentlemen. Hey. Ile dansa kutetemeka. Thank you. Give it up to Alliance High School, ladies and gentlemen. I think, having been there from the inception, I think getting to involve high school, getting to involve children. You know, sometimes these Alliance boys, these guys from Alliance speak, you don't want to call them children, but they are children. So involving children in this edition of PDF, I think is one of the highlights of PDF this year. Because even from, if Book Academy can still hear me, if they're still online, Martina and Terry and all those children, you know, their contribution has been immense. They're very articulate children. That shows you that moving forward, the children must be given space to express themselves. Sisi watu ambao tuko na watoto, we must allow our kids to express themselves in a way that they want to, you know, because they have an opinion that must or should be listened to. Asanteni sana Alliance High School. In the same breath, asante sana Book Academy. Yes, patiana mic pale. We get to tell us your piece, man. Tell us your name, what you want to tell us. Ile kitu ambacho inakuuma unataka kusema, this is when you say it. You can say it from there, you can come here. It would be good if you come here. It's okay. Let's go.
Habari mbaya zimenifikia, bandugu zangu wananikolea, kumbe sahani yangu ni sinia na inaniuma sana.
Tunataka sikia hiyo.
Yule mpenzi niliaminia, nikamuweka mbele ya dunia. I must be tripping nikikurudia,
Salama pale mdisimama.
Nairobi,
yule anakupea, pia ananipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, anakula fea, sote tunashare, ogopa sana. Nairobi, yule anakupea, pia ananipea, akikuletea, ananiletea, anakula fea, sote tunashare, ogopa sana mama. Hey! 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 Let's go! Let's go!
Good evening, everyone. First of all, I want to say shukrani sana kwa wakati huu na kupatiwa fursa hii ya kuongea and to free some of our hearts and our minds, because most of us are weighing or are being weighed down by so many things that we think of about this nation, and some of the things that we see that we don't like. My name is Gogewa Degwa, a member of Na Kenya Party Youth League, and also an author of a book called The Spear, and another one called Across and Beyond. I'm from Kiambu County. My comment today, I will love to throw two challenges to us, and also say that before I throw the challenges, I would love to say that it's unfortunate that the members of the political elite are not here, elite class are not here, because I wanted to tell them since yesterday, but unfortunately we did not get the chance. But I wanted to tell them.
They're following online, and this is recorded.
Yes.
So it will still be there for posterity.
If any one of you is following online, I wanted to tell you that you should stick to one side and do not confuse Danda.
Makofi.
Do not confuse Danda because you cannot be Thomas Sankara and at the same time you want to be Blaise Compaoré. You must be one. Kama wewe ni mbaya, umeamua ni mbaya, kaa side moja, Rwanda will locate you and hit you where you are. Don't try to move. Challenge number one to us, I have observed that Kenya, and this is a problem I probably think is in the entire of Africa, that we have so many words. And when we meet in areas like this, in conferences like this, we speak so well. You will think there is no problem in Africa. But when we leave, sisi ni watu tofauti. Ni wale tunaingia kanisa tunaokoka, lakini Monday, we go to corruption, we go to whatever. I think when 2022 comes, all that we were talking, I hope we will be able to implement. Usiende kuchagua mwizi na utarajie mambo ikuwe tofauti. It is unfortunate that in the previous election, we elected goats, sorry to say, but we expected them to lead sheep. Sasa hiyo ni makosa. Challenge number 2, if wewe ni kijana hapa, please, if you are a young person and in 2022 you are already planning that you will not elect a fellow young man, please don't even come to these conferences to talk about youth empowerment. Don't. If you are a woman here,
you know, it's open to everybody, even those ones who don't want to elect people. It's fine, you might change their mind. So usiwafukuze. Sawa.
Mukuje lakini know that you should not talk about things that you cannot do. A friend of ours from the Alliance High School said that our actions should justify our words.
Yes, yes.
And that is true. If you are a woman here and you are already planning or you are saying that huyo siwezi mchagua kwa sababu ni mwanamke, please don't talk about these things.
Think again.
Let those who can elect their fellow women do so. Talk about it. The other thing is I have been asking a question in this platform, in these whatever, these conventions, in the museum, and today I did the same here. I asked about land. And unfortunately, I have not, on both occasions, I've not been able to get an answer. But it is an issue that we should be able to talk about passionately. Because I think these problems about injustices on land and not being able to form proper laws that protect our lands from ourselves, because we need sometimes to protect ourselves from ourselves, are the reason we are talking about violence, and we are talking about cyclic violence, we are talking about corruption, and we are talking about food insecurity. I'm throwing a challenge to the leadership of this convention and CMD, because you are nearer to these people more than we are, or more than I am. Let me speak on my own behalf. Please tell them that there is a problem with lands in Kenya, and we need laws and proper laws that can protect our lands from demarcation. Our lands in Kiambu County, where I come from, we will not be able to have coffee in the future. And that is a problem, because we have said many years that, and when we were in school, we learned that agriculture is the backbone of our nation.
Yes.
Yes, please. So that is my final comment. Kindly relay that.
Asante sana. I think our rapporteur should note that maybe we need to really tackle land as an issue and as a topic in the next PDF in an exhaustive manner, the way we've tackled SDGs. We'll see how that goes. So I have microphone. Musungu will speak and then pass it on that side, and then the Alliance alumnus, and then upande ule Shiko, yeah? Nani kwa upande huu? Kuna mtu na microphone upande huu. Shiko, atukuoni Shiko, please come huku. Come huku. Yeah? Sawa, nakuja kwako. So Shiko is going to go first, And then Musungu. Okay, Shiko kuja hapa. Musungu go first.
Musungu, sit down.
Ladies first.
Ladies first, eh?
Ladies first.
All right. So Shiko go first.
Hello. Hello. It's been 2 great days, right? So I'm basically going to speak to people my age set, my age group. The bulge that is going to be the biggest voting bloc in the next 10 months. And I think we've had a lot, and I know we've not deciphered anything yet. We are still dealing with information overload probably. But the thing is, they're going to come for us. They've been away for the last 5 years. They're going to come for us. They're going to promise us jobs, but we know majority of us have not been employed for the longest time. They're going to tell us how they're going to build economical structures that will work for us, but we know majority of us lost jobs when COVID hit. Nobody cares about you. As we are going to the ballots, can we put our emotions aside, our tribes aside, and look at our own interests? Because our interests mean the president, the governor, the MP, the senator, the MCA you elect will determine if you have access to your education, will determine if you can access affordable healthcare services, will determine if your kids and you as a person will be able to access employment and better services at large. We are being double taxed, overtaxed, and underpaid at the same time. When the fuel prices go up by 7 shillings, it means your unga back in the village will go up. Yes. It means your bread will go up. It means
amesikia ugali akasema
it means that if you earn 200 shillings na kwenye mnakula unga kilo 2 na sukuma ya 50 bob, your 200 bob won't be enough. So we must rise to the occasion. We must speak as young people in one voice, knowing that on top of the block that we have, over 6 million young Kenyans will be new voters in 2022. So may we go back home and teach our fellow young people that that ballot means more than tribes, means more than just a tick, and means more than the faces we see. It means our future. It means our future for more than 10 years, not the 5 that we are told. So my name is Shiko Kihika. I work with Tribeless Youth based in Nakuru County. We work with creatives and young people. Thank you.
Sant sana. Sant Musungu. Karibu bro.
Asante sana.
Before we do the open mic, so
Nilikuwa najisikia kusimama hapa saa mingi lakini
simama.
Nafasi. Wacha nisimame kabisa.
Haya.
Okay, my name is Benson Musungu. I am the Director of Youth Affairs, ODM Party, the ODM Party, led by His Excellency Raila Amolo Odinga, the next Kenya president. The amens were the next Kenyan president. The amens were too many. Thank you so much. And it is because I have not seen a young man vying for presidency. So whoever said that if you're a young man and you're not voting for a youth, then don't dare. Yes. So I will dare say I am supporting him as my boss, my party leader, my mentor, and the person who brought me in politics. For young people, the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams. One time I had a chance to go to Denmark. And one thing I realized was around 85% of people who vote in Denmark are 85 and above.
Just say that again.
Around are the elderly. Okay. How should I put it? 85% of those people who vote in Denmark are not youth. That's what I'll say. I should say.
That's kind of correct.
No, confirm. You know, Ben is my friend, Sebo. Just put it in perspective about the old versus the young in Denmark politics.
Benson, right in saying that the majority of the population in Denmark are not young, they are Western. Yeah.
Okay.
So far, so good. Your percentages sounded a bit funny. Yeah, in voting, it's so that more than 80% of the population are voting. And that means also that the young people is not the majority, are not the majority.
Thank you. That is the perspective. In Kenya, the population is barely young, you know, and those who registered big time are the young people, you know. But in leadership of the country, those who are in leadership positions barely are
young. They're
no,
old. They're old.
They are old. That's a fact. I went to Kisii sometime, and I realized 70% of the leadership in the Kisii County government are young people. And so that means in Kisii, you know, the old people tend to hoard money, so resources don't go around sana. Circulation of money in Kisii is too high. Sherehe Kisii inaanzanga Tuesday mpaka Friday.
Unataka tuhamie Kisii na
nasema tu. Yeah. So what am I saying? What I'm trying to say, as we are the people who are who are many in voting in this country, let's get into leadership. And for me, I've been in this leadership of politics ever since I was 23 years. Until now, I'm 34. So I've been in this. I started from down there at being a ward level leader, at the constituency level leader. I came as the national youth coordinator of ODM. Then I'm the director for youth affairs. And next, I think I should be the executive director of ODM. I should be the CS. So what I'm trying to tell you is, guys, let's get out. Politics does not look for you in your houses. Get out as you elect your fellows too. Get elected too, because you will only be elected when you appear. If you don't appear, if you don't get involved into these things, nobody will make you. So I'm asking you, when I had my SG for NA Kenya ask how many are in political parties, let me ask it again. How many are registered members of political parties here today? I can just, no, put your hands up and leave it there. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. Yes. Higher. 2. No, involvement is good first. If you are involved in yourself and you're a member, it's okay. How many are vying in 2022? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. 9. And this is a people dialogue forum where members of political parties are, and civil society and all that. And when are we leaders in politics? We will be leaders of tomorrow, you know? Yeah, tomorrow. Because if we continue with this trend, then it's true that we are leaders of tomorrow and not today. Guys, get out, join these political parties. This is where leadership is. And this is the thing. Don't join political parties when it's nearing election. If you are not part of the builders of a political party, don't think you will come in the tail end when we are going to vote and you'll be voted in. That is why there are issues of, oh, I've been rigged. Oh, the nomination was not free and fair. It was given to somebody. Because you've not been there, you are a visitor. How will you be part of the food? You'll be part of the menu because you'll be eaten. Sawa. So political parties are for everybody. Let me tell you this. Let me say, that's a very good document. I was born in Kibra. I never had a godfather in politics. I started from down there to become a member of the party first. First I was in the National Youth Council, then I went to ODM at the age of 22. And from there, from Kibra, still living in Kibra at that time, and even now, I came through the ladder until now where I am. So I'm telling you, political parties are for the people who are present.
All right.
Sawa. So my thing is, let's get into politics, and the future belongs to those who believe in the beauty of their dreams.
Asante sana. Nipatie mic because it has to be sanitized. So this is what happens, yeah? At the Dialogue Festival, we let people say their pieces, all right? Everybody has a right to say what they want to say. It's respectfully and, in an orderly fashion, the way we are doing it. So don't shout anybody down because everybody's opinion is valid, at least in this forum, okay? So let's have this gentleman tell us his piece. Yeah.
Good afternoon.
Come, kuja mbele. Please keep it brief because now we want to finish off. So it's you and then the other, yes, you have a mic. And then we have, so this is what I'm going to do. Okay. Please speak as I think this through.
Good afternoon once again. My name is Victor Gituku. I'm a Boda Boda rider and the chairman of Moroto Riders. And the reason I'm here, I've listened to a lot of issues that have been discussed here. And everything that was going through my mind there is we're all discussing about politics, going to the ballot. But one thing I want to tell you people is that most of the youth are not going to Boda Boda. It is not that this section of people are not learned. These people have gone to, some people think Boda Boda riders, wamefika class 8, wakavuta bangi, wakakula mira, wakaingia hapo. This is because of the situation we find ourselves in. Some of us got into this business because of COVID. But nobody is addressing what happened to the youth that were affected by COVID. Nobody is addressing that issue. When you say we are going to the polls, like when I got into the Boda Boda business after leaving, I was in the private sector. With 100 shillings.
Just a moment. I want to thank, because the students have to go back to school. I want to thank Mwalimu Ogada for being in the students. I want to thank the students for staying with us till now. Santeni sana. Those, if they're still virtual, if they're still listening to us, thank you very much. The Alliance High School, Asanteni. I also think we should release Book Academy, wallowing all the other adults who want to stay along. Karibuni sana. Thank you very much, Mwalimu. We'll see you very soon.
Okay, now I was saying with 100 shillings, you could fuel. A liter was around 104, 105, 106. You could make 300 shillings with that 100 shillings. Now we are at a situation where with 100 shillings, I don't know what, you just wake up, you carry one customer 50 shillings, on your back to the stage, on half on the next journey, pikipiki inazima. Then you want these people to go to the ballot to vote in the next leaders. We are saying us to vote in young people into leadership. Parliament, as it is today, has young leaders. The county assembly here at City Hall has young leaders. Is it that you're waiting for us to have 190 members of parliament, youth leaders, so that you can address our issues? One leader is enough to move and speak on behalf of all the others. So as you are saying that you need us to elect only young people, first tell us, those who have been elected as young people, what have you done for the young people? Munafika kule, munapata wazee kwa meza wanakula, munasema baba nimefika, yangu iko wapi? Munakula pamoja. You pass very punitive bills in parliament. Munapitisha hizo bills that don't make sense to the common mwananchi. And then you come and tell me, oh, young people need to be taken to parliament. We first need to look and see when we send you to parliament. Sifuna was here. I didn't get a chance to talk to him. But as SG for ODM, right now ODM is silent on issues affecting the youth. But come 2022, in fact, not currently, saimi kaa chairman watu wa pikipiki, viongozi wananikimbiza hivi. ati kijana kuja, tupatane pale tuongee, upeleke nani bunge? Sema ujipeleke wewe mwenyewe bunge, but not the interests of the people. And that is where we need to discuss. And you know, in Kenya, we have a very complicated process of removing a member of parliament. Leo tukichagua Susan, aende to present kule bunge. After 1 year, if she has not done what we agreed, before you remove her to sign, watu wengine amepinga, amelipa watu, ameenda kotini, ameenda high court, court of appeal. My friend, kabla tumaliza miaka 5 imeisha. Yeah, so there is nothing. So we need to look into this, the laws we have, to see on how can we remove a member of parliament or a member of county assembly. So that is one point. On point number 2, on sustainable development goals. There is goal number 1 on no poverty, and goal number 2 of no hunger. And then there is the rest up to 17. If we cannot attain these 2, forget about the rest. If we cannot beat no hunger and no poverty, forget about climate change. Just forget it. Hawezi ambia mtu ako na njaa, kwanza akaangalia climate. How? You cannot tell us to end gender-based violence wakati mwanaume ameshinda huko amekosa pesa, mwanamke anamuuliza wewe umekuja nini wewe mwanaume? Utapigwa nani?
That is by the way, just a moment, we do not advocate for any form of violence.
I'm just saying. That's what we
just said. We just said it's wrong.
Yeah, it is wrong, I agree. But I'm just saying, for us to achieve these things, there are some goals that need to be looked into. Na hizi vitu zinaletwa na poverty and hunger. Ndio mnasikia mtu amesema huko, mnasikia for example huko mashambani, bibi aliua bwana akaua bibi. It's because of what? Okay, yeah, I agree, but yes. Thank you. Yes. Now, as I complete on political parties.
Yes, please. Do.
I was once a member of a political party called Jubilee. I voted for Jubilee, but I regret voting for Jubilee. Today, I cannot be a member of a political party. The people who have raised their hands here, if you ask them what is the ideology of that party you are a member, they don't know. 100% sure. So I cannot be a member of a political party because, one, you join to support the interest of a specific individual, to assume power and give their numbers in parliament. Thereafter, they nominate their brothers, sisters, and daughters to parliament and ambassador positions. When you come to parastatal chairpersons, they give to their friends, political losers, and people who have been rejected by the society. So what I will say, Martha Karua said here, the revolution will happen at a ballot. But one thing I believe in, a time will come, and I pray to God that that time I will be alive. If there will be no change, there will be people like me who will be willing to take down the government and assume power by force.
All right. Okay. Well, taking power by force is, the ballot force is allowed. At least in the forum that we are in, we advocate for ballot revolution. A coup is a coup. We were just discussing with somebody that a coup is a coup. There's no good coup. So you cannot take power from a lawfully elected government, all right? So we have to take back power in a lawful manner. Sawa. All right, I'm going to, he has the mic, please come. And then I'm going, let me do this. You have the mic, come. You have the mic, sir. Please just come over so that I know who else I'm going to give an opportunity. I'm going to take, hey. Okay, let's do this. I have 2 minutes. So nyinyi wanne, wewe, okay? Bill, and then the gentleman in the blue, Ankara, now the gentleman in brown, in suit and jacket. Now, so let's start with him. Sawa, even mwambia tafadhali mukikuja, 30 seconds is okay. Just be there. So let's start.
My name is Maruti.
It's on.
My name is Maruti.
Keep it very brief,
An
Maruti.
entrepreneur and a member of Ford Kenya. Now, one thing, and that's a comment.
Shiko,
Ya kwamba
ushaongea.
one,
Tulia.
my suggestion is when discussing these SDGs, I think there's a gap that has to be filled. We need to get KRA on board so that they tell us exactly what they're doing. Why?
Paka mic kwa mdomo. Yes.
Okay. We need to get KRA on board. Ndio hii mambo ya taxes, because they're the ones who are collecting revenue and disbursing it. Tujue mbona kuna areas zinafinywa, makampuni zinafungwa, and they're not sensitive about it. Because issues like Keroche, for example, those are so many people employed. Kampuni kama ikisumbuliwa, unapata a whole supply chain collapses, right from the farmers all the way to, to the distributors. Number two, hii mambo ya election. I think it's the most heated topic right now, but I would think that one of the revolutions we should, vile mnaongeaje revolution hapa, ifike tu wakati you don't vote any popular politician.
Sijui kama umesikia, just repeat that part.
Don't vote any popular politician kwanza, then they will learn to listen to mwananchi. As long as they are popular and you are voting them in, they will always abuse you. So we have to rethink our voting. We have to rethink our voting, because right now, a majority of the politicians, besides legislating, they're supposed to be performing oversight roles, duties. Hakuna mwenye ana perform oversight, but wana campaignia presidential aspirants who are going to, vote in 2022.
All
So
right.
it's very important that we change. Kama ni vote out, we just vote them out, and then we bring in someone less popular, and then it will try and bring in some sanity in them.
Sawa, naomba tuachie hapo. Asante. Yes.
Asante.
Yeah.
PDF hoye! Unaniangusha. PDF hoye! This is my third PDF, and mine is just a vote of thanks to say thank you to CMD. In these days where our resilience has been severely tested by COVID-19, I think all of us appreciate when we have an opportunity to be together as one. Is that so? Is that the case? Yes or no? So thank you very much, CMD, for that. And I also want to say thank you to the PDF, because it is through this PDF that I've been able to listen to these raw voices that are here. It is through this PDF that I've been able to interact with these spoken word artists. Makofi kwao. They have been very, very good. It is through this PDF that Kenyans, both online and here, have managed to listen to their leaders. And indeed, I hear your concern there. This, what you've said there, demonstrates one thing, that there is a real thirst for people to interact with their leaders. But I also want to say thank you, because it is through this PDF that I've been able to listen to my very, very, very good friends, the SDG champions. Please wave the SDG champions. Those are very, very good people that I've been able then to listen to. And finally, it is through this PDF that I sense a sense of hope. It is not hopeless. There is hope. And I want to remind everybody that it is always darkest before dawn. PDF hoye! PDF hoye!
Asante sana. Next.
Thank you very much. My name is Jeff Wahome. I'm here to represent Party of National Unity. And PNU is one party that will be the talk of this nation for years to come. And that is why our slogan is always Kazi Edere. Mine is more of a comment. I'd actually task the CMD for one thing. every speaker who have stood here to talk about politics, they were all lamenting about the handouts. And there's something that I want to put it clearly. And I would really have felt bad if I left this place without saying this. The leaders of this nation are not elected during the general election. They are elected during the party primaries. And I'm sure you all agree with me. I've been involved in party primaries for about 2 elections, and I can tell you that is a murky area. We have lost intelligent leaders. We have lost leaders who could have taken this nation to a different level through the party primaries. There's a time we had a suggestion that if IBC can take the mantle, but I don't know what happened to that debate. But trusting any political party to conduct a fair and fair nomination, that is another story. So I want to give a very good case scenario. And by the way, I'm driving this point to civic education. And I want to task the CMD to take the mantle, involve all the stakeholders. We have so many organizations who can actually help us to sensitize the nation, the voters concerning choosing the right leaders. Before we get there, I want to give a very good case scenario. Here in Nairobi, we elected a governor. Is it true or not? He was elected by the Jubilee Party. Jubilee Party used all the resources behind them to just make sure that they have a governor. The interest of a political party to clinch a political seat supersedes the interest of the entire nation of having the right leader. So there is no way we can task the political parties to do the civic education and expect to have good results. So may I mention the name? So when Sonko was elected, and this is Jubilee who elected Sonko, along the way, Jubilee came to tell us that Sonko is not the best governor, to actually a bitter exit for the governor Sonko. What could have happened to Nairobians if Jubilee did not cleanse the government? Could they have allowed Sonko to be impeached if the Jubilee was in opposition? So if not, what could have happened to the developments that we are seeing today in Nairobi? So if you are to get meaningful leadership in this nation, kindly let us take all our resources on the civic education. Let us, our youth who have been mentioned here severally, not to be used. We had a speaker there called Douglas yesterday. He said the youth in Kibla can never vote for any leader without the handouts. You get handouts for 1 day, 2 days, 3 days, 1 month, and you go hungry for 5 years. Does it make sense, really? So all this is happening because we don't have that civic education. So CMD, thank you for that.
Thank you. Yes, sir. Okay, make it brief and then go to Bill Mujungu.
Good evening to all of you. For avoidance of doubt, my name is Tabu or W. Daniels. I serve NAC Kenya as the Executive Director. I want to state from the onset that if you choose to belong to a political party and that party had its mess, please as a member, sort that mess internally instead of making the mess of your party to become a blanket condemnation. It's not fair for all parties to be condemned, and yet there are parties that are doing their things the right way. It's only important that we sort our issues internally. Two, I want to plead that as we move towards 2022, let us have a candid conversation around 2022. Let us not forget that beyond 9th of August, we shall still have a country called Kenya that all of us belong to and which is important for us to safeguard. What this means, therefore, is that at the individual level and at our collective level, let us be true to self. What is it that I can fix as a person, and what is it that we can fix when we are together? Three, the future is not tomorrow, the future is today. And listening to people during this conversation, it is my prayer that we make SDGs part of our life, because everything that we do is affected by those SDGs. I want to echo what my brother said, that 1 and 2 is critical, but even 3 to 17 is important. So can we address each of those SDGs? If you're talking anything health, can you relate it to the SDG that talks about health? And if that becomes our conversation, I can assure you that we shall hold people to account. Lastly, but not least, the young people, it is not enough to pride in your numbers. It is not enough. You may not agree with me, but it is not enough to pride in the numbers. You have the numbers, everybody knows. So what? Beyond those numbers, do you have an agenda? And are you rallying each one of you around that agenda? If you don't do that, your numbers will continue ballooning, but will still be the ones at the complaints desk. Kindly, for 2022, move beyond the complaints desk and have a call to action, and you will get it. Numbers you have. So what? Thank you.
Thank you. That's very, very clear. It's very clear. Numbers you have. So what? Okay. Bill? All right. Okay. Let's have you. All right. So your name?
Habari yenu wote.
It's on.
Naitwa Edwin Khalwale. An ODM member, life member. Na it is a somehow ni kama encouragement to CMD. As a parent, unasomesha mtoto, anafika secondary, anafika university, then unamwachilia. Hautakuwa umenisaidia. As CMD, tumekuwa tukiwa sensitize for so many years. Whereby tukikaa kwa meza hivi tunakana political parties zote. Political parties zote zinakuja kwa ofisi yenu. But you kama CMD, there's no any day mshaikuja kwa negotiation table mkakwambia hizi political parties that tunataka mtupatie Nairobi County mtupatie vijana 10, maybe Kiambu County tunataka mtupatie vijana fulani, the other areas mtupatie vijana fulani. It is high time I am really challenging CMD. If freedom metuleta ma forums tumetufunza about democracy for so many years, it is high time mkae kwa zile meza muweze kuambia political parties zetu that it is high time muweze kuconsider vijana kwa political seat in every and each party. I'm saying this sababu unapata some of us tumejaribu kusimama ama kuvai. My boss hapa mzungu tulikuwa naye tukizunguka 2013, I was 23 years. That's 2013. Nikatetemesha. The entire Nairobi iliwaka moto. Is it true mzungu?
Allah.
Iliwaka moto.
Allah.
I was young, but nilifika pale, I was young without money. Sijui pesa ilitoka wapi nilikampenia. But watu waliamua ni wewe na ni wewe. Whatever happened vile na Kenya amesema hapa, after winning by nomination, number 2 alikuwa na 400. Mimi being number 1 ilikuwa na kitu 1000 na kitu. But since sikuwa na hiyo pesa, the party ilifanya nini? Ikachukua ikapatia mtu mwingine, but sikukufa moyo. Being a man niliamua nitaka hapo ndani tupigane, japokuwa mimi ni mdogo lakini tutapigana until the last time nifanye nini? What belongs to me. CMD, mko hapa mmenilea kwa hizi miaka zote tukiwa nanyi tukitembea. It is high time mkae kwa meza na ODM na Kenya na Jubilee muambie lazima vijana wa ascend kwa powers, na the only way to ascend to powers it is through you. Mwapatie viti ama mwatenge viti kadhaa, si wenye tupigane hizo viti. Si ati tunanyang'anya certificate. To my fellow youth, kulingana vile nimefunzwa, wale watu wameinua hapa mkono wakiulizwa kama wako political party, we are so few. We are so few. CMD, I advocate for that. CMD in advocate to kwa political parties. It is only through political parties you can win these seats. Being in political party, kulingana vile nimefunzwa, a political party inakupatia 40% of the voters. That's the root. That's the truth. Hiyo ni fact. Hiyo ni fact. 40% inakuwekea kwa meza hivi. 10% ni wewe vile unajua na watu na vile unaomba kura kwa watu. Unafikisha 50%. The moment 5% itaongezeka, which is 55%, utakuwa umeshafanya nini? Umewin. So my fellow youth, hatuwezi ascend kwa hizi viti tukiwa tuko kwa political parties. I belong to ODM, and soon naamini after our people's president atapata uongozi 2022, sisi ndio tutakuwa tuna take over kama wana ODM. Kweli mzungu?
Amen. Makofi.
Na mbarikiwe.
Asante sana. Wewe ni young man ule anajiamini. Bill Mijungu. Yes.
Hello? You can hear me? Habari zenu? My name is Billy Mijungu. Me, I'm a politician. And I would like to be a career politician. And I would encourage young people to be career politicians. Don't look at politics as a sport, the way they carry it out there. Politics is actually a serious career. The reason why it's a serious career is because these people decide our lives. If you look at what is happening in this country today, I mean, people are complaining about fuel prices, 7 shillings. I mean, who is making these decisions? And they politicians. So when you say you don't want to participate in politics, or you don't want to be a politician, or you don't want to vote, you are the one who is wasting yourself. So me, I wish, and I'm always encouraged that I will be a career politician. You win some, you lose some, but you continue. So I would encourage young people, especially ladies, vie. Before you struggle to get yourself that nomination or to be in the top-up list, kindly vie. Because when you do, you gain experience of how to deal with people and how to do other things that politicians do. So when you go in there, you're likely to do better. I know many people are always frustrated looking for politicians to solve their problems. Today, I have news for you, how you should find these politicians. Just go home where they vie. Organize locally. When they know you are organizing, you won't look for them, by the way, they look for you. So organize. Anytime you organize, whether you are organizing for or against, politicians will look for you and they will pay attention to your needs. So if it is bursary you wanted, organize people without bursary. They will come to that crowd to sort out that issue. If it is any kind of issues that would be closer to your heart, organize around it. We were talking with a lady called Liz today at lunchtime, and she says she wants to do issues of disability. I told her, organize around it. They will come. Lastly, we are going towards an election next year. Vote for things that are close to your heart. But for me and my house, these are the things that are close to my heart. 1, agriculture, commercial agriculture, food security, water, health services, education. I know most of us who are parents over here, like me, are crying over CBC, which I think is a very good thing. We are in touch with kids. Very, very good. So education and urban housing, social housing. The reason why I'm talking about social housing is because I know people are struggling. And with social housing, you are better off. If you feel that these issues are closer to you, engage politically and vote for the people you think can help you solve them. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Bill. I think I wish I could finish with Bill because Bill has kind of wrapped up, but I still have people going to speak. Karibu, bro. And I've only had one lady, so I'm going to have this lady. Please give her a mic. I've only had Shiko speak. So give her a mic, she will speak, and then we go to Jack over there, and then we go to OJ. We go to Christine, and then OJ finishes it off. Let's go, bro.
God is good, and all the time. My name is Yuti Chege. I'm from Aspirants Alliance of Kenya. This is a forum for young aspirants who want to vie in different positions come 2022. I've interacted with so many young people, and so many politicians are telling young people to go into these elective seats. But let us let me tell you the truth. IBC, 1 month ago or a few weeks ago, they had they published a document on the expenditure of the aspirants. And the list you saw for MCA, they require you to have 30 million. For MP, various figures that is very, it is discriminating us, true or false. Yet somebody will stand there and say, vijana ingieni kwa uongozi. Yet IBC mekwambia for MCA have 30 million, for MP have 40 or 50 million, something like that. So something is wrong somewhere. Second thing.
The last one.
We've had the forum here and it will be there next year and the year after next year. But the issue is, are we implementing all these things that you are saying here? Finally, I call you the young people. Nobody is lacking sleep because of we are unemployed, because the fuel is going up. It's us who is suffering. So let us use our votes. Let us get into these elective seats come next year. Let's believe in ourselves and let's support one another. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much, bro. Yes.
Good afternoon, everyone. Okay, I appreciate this panel. This is my first time here.
Your name?
Oh, I'm Elizabeth Newton. I appreciate for this moment. This is my first time here. And I have learned a lot. What I'll say basically, let's not politicize everything. At some point, let's look on something that is positive that the government is doing. You know, like something of CBC. It's something that is practical. You don't need to keep knocking offices and doors. You know, it's something practical that you're being taught. So let's, at least, there are things, the government can't always be wrong all the time, but let's at least support something that is positive, something that they are doing positive. Yeah, thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Asante. Thank you. Jack, and then we have Christine, and then we close it out.
Hello. Hi. My name is Jack. I'm an entertainer. So I'm not affiliated to any political party. Any political party that would like to invite us to perform, sisi tutaenda and make money out of it. And I'm also a Kenyan. And there's a frustration nimeona pale yenye nimesikia poa sana. The reason why nimechukua hii mic niongea, I had nothing to say. But I attend these PDF festivals. I've been attending them. Most of the time we are there, we don't talk. We just sit it and go home. But nimeamua leo niongee. Shida yangu ni kila mtu mwenye yako hapa, tumeongea, tume out frustrations, wengine wame campaign, everything has been said. But the most frustrating thing is tutatoka hapa hivi and tutakumbuka chakula peke yake. Nothing will be done. And that's the disappointing truth. Hiyo tu ndio kenye mimi nataka kusema. Tamisha Beats si perform, contact Papi. Hiyo nilikuwa nataka pia kusema hiyo.
Asante. Jack ameongea. Let me have Christine speak. Ile kitu ilifanya mpaka Jack ameongea. Jack, asante. But Christine, as Christine comes in, because Christine is also a performing artist. Let me say this. As a performing artist as well, hakuna mtu ameongelea performing arts. You know, Dr. Mukisa Kitui said that performing arts is one of the avenues that if you want to grow an economy, you invest in. So, for you who are here, let me tell you one thing. You cannot be putting performing arts in the back burner. Ukipanga harusi, for example, utapanga kila kitu, pange chakula, pange tents, alafu ndio ukumbuke, papi anaweza kuchekesha, na mbona mmoja comedian na professional MC. So what I'm saying is this. Do you know when you leave a wedding, you don't remember anything but the performance that was there and the MC was there. Kama anasema uongo, inua mkono uniambie unakumbukaga nini. Kama ni chakula, unaweza kula chapati kwako. Kama ni si ndio? You can eat all these things kwako. Si ndio? But whatever remains in your head is anyway. Christine.
Umesema kenye nilikuwa niseme.
Endelea.
Hi guys. My name is Christine Savane. I'm a filmmaker and a creative, and I work with young people in the creative arts. And I'm really happy to be here because I sort of know that as an artist, we have a voice. So it's up to us to make sure that we use our voices properly. The power of change is in our hands as young people. And we have a very powerful tool that we can use. Can we use that? Can we be honest about things that are affecting us? Can we use this kind of platforms so that we're able to have dialogue? And it should be honest dialogue. That is the only way that we young people will be able to achieve what we want, build the country that we want to be in, and be in spaces that we are appreciated. Asanteni.
Thank you very much, Christine. I'm going to invite OJ. OJ is going to speak majorly about environmental, because environment has become a very big thing. If we don't take care of our environment, trust me, we will not have a country to live in. We will be a degenerated society. So OJ, karibu. OJ is going to close it down, and then Tamasha Beats, we're going to take it home as we take water. The waters
habari zenu
might be different, but
habari zenu. Nikisema PDF mnasema PDF kama ile ingine ya PDM. PDF. PDF. Anyway, my name is Dave OJ, and the founder of NAM Festival. NAM is a Swahili word that means yes, and in Luo language it means lake. But here is what I want to say, just shortly. Sometime back, I asked the people's meeting in Denmark, where I was humbled to be one of the SDGs champion. I asked the crowd there, do we inherit this land from our forefathers, or do we borrow it from our children? Think about that and answer yourself. And while you are answering yourself, look at Nairobi River. It is black, it is stinking, it is dirty. We are running a campaign called Nataka Taka, which means I want waste. To actually begin telling people we need to change how we think about waste. Because not all waste is bad. There's waste we can use as a resource. How do you deal with the waste? Then let's look at our governance. How do we elect people who don't mind about how we dispose waste? Let me tell you something. The waste management industry can employ up to 30% of our youth today. The truck drivers, the waste pickers, the sorters, and then the recyclers. Today, artists are actually making things using waste, and they're beautiful things that people can buy. So I want you to go home and ask yourself about the next PDF when you come. How different will you be? How transformed will you be? Because when we talk about leaders, do you go to the mirror and look at yourself? That is the first leader you have in front of you. So think about your actions and your behavior, and then translate it to the kind of leader you want. At PDF 3, actually PDF 4, the next year PDF, come and engage with us at the Sustainable Development Goals Village, which we are going to set up, so that we begin to make people understand what is climate change. Climate change is when you take that sweet, you eat it, instead of putting the wrapper in your pocket and dumping it appropriately, you just throw it there. That is the kind of leader you are either electing or you're not. So I want you guys to all think about PDF 2022 as a platform for taking transformation stories and reflection, because this planet does not belong to us. Sisi ni wapita njia tu. Asanteni.
All right, Dave, thank you. Thank you very much, Dave. I'm going to close this now. Just pick this. I'm going to close this, and I'm going to close it down in a special way, reflecting on where we are from. If you're interacting with the PDF for the first time, you know, where is this coming from? Where is the idea coming from? So to close down these 2 days event, this 2 days event, we're closing down officially, by the way. I'll invite Bent Nicolaisen. As Bent Nicolaisen comes, I also want the band to be setting up, Tamasha Beats. If you'd be setting up, Bent won't be Bent will be very brief. So Bent will speak about, an array of issues within 3 to 5 minutes, and then we shall move on. So to close this down, I want to thank you because when Ben speaks, nobody else will speak. I want to thank you all on behalf of CMD, on behalf of CMD, yes, I said that, yeah. Thank you very much for showing up. If you are not there, this would not have happened. Asanteni sana. See you again around and in the next PDF. Thank you, Ben.
Good evening. There's one, is this working? Yeah, it seems so. It's fine. Yeah. There's one small thing I take away from today. And that was some food of thoughts which one of the spoken word artists served for us to chew on. And that was when you look at the word democracy, the word hypocrisy is only a rhyme away. And that I think was something to think about, and maybe a very interesting motto actually to have in our minds when we work with these things. My name is Bent Nicolaisen. I'm the program manager, Danish Liberal Democracy Program, and we have been a partner with CMD for 10 years, and I have personally been working with CMD for nearly 8 years. I enjoyed being here very much these 2 days, but I think some of us who have been at PDF at the National Museum could also have the feeling that this is not the real thing. It's not fair to say when some people have put so much effort into this, that this was better than nothing. Of course, it was much better than nothing. But I think some of us were missing the atmosphere at the National Museum and missing also the feeling of choice that if we were bored, we could go and listen to something else. But that will happen later on in the real PDF. But there were also things here which were better, which were more interesting than in the 2 first PDFs. And that was the online participation in these different parts of the country and people all over the world maybe. And it was the youth, the participation from children and youth. So I think that is something to bring on. Then if we go a little bit back in history, already the Danish ambassador this morning disclosed that even though we are talking about inspiration from Denmark, this people's meeting thing is not a Danish thing originally. More than 50 years ago, that was in 1968, when the then Swedish Prime Minister Olof Palme jumped on the back of a truck and improvised a political speech. That was the beginning of the people's meeting tradition in Sweden. And then some 10 years ago, some good people in Denmark decided to steal that idea. And we have made it ours, like you have also made PDF yours. So then in 2016, the then chairman of Center for Multi-Party Democracy, Honorable Magara, was invited to Denmark, and I hosted him at the people's meeting there. And he will never forget, because I forced him to ride on a bicycle. That was the mean of transport when you are there. And he saw how we were doing those things. And then we were talking as partners, DLDP and CMD, that it could be something to try here. And therefore, we managed to have the first PDF in 2019 at the National Museum, where I was keen to say to my good friends at CMD, now ensure that this will be a small success and not a big disaster. And it was actually a small success from where you can grow. And then, I mean, I would like to take you a little bit into the future. If we now imagine we are in March 2026, and I don't think the PDF is any longer at the National Museum, because the National Museum will be too small. at that time. And all political parties, all political leaders, all political parties will be there. The youth will definitely be there. The whole country will be involved in various ways. I reckon that the private sector has realized that this is also an interesting place to be, that various government institutions are there, that civil society in all its shapes and sizes will be there, that that media will be there, and there might also not be, look, you cannot see them behind me, but there's a lot of funding partners behind here on the roll-up, and I reckon that some of those are gone, because with some little luck you have managed to make it sustainable and have it locally funded. But looking into the future can somehow look a little bit like science fiction and can be a little bit difficult to imagine. So let's only look half a year ahead to March 2020, where I hope we will have a fantastic PDF at the National Museum, where we have taken some of the good things from these 2 days with more online involvement, more young people, more things happening in the counties, and more sectors in society. And that's, you have heard talk about this SDG village, which will be a part of it. And that I think is very much a win-win. PDF, we have an infrastructure, we have something to offer. And with the SDG village, we can involve more sectors in society, like we have a youth village, and maybe more will come. So those are my few thoughts at this late hour. So I just want to say thank you very much. Thank you to the co-funding partners, to all the panelists, to the artists very much, to all the organizers, to the leadership of CMD, to accepting to put a lot of energy in this, and to Frank and his partners in crime in the Secretariat, who has been burning the midnight oil to make this thing happen. And Sentini Sana. See you March 2020 at the National Museum.
Mapenzi yako niudhi kila saa, wanifanya mikulia kama ridhiki. Mbona hutasema ili niweze rekebisha? Nilidhani mambo shwari, nikiamini kwangu na kukusifu kwa wazazi.